Good morning. Welcome, welcome to our 4000K sub special open to close. We're here for a long time. We're going to be here for, well, until after close. So we got a lot of things to get started with. We have a market that is about to open. So let me, first of all, I'm going to pull up our second screen. I had a couple technical difficulties getting in. That's why we don't have the countdown to get in. But that's fine. That's fine. We're going to be okay. All right. Just a second. I'm adding the second screen right now as we talk. Perfect. Bang. Boom. There it is. We're going to actually move over to this one, the pre-markets. We normally don't get to look at the pre-markets, but that's not a bad place to start. So where I normally really like to start is not even the pre-market. I like to take a look at the world markets and sort of see what's happening. So you can see here is yesterday. Yesterday, the S&P down. Yeah. It's just not a great day. NASDAQ was down. Now the Dow Jones and the Russell 2000, those were both up. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Now, this is the part we're really interested in. So when we look at Asia, for example, Australia, they're up 0.76%. The Shanghai Composite up 0.14, not too shabby. I'm liking this. And the Shenzhen is up 1.45. So China, looking good. India, looking good, up 1.62%. We head over here to Europe. I'll just zip in here. You can see the UK is up 1.54%. So this is giving us an indication right away, just looking at this. This is giving us an indication that turned my sign green because I am expecting a green day just from looking at this. So this is really cool. And by the way, guys, we got 2 bells today. So we're going to ring a bell at 9:30 to open that market. So that's fantastic. So this is going to be, we're going to do a ton of stuff today. This is just going to be cool. We also have some potential guests coming on a little bit later. So that's going to be really cool. All right, let's take a look over here at the pre-market itself. So right now, futures are in the green. That's fantastic. So S&P 500 futures, NASDAQ futures, Dow. The Dow's been doing good anyway. Looking at some of the pre-market trading, NVIDIA is up 3.04%. So that's not too shabby as well. That's pretty darn good. All right. So this is what we have. This is kind of that thing that it's always a good idea. Check the momentum, sort of know what you're getting into. Of course, we are, we mainly look at the Canadian market. So we could have a green day everywhere, and Canada could absolutely drop the ball. But I don't expect that. I'm expecting a green market across the board. In fact, I'm expecting it so much that the little lunch video I'm going to play when I have lunch, the sign is green on it as well. So that's kind of cool. So let's very quickly, let's hit up the chat here because you guys are already, I can't believe how many people have shown up at this early hour. So, all right, give me a second. I'm just going to swap out the mouse. I was using the wrong mouse. It's like, yay, that's not my streaming mouse. This is my streaming mouse. All right, cool. And just if you guys want to see something funny, here's me in double. So this is my backup camera over here. So if something goes wrong, I can switch to the backup camera. Also, because this camera is an iPhone, it only has so much charge. So I'm going to charge it while I'm having lunch. See if that'll get it through the day. But if for any reason towards the end of the stream it loses power, I got the backup. I'm prepared. I am prepared. Gotta love redundancies. All right. And we have Skiz. I want to throw that T in there and I don't know why. Skiz is in the house. Live stream trades where we all make money. Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic stream. I will probably do, a few swing trades live on the show too. So we have that coming up, which will be fun. Prairie Investor. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Candace, on reaching two fantastic milestones. 400, I was going to say 4,000 subs and the 200th stream. Yeah, this is live stream number 200. Holy banana bread. So that's a lot of live streams. And considering each one is, an hour, some of them are 2. There's even some in there that are 3. That's a lot of talking. That is a lot of talking. But I feel like I'm going to talk enough today to really, really compete with them. Skiz says, maybe we create our very own pump and dump. Well, I don't know if I want to do that per se, but we're here today. We're going to watch things happen. And maybe if there's some big news stories that happen while we're on the air, we can look at that live. That would be kind of pretty cool. Prairie says, as our fantastic host would say, hold on to your seatbelts, folks. This is going to be a good one. Yeah, absolutely. We're here. Now, speaking of that, oh boy, the XEI deep dive. So I don't know how I missed this, but it's a biggie. Back in July, this month, at the beginning of this month, I did a deep dive on XEI. I forgot to remove it from the pool. So when I pulled up the new vote, I put it up for voting again by mistake. You guys voted it to the top. Today's deep dive is a video on XEI. Now, it's a little different than the first one because I did go into a couple of other documentations. So it's different, but I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that managed to slip by me, slip by you guys. We all just it slipped by us all. So I apologize ahead of time. Now, because that happened, when we do our next ETF deep dive, the other ETF that pretty much almost won and actually tied just after the vote had been closed was QQQY. So QQQY gets the next ETF deep dive. So just putting that out there for you. Skiz says, only a matter of time before she's taking paid sponsorships. That's true. I'm not going to lie. That is absolutely true. But I will say I've had some scummy ones already approach and saying, "Hey, here's a crypto coin you've never heard of. Would you like to We'd like that. We'd like a commercial on your channel." I'm like, "Yeah, no." Do they not watch the live streams and how I make fun of crypto? This is something I do ask. I do ask this. All right. Let's see. Ski says, I wonder if she'll be ringing the bell for market open. Well, yes. I am absolutely ringing the bell for market open, just clearing the way to get the bell out. So yeah, we will be ringing the bell twice today. So you get it 2 times. Mario's in the house with a good morning, everyone. And we got Mary in the house saying good morning, everyone, as well. So that's pretty darn cool. All right. Let's do some day trading. Let's do some day trading, says Mary. We'll definitely take a look at the market. We'll see if I can get an open. It'd be great if I can find an opening and a close on a trade today. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look for that. All right. Jonathan says, celebrate 4K. Come on. Yeah, let's do it. Let's ring the bells, put the confetti in the air, fireworks, skywriting, all of that fun stuff. Let's go. Hi, all. Happy Friday. What was that website URL? Okay, so the one that I was showing you guys with the pre-markets right over here, believe it or not, this is just CNN Business. They have a nice little interface, easy to see. I like the map. So that is very, very, very easy. You just go to CNN.com and go to their market. There's probably a better one out there. But I have been using this one for a little bit just to get a glance. I mean, they can't mess that up. So that's not too shabby. All right. Yes, and 9 is in here. This is a great point. So as you guys remember, when we did those, the daily market close over Christmas, we were trying to give away a lot of memberships, and we were trying to give one to Skiz, but Skiz could not win. Well, we finally figured out maybe why. If Skiz's account is a brand account, for some reason, YouTube will not let brand accounts win. I don't know why. It's just a thing. So Skiz, let's find out if you are a brand account, because that is maybe what's going on. No, Skiz is saying no. My YouTube account has to be too old to be a brand account. How could I tell? I think there's a page you can go to. I think there is a page you can go to. Now, I just noticed, I'm going to come back to Skiz here in a moment. Holy banana bread, we got a super chat or a super sticker from Funny Books. A super sticker of $20. Thank you very much, Funny Books. I appreciate that big time. Holy banana breads. You guys have started this show off in an explosive way. All right. Meow is in the house. Good AM, everybody. 9 says Mountain Finance probably knows how to check. I have to go for a bit. No worries. I don't expect everybody to be here through the entire stream. If you are, holy banana bread, you guys are awesome. I can't wait. I just can't wait for this day to continue, I guess. I was going to say for this day to end. It's like, no, I just can't. I'm looking forward. I've been looking forward to this. I've been really, really looking forward to this. In fact, that whole XCI mistake, I think is because my mind was focused on this. I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. That's my excuse. I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to that one. Ian says, hello, I just got here, got to drive, be back in 20. Okay, Ian, we'll see you in 20 minutes. And here's Funny Books, our hero of the hour, the goat of the morning thus far. Good morning, excited to be here. I'm excited to have you guys here, all of you. Funny Books, Mario, Skiz, Muhammad, Meow, 9. So, it's funny. Somebody once actually said in one of my live streams that when I shout them out, they feel like they're watching Romper Room. And, the lady with her little calendar, her little mirror, magic mirror, she named different kids. Funny thing is, it's like, I don't know how many episodes of that I watched as a kid, but my name never came out. How many of you guys were in that situation with the Romper Room lady? All right, Mario says, haha, I saw both video on XCI. Yeah. So I just don't know what to say about that one. Oh well, that'll be fine. Skiz, the people have spoken. XEI again, run it back. Yeah. Now, you guys also voted. You guys voted that we watch that video this afternoon at 2:00 when it releases. If we do, it's not going to be just a straight watching. I'm going to be critiquing it. I'm probably going to be making fun of myself. It's going to be a good old roast if we do that. Now, you guys voted yes, but now we did come into the situation where we've seen it twice. So I have to kind of ask, are we still wanting to do that? Maybe we'll drop a poll a little bit later to see. And Muhammad says, good morning, everyone. Who's thinking, I almost missed the open. It's 30 seconds away. I've got my bell. I am ready. We will get back to Muhammad here in a second. Muhammad, you've been put on the back seat by a bell. There's a shot to your confidence, right? Okay, we got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. The market is open. And we are open. The market is a go. All right. Well, let's get, actually, before we get into that, I want to quickly finish Muhammad. Good morning, everyone. Who's thinking of buying the dip in Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon? Yeah, they did have a little bit of a drop. I have a feeling, though, that they're going to rebound a bit today. I feel that. So we're going to see here in a moment. All right. let's say goodbye to the pre-markets because bang, they're no longer important. All right, let's let's switch over to our. It's funny. I was actually looking. I was going to build a world thing, but I didn't get around to it. All right, we'll get back to our main list here. I'm going to pull up Bitcoin. I'm going to try to pull up Bitcoin. Oh, I don't know what's happening, but anyway, we can see these for the moment. That's all we need to see. So, out of the gate, the TSX in the green, up 4.49%. S&P 500 up 0.64%. Ooh, look at that. NASDAQ is down 1.06%. Maybe I spoke too fast about that dip. And I added this one. This is the Dow Jones. Dow Jones Industrial. It is up 0.65%. I thought with this week, with the Dow Jones being the only one doing half decent, it's time to bring them into the fold. Gold is up 0.5%, silver down 0.32%. WTI oil is not having a great morning, down 1.21%. And Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin's up a full 2.37%. So that is not too shabby. All right. Now, let's pull up. We'll pull up our initial heat map. There's Canada. Look at this. Oh, let's turn everything back on because I turned it off last time. We got mostly green or gray, but yeah, the banks are doing okay. The railroads rebounding. We got a little bit of rebounding. C&Q, though, in the red, down 0.63%. Same idea here. Yeah, we got a little bit of green, of course, in our ETFs. But this is the start of the day. There's lots of time for things to change. And over here in the US, so here we go. So here is NVIDIA. So NVIDIA has already started to rebound a little bit. You can sort of see here. They've made a little bit of an improvement here. We'll see how that goes. I think they're going to have a half decent day. We got, of course, Meta's up. So yeah, there's definitely some good ones going up here. Where we got a little bit of, oh, well, look, the market's already changed. We're not even finished our initial review. The TSX is back into the red. It's down 0.39%. Sorry, that's Tesla. Never mind. What the hell was I looking at? The TSX is still doing fine, but the NASDAQ is down. So there is some companies in, I'm going to let's remove the green. Let's take a look and see if I can, whoops. Let's see here. These are the big losers right now in the US. FTV. That's pretty bad. I'm just going to bring back even the mild one. So you can see that Google is down out of tech. And I'm just going to technology services here. So Goo is down, Now is down. Let's pull this back. So Microsoft is actually up 0.20%. So I know that was one of the ones you were thinking, oh, this would be a good one to be buying the dip. So yeah, it's interesting. Now, keep in mind, I actually watched let me grab a coffee. I got my coffee here with me today, so it's doing good. I actually watched a video on Beavis Wealth yesterday, and it was kind of cool. It was all about buying the dip. And sometimes people do get buying the dip wrong or get a little bit too excited about buying the dip. So there are different things. And one of the points I think that that Mark Beavis had made in that video was a little bit about, not doing your homework before buying the dip. Because there can be dips that are not caused by the market. So, there can be, for example, if a company is having moving into a bad trend, making bad decisions, they could fall into a dip. And buying that dip may not be the smartest thing. So I did enjoy that video. I highly recommend if you guys are looking for something tonight, because, you got me all day. That's not a bad video. Not a bad video to jump into. All right. Now I'm going to pull everything back up here and let's move back. We'll visit this stuff throughout the day. Crypto, once again, look at this. This is a very healthy looking crypto market. We have a lot of green right across the board. And let's Oh yeah, let's jump into some coin I have never heard of. I'm just going to pull it down. I always like to. Well, we'll bring it down. I always like to click on a coin that I don't know what I'm about to click on. We'll take a green coin because everything is doing. Let's see this little one right here. What is this? Open custody protocol. I have no clue what that is. I've never heard of this coin. It's worth it's worth a penny. Ooh, you could have had it for almost 9 pennies a while back, but they have not been on a good trend. They're doing okay right now. No idea what this is. This is another coin I'm probably never going to buy. I'm never going to own, and I'll probably never know what it does. Unless, of course, one of you actually knows what it does. Drop that in the chat. There's about 14,000 plus crypto coins. This is just another coin I've never heard of. It makes me miss the good old days of Brett and Brett's cat. That's for sure. All right. Strange crypto coins. All right. Let's come back here to big screen here for a moment. And where are we at? We're down here. Skiz says, you've made it when Raid Shadow Legends asks for a spot. Ooh, they haven't yet, but I'm going to be looking forward to this. Romper Room, you totally just dated yourself. Maybe a little bit. Stan says, happy Friday. And then here's some tough bell talk. Ding, ding, ding. Bells. And Jonathan is saying Amazon to 200 for sure. We'll have to take a look. And we can watch that through the day as well. Okay, I'm going to pull something up here. Just give me a second. All right. That is why. All right, I'm just gonna, there we go. I'm gonna turn this just into its own little page. I'm just logging into the brokerage at the moment. All right, so let's take a gander here. All right, and we're gonna trade out of, we'll use this account here. All right, so let's go. So right now, I should bring this up. I should bring this up so you can see. All right, so we're going to trade out of this cash account at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to look. What are we going to trade today? Let's go with BTCC.B. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on my buy. And I'm just going to get myself ready to buy. BTCC.B. All right, so this here is one of these Bitcoin spot ETFs. Let's see here. All right. We'll go with, let's say 750. There we go. There's an amount. So we're going to buy this momentarily. I don't know where it's sitting at right now, but I am not going to. So I'm going to move this over for the second. We're going to bring this back. I am going to refresh this because I want to be able to see my charts. All right. Let's get back here. Let's see here. What am I looking at? Why is that being banana bread head? I'm just going to re-enter the page. Trading view. Here we go. Let's bring it up. See what's going on. There we go. I got my charts back. All right. All right. So we're going to take a look at crypto. Let's get the full chart here. All right. So right now we got an upwards trend. This makes it a little bit difficult to look for an opener. So what I'm thinking is, we got some movement this way. I want to see this start to come down because I'd like to get in on a lower point. I'm not going to buy right here. I will not buy right here because chances are we might get a drop. So right now it's sort of sitting at this. So what I will normally do is I'll bring this over. And you might be saying, but wait a minute. Whoops. Let me do this. I'm actually going to move this all the way over to this side. There we go. Bang. This way here, I want to be able to just see this candle. That's the only candle I'm really worried. I can shrink this a little bit. So you might be saying, okay, but look, you're looking at BTCC.B. Okay, that's interesting. But here's my thing. Right now, this is not a great entry point. It's not a great entry point. Um, and because this is Bitcoin and not BTTCB, you can see I've got this down here right now. This here moves really, really close to the movement of here, to the point that I don't even have to look at BTCC.B. I can just look at Bitcoin itself and watch as it comes down. Now, it is starting to come down. Where is my thing? My thing went away. BTCB, not BTCC.B. There we go. All right, so we'll put this in. Right now we're at 1332. We're looking at what, 750 limit price. And I always put my limit prices in because that way there I know that I am not going to pay more than that. Now, I would still like this to come down a little bit more, and it is. So I can refresh this and sort of see what's happening. So look there, we're down to 1329. This is getting better. All right. So I'm actually thinking 1328, maybe 27 would be a not bad price to get in for now, because we're not going to do a long trade. This is going to be a pretty short trade. So let's see here, 1328. I want 27. I'm going to hold out for that to the point that it could. There we go. There's our 27, and it's still falling. Look at it. It switched over to red, so that's a good sign. So maybe I could get 26, but honestly, 27 is not a bad location. I'm going to take the 27. All right, we're going in. We're going in. There we go. So we've now just bought this. And we're sitting here. We got 750 of them. We actually got it at 26.07. So we did get the 26 pretty much. So I am going to, later on, I'm going to sell this. And I will put this up here. BT, sorry. I don't need to do it that way. Whoops, close out of that. I'm going to sell this now. So I'm going to sell at, I'm going to put in a limit price here. So we got 13. So we bought it at 1326 and change. So 1327, we've made like $7. That's not enough. I'm looking at, let's sell this thing around 13, maybe 1340. We can look at it that way. It really depends, because where I'm streaming, I can't really pay attention super amount to it. So we're going to go with something a little bit, something that I don't have to pay attention to. And now, as Skiz says, opening with a BTC trade, how unconventional. Maybe so, maybe so. It's just nice and simple and easy, and I can sort of look at it. Now, you can sort of see right now. Right now, if I were to sell it, I would get 1328. So I would basically make $14. That's pretty much what I would make at this point. And it's still moving back up. So, I probably, if I was paying, if I'm paying attention, probably at the top of this, I would be like, okay, at the top of this wick, I probably would sell. And I don't know how much it was at the top of the wick, to be honest. So that's the whole thing. So right now it's up to 30, so 1330. So yeah, even if I sold here at 1330, I am, I'm in like, what's that, $28. So, and this is the type of thing you're kind of rinsing and repeating as you're going, as you're moving along. Let's see here. It's still at 30. So that'll be fine. All right. Mike says 1350. Jungle saying this is different. This is different. Skiz says shoot for the moon. It'll be better content. Probably would. Now we're getting closer to the top of that. And keep in mind, we're not going to do this all day at all. And it's still sitting at around 1330. So 1340 is probably high. Probably would get there eventually today, but it's a situation. Do I want to wait? It's, it's kind of the way things go. It really depends on the volatility. And a lot of times I will watch, like I usually don't get in right away. I like to watch the candle, see what it's doing before I sort of plan on where I'm going to go with it. So in this case here, I probably will be happy. Actually, I'll be happy around 35 on this one. So I'm looking at 35. I'm just going to submit that right now. So I have that as an order. That way there, I don't even have to pay attention to it. We can come back to doing other stuff. All right. Ian's back. Welcome back, Ian. Always good to see you. All right. Just give me 1 second here. Whoops. All right. I am pulling up something. All right. There we go. I just got something on the move. I have, so today, one of the guests that we're looking at bringing in, I believe JJ is going to join us a little bit later. So that's going to be cool. And it's actually really interesting. So this stream right now, for the people on the West Coast, it's pretty darn early in the morning. So I'm expecting a lot of those folks to sort of meander in around lunchtime, lunchtime Eastern time. So that's going to be kind of cool. All right, just give me 1 second. I'm uploading a couple little things that I didn't upload. There we go. So I did create this little thing. Anytime that I want you guys to hit a certain button, I have this. Here we go. Actually, that's not what I was looking for at all. Give me, oh boy. I actually deleted, yeah, that was kind of funny. Let's, oh boy, that was hilarious. Oh, and it's not compatible. Wonderful. All right. Oh, the technology, you absolutely have to love it. But there's more than one way to skin a beast. Let's do it this way here. Let's go. All right. Here's the little thing I made. It should work this way, I think. Okay, once again, that's not the one. You think I should be rehearsing this, right? I should have practiced before I did my thing here. All right, here we go. All right, this should work. This should work. All right, this is the right one. Watching the 4,000 subs celebration open to close live stream. Thank you all for your support. And before we get back to the show, please hit that like button as it really does help the channel. Are you guys hearing this at all? Did you guys hear it? That's my question. I'm going to remove that for the moment. Were you guys able to hear that? Because if you can't hear that, that's a problem. That is a problem. All right. I'm going to, all right, going to get rid of that. Going to get rid of that. All right, let's get back to this. Okay, let's see here. Jordan's in the house. Good morning, Candace. I stayed up all night just to be up to catch this morning's part of the stream. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, part of the mountain. It was the mountain. Sorry, the finance matrix. There we go. I see finance and I just want to throw mountain in front of it. Dear gosh. Tim's in the house. Good morning, everyone. Skid says, I was impressed either way. Marion's in the house with a hello, everyone. Skid says, I can hear it. Yes, we have. Okay, perfect. Because I had no audio. And I'll tell you why this was an issue. If the audio wasn't working on that, that's my lunch video is the same way. Then I'd be like, uh-oh. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Mary says yes. Jordan saying 5 by 5. All right, yes. Awesome. Tim says, I hit like. So yes, I heard it. Perfect. And Keith says, good morning, all. Good to see you, Keith. Good to see you. All right. Now, just taking a gander over there. Okay, nothing has happened yet over on that trade that we set up. It's still going. Let's, however, I'm going to pull this over here. I'm glad I have so much screen room that I can drag things all over the place. All right, let's go back in and take a gander at the markets. See if there's been any big movement. Not really. As you can see, it's actually looking a lot healthier. The TSX is now up to 0.69. S&P 500. The NASDAQ has come back. That's our big news right now. The NASDAQ seems to have recovered. We're getting a little bit of a green rally. Dow Jones looking good. Gold's looking good. Silver and oil, not so much. Bitcoin looking fantastic so far. So that's kind of interesting. Do we have any big winners on the TSX? So now I'm going to get rid of the losers. Let's take a look. CN, holy banana bread. Look at this. All right, let's go into their chart. Now, mind you, this is impressive going up, what is it, 1.58%. But you got to take in consideration, they did have a big correction yesterday. So this may be partially just some recovery on that. But nonetheless, they are doing fantastic. All right. Anybody else in here? Here's Galaxy is up there at 6.08. So Galaxy Digital Holdings. So let's take a look here. Yeah, they had a little bit of a bump up as well. What about in the US? Now, I better bring everything back, and we're going to just jump. We're going to skip the ETS for now. That's not too important. The US, once again, let's see who our big winners are. Let's get rid of the losers. Bye-bye, losers. All right. So some of our big winners, NVIDIA, Meta, United Health up 2.85%. So yeah, we're having a pretty interesting day on the market. I think it'll be, I've been calling a green day for today for a bit. I think it's going to stay in the green. I think we're going to be fantastic for that. So that's kind of cool. All right. And of course, yeah, and crypto is doing really, really good. I do think we're going to see a strong day. Now, I am going to quickly see if we got any active news on the front, because you never know. All right, actually, let's go here. We're going to use BNN Bloomberg just for our active news for the day. So this is kind of almost a given. So the Fed in the U.S., they are starting to signal that they're looking at doing a rate cut in September. I think the market's already priced in a September rate cut down in the U.S., and I think we will get that. That will be good. It'll also alleviate a lot of the fears that we're getting too far ahead of them when it comes to the rate cuts. So we are looking at some goodness. We are looking at some goodness. This is just a funny title. Trudeau pledged to slow immigration. The Bank of Canada has doubts. Honestly, I probably have doubts as well, but that's fine. That's fine. So we got a little bit of news happening as it's booming up and around. All right, let's pull that back for the moment. We'll get back to the big screen. We'll have a little bit of coffee here. Oh, always good. Always good. I saw something kind of funny yesterday. I wanted to mention this. So I'm originally from Nova Scotia, so Halifax. And I was watching Meet Kevin yesterday, and he was saying, I was actually watching his open yesterday morning. And he was saying, he started to talk about schooner. He was like, oh, he says, I want a schooner. Schooner's the best. And as he was talking about it, I was like thinking, we got a beer in Nova Scotia called Schooner. And lo and behold, that's exactly what he was talking about, because when he was trying to tell people what Schooner was, he brought up a picture of a can of Schooner beer. And I was just like, oh, that's interesting. So I just assumed. I didn't really know that that Schooner had a bit of an international market, but I remember Schooner. It's a Nova Scotia staple. Well, for the beer drinkers, I don't drink, so it's kind of funny. Well, I used to drink, but yeah, I thought that was just amusing. Very, very, very amusing. So we got that. All right, and let's give us a second here. All right, we got some news on that trade that we made. I'm going to pull it back up. Let's bring it up. So it has executed at 13.35. So that's basically that's it's a little bit of money, not a lot, but it's a little bit of money. So um, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So now we're in a situation where it comes to trade wise that well, yeah, here it is. Look at this. Bitcoin went up. I probably, honestly, if I had set it to 40, it looks like I probably would have hit it. So as it is right now, we'll wait for Bitcoin to retract a little bit and we'll move in again and we'll do another one. But I mean, this one's not too shabby. Like, so let's see here. Basically basically almost 9. So we didn't quite make $75, but we made a little over around $68 on that move. So, and that's the thing. That's kind of what trading is, right? You're not making a ton of money with every trade, but if you're doing this, and let's say you do that 10 times in a day and you make $68 every time, well, then then you've made $680. That's just kind of the way that trading works. So you look for your trade, you get your opportunities. Some days, though, you don't get that opportunity. Today we did. We're able to see that retracement. And, if it comes back down to here, like I probably, now that we know that we're sitting at a little higher, I might make an entry a little higher than I did the last time. So the last time, as you can see here, we did 1327 as our entry point. I probably be willing to enter at about 1330, perhaps. But we'll go back to this if we get a slip back in Bitcoin and we make another entry point on that. So that's not too shabby. Yeah. So how much did you make on your BTC trade? So about roughly around $68, plus or minus $1, just because I haven't done the exact math in my head because there is that little tiny fraction in there. And also my calculator is currently in my phone, which is being used as a camera. So that's not too shabby. Ooh, this is exciting news. Exciting news. So Armax has reported their dividend at $13 at $13.50. So $13.50. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. See if we have it. I don't know if we have it in here. We may have to actually go to the web page, but let's pull it up. Our good old Armax, and let's see here. Yeah, $13.50. So that works out to a 9.348% yield. But keep in mind too, they have kind of exploded a little bit since they've come out. So they started at 16, they're now at 17.33, and now we're looking at a half decent dividend. Let's see, the ex-dividend date is the 31st. So we got a few days if you want to add any more to this. I don't know what their payout is. Let's find out. Let's go over here. Key data, perfect place to get that dollars. All right. Let's take it over here. Let's see. Oops, right down here. So they're going to pay out August 8th. Now, August 8th, when you see a pay date and it tells you that date, that's the day they pay your broker. Generally, you see it the next day in your account. So it normally takes a day. With some brokers, it can take a little longer, but normally it's just a day. All right. That's exciting news, Roku. Very exciting news. I'm really happy to see that. Skiz says $68. That's half a day's pay for some people. Yeah, it is. And you'll notice we just made that kind of off the cuff, just on the side there. That's, keep in mind though, that could have gone the other way. There are times like let's pull this back up here. So there are times that I may have made a buy, in about here. And well, it has been moving up a bit. It could have switched around. So in a case like that, I got a couple of options. One is, you could have a stop loss set up and say, okay, I'm going to take a loss at some point. Two is wait it out. Because it is going to come back up. But the downside to waiting it up is that ties up those funds. So you can't use them to earn any more. Now, in my case here, I'm not using leverage. I'm just using, straight cash. But some people will actually use leverage because let's say, for example, that account has like 12 in it. Some people may not have that amount, right? They may be looking at, They may only have, like, if you've only got a couple $1,000, and you want to start making a little bit of an income, you may want to start looking at leverage. That's a way that you can play with more than you actually have. So now looking at this, we've moved into the next hour. Well, yeah, we hit 10 o'clock. So we've started a new candle. And this is the kind of thing, it's really interesting. I like to sort of play within that hour's candle. So right now, here is the bottom of that candle. We're going to see what it's going to do. So I want to see the behavior. So I'll probably watch this for a little bit, and we will see how it is going to go. I'm going to grab my coffee. Very good. So we will play with this a little bit. And as you can see, it may come back down. It's hard to say. Now, the other thing too, and this is one of the reasons I love TradingView, because somebody asked me the other day, they were like, what's great about TradingView? I have so much in one place. Like down here, these are the news stories down here. I'll just click on it to open up the news section. So I can see right now that there's, let's see, so VecEck places a 52.4 million price tag on Bitcoin. But how is that possible? I'd have to read the article to find out what happened in crypto, some of the different things. Now, this is this one. Now, let's raise, for example, NVIDIA. Let's go to NVIDIA. We'll pull up their chart. So here you can see, yeah, they have, there was this, but they're doing better. They're doing a little better. I'd like to see them get back up above their moving averages. So NVIDIA among chip stocks clawing back, what investors should watch for. So there's a lot of good articles that are in here. So some of the times if I see a movement in a chart and I don't know what's going on, I'll see the news right there. And some of the big drivers will pop up in that news list. So it's one of the reasons that I do like TradingView. Now, I will point out, I'm in no way sponsored by TradingView. I'm not trying to sell TradingView. I'm just explaining kind of the things that I like about it. So there's just a whole bunch of nice stuff. I love how everything is very custom. Oh my God, this has gotten so long. That's because I keep adding stuff. So we also have in here, so right here, this is the 0 to 100K. So these are just the stocks that are in that 0 to 100K, which is cool. So right now, if we look today in that list, let's go this way here. So BTCY is doing the best. YNVD, well, I did add. Now you guys know that one's added. They're up there too. CN's doing good. So yeah, you can sort of see Bird Construction. It's kind of a neat little thing. Now we do have as well, and I always forget to mention it, but we actually do have where the heck is it? Let's see, that's our MC list, market close. Yeah, market close. This is our market close watch list. These are the stocks that you guys have added. So in that group, our big one is, Hammond. So Hammond Power Solutions is up at the top. They're up 8.16% today. So that's good. Always good to see Hammond starting to do a bit of a rebound. DeFi's up there. TXRH, Celsius, CN, Brookfield Corporation. So there's a whole bunch that are up there as well. That's not cool. That is cool. That's not cool. No, it's cool. I like it. I love it. So it does have, now the other big thing too, and we're going to see this in the video that I'll play for you guys at lunch. I'm going to show you how I use this to sort of make videos. So some of the data that I can pull from this, we'll look at that as well. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I can't wait. Muhammad says, when is it time to take profit? My Agree Realty ADC is up 25%. That's the thing. This is where it boils down to yourself. Like, you can take profit. So let's say, for example, this is how some people will do it. All right, we'll go to the whiteboard. Let's pull this over here. So let's say, for example, you've invested $1,000. So you have put in, and that'll be your principal. We'll just put, that'll be your principal. So you've got $1,000 that you invested in a stock. And so we'll say that stock is now worth, let's say the stock goes up and it's now worth $1,100. We're just picking these because they're nice, easy numbers. So there's a couple of things that you can do here. So right now you have $100 in profit that's sitting there. So you, of course, whoops, wrong side bracket. So at this point, you got a couple of options. You can move out, maybe move it to a different asset. So you can take the whole 1,100. But if you still have confidence and you still think, okay, this is probably going to go up further, one of the options is that you can look at, for example, let me click on this. So you could take the $100. So there you go. You got your profits off the table, and that still leaves you with, that $1,000 principal. And it's kind of like, whoa, what did I spell there? All right. So you still have the $1,000 principal. So that does leave you with, with extra money. It's almost like it's like you have an apple tree and you're just taking the apples each year off of it. So that's one option. But now let's look at a completely different option. And this is another way that some people will handle things. So instead of $1,000, well, we'll still say you have $1,000. Let's say you have $1,000, your principal. Well, in this case here, let's say you picked a stock that exploded and it's now worth $2,000. So you're looking at $1,000 of profit. So in a case like this, what some people will do is it's almost the same thing, but it's different in this way. So let's say you took that $1,000. Whoops. Helps if I get another letter in here. There we go. So let's say you take the $1,000. That would still leave you with $1,000, but technically you could say that's the $1,000 of profit, because what you've just taken is you've taken your principal back. And at that point, that $1,000 you're playing with, no matter what happens to it, you're still, you can never go in the red. It's impossible because you have your principal back. So some people will do that. And some people, for example, might. So back in this case here, what you might do is you may take that $100 and you might look at it as saying, okay, well, I have the $100. So now I'm trading with 900 principal and 100 profit. So you could go that route and say, okay, well, now I can only technically lose $900 if, everything went bad. So it's kind of a different way to sort of look at it and sort of determine how you want to do it. So I always say taking profit is never it's never a bad thing. All right. All right, so Skia says, I can also see your trading view update far faster than my tickers, but I also day trade and I invest and forget. Exactly. And I'll tell you why. So when we go back to trading view, I am subscribed to, I do have the paid version, and I'm also subscribed to the Canadian updates. So that way there, I get real time. So these here are all updated real time. Let's go back to the main list. So right now, this is all real time, except for the NASDAQ. That one has a 15-minute delay. So you get a little D if you have a delay on it, but these are all real time up to the second. Now, when you're making faster trades, and let's take a look at Bitcoin again. Look, we're starting to get a bit of red here. That's good. Yeah, we might have a potential entry point coming up. But I'm going to watch this for a little bit longer just to get a better feel to see if we're going to, because this does make me a little nervous. We've been going up for so long. There is a good potential for a downtrend. So there is a good, and if there's going to be a downtrend, I don't want to be buying at the top of that downtrend. I want to be buying at the bottom of that downtrend. So that's something I'm going to pay attention to on here to see what is going on. All right. Ian says, I've been killing it with ZWK. Wish I bought more. It's the BMO covered call US Bank ETF. What do you think about American banks? Good time to buy. It's up a lot. Thanks. So here's the thing with American banks, especially one thing I would stay away from is regional banks. So stay away from any like even state banks. I would probably avoid them. I would look for the big, your big blue chip American banks. I think they're going to do well. If they get their first rate cuts in September, then yeah, that's really going to be a good thing for them. So that's not a shabby thing. That's not a shabby thing at all. All right. Jackie's in the house. Hi, everyone. Congratulations on the 4,000 subs. You rock. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. It's so good. I mean, it's good. And now we're at that point that we have to start thinking about what am I going to do at the 5,000 subs? Because, we do come up with something every single time. So, and it's funny. There's always a few. I had somebody who said, "Oh, for the 5,000, you should do the Hot Ones challenge again. That was funny." And I'm like, well, you can always just watch that one over again. But maybe we will do something with hot sauce again. I absolutely. I still have. Actually, I've got 2 bottles left from that challenge because I've used all the other stuff. I have Da Bomb. I got a lot of that left. And the Last Dab, their last, their signature hot one. I still have some of that. So those are both very, very hot. So somewhere down the road, I will put some on something and I will eat it. It will happen. I almost feel like the sweats are coming on just thinking about it, but it's going to happen. It will happen again. You guys will see it again. Don't worry. It'll just be a smaller version. It won't be a whole video on it, but maybe one small little challenge type thing. It'll definitely happen. All right. Burgers says, you never go broke taking profits. That is true. That is true. There is nothing wrong with taking profits at all. And as you guys can see right now, as we're watching here, that little candle, and I'm just wondering if I can make this a little bigger so you guys can see it a bit better. Here we go. Drag this down. There we go. I think there we go. Makes it a little bit bigger. As you can see, it's kind of not knowing whether it's going to go up or down. So it's really not at a good spot at this moment. I mean, it could turn and completely blow up. That's a possibility. But right now, I'm kind of getting a feel for what it's going to do. And my gut is telling me we might be looking at a little bit of a movement down on this. So we'll have to see. We'll continue to see. We're here, like I said, we're here all day. So we have lots of time. Ian says, my biggest winners in my portfolio were my biggest losers at one point. And Skiz says, stick it to the banks. Banks that get bailed out. Yeah, that does happen. That does happen sometimes. So, but yeah, I can definitely understand that sentiment. All right. I did say that I would drop a link here. So I'm going to give you guys opportunities. Yeah, it's up to you guys. It doesn't matter to me. As I said, we've got JJ who's going to join us eventually. It's probably still a little bit too early for him, but if any of you do want to come on the air anytime today, I will every so often drop a, there we go. Let's do it right now. I will drop one of these links. So you are absolutely welcome to come on. We'll chat. You don't even have to be on long. It's one of those things. It's just it's kind of a celebration video, so I don't care. I'm also prepared to completely talk all day long if I have to. But the link is there. I will mention to you guys. The best way to do this is if you are using a computer. I would usually recommend going in through Chrome. The StreamYard doesn't seem to like a lot of the other apps. Now, if you're using your phone or you're using your tablet, usually I believe there is a StreamYard app that you can use. So that's something you can certainly do. So yeah, absolutely. It's completely up to you guys. If you show up, I'll bring you on. That's fine. The only thing I would ask is anybody who does come on, remember we're family friendly. So, use words your mom wouldn't, that your mom would approve of. Or then again, I know some moms that that list is very wide and expansive. So, be professional. That's all I say. Um, Actually, in all the streams, it's funny. In all of the streams I have done, I've only had, especially back when I used to have guests. When I used to have guests, I had one person use the S word once. So that was it. That was it. It was actually Tim Danter from the Danter Banter. So and he instantly knew he shouldn't have said that one word. But hey, it's fine. One S word is not going to be bad. All right, let's see here. All right, JJ is awake. Okay, says nah, I'm here. Fantastic, good to see you. So whenever you want, like I said, there's no pressure. Like I said, I'm prepared to do it alone, do it with guests. I'm going to adapt as the day goes on. It's all good. And Ian says I'm eating right now. Nice, nice. Burger says maybe I will. Well, maybe you should. So we'll have to see. Skiz says who's brave enough to get on cam like Candace? That's I don't know if it's brave. It's kind of one of those things. A lot of times, especially if you've never done it before, you get the nerves. The nerves come up, and you're like, oh boy. Like I remember the first time I ever went live, I was just like, okay, got some nerves. But as soon as I started talking, as soon as I started going, it's like, yeah, there's no nerves. They're gone. It's fine. And even when I'll even go back to what I used to do long ago, is I used to train people how to troubleshoot and how to fix technology issues, mostly internet connections, things like that. And I every time I had a new class, I was always a little nervous before, getting in front of the class and starting. But I mean, once I started, I was fine. And then each day after that, I was fine, for the length of that class. So it's one of those things. It's kind of, it's a fun thing, I think. Skiz says, I'm too shy. Okay, no problem. Alexandra says, hey, a longtime follower over here. Thank you, Candace. Keep up the awesome work. Well, thank you. And I know that you're a longtime follower because I know I've seen your name more than once. Speaking of that, well, not speaking of you, but speaking of just Bitcoin, look at this. It is coming down. It's starting to move down a little bit. That's what I was hoping for, which is funny because right now, the trader side of me is like, crash, Bitcoin, crash. Come on, drop, because I'm looking for a good entry point. So, that's cool. I still would like to see it. I would definitely like to see it get below this green candle it's sitting next to. And that would be absolutely cool if I could get down in here, and then definitely get in. But I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to see what it's doing right now. Right now, it's moving down, and I like that. And we can see it as it continues. So that's great. That is very good. JJ says, I'll hop on soon. There we go. Just got to figure out some stuff and making the morning tea. Oh, yes. You want to always have a beverage with you. So I got my coffee. Now, I'm only going to have, this will surprise you guys, I'm only going to have 2 coffees through this entire day. I do, of course, once the coffee's gone, I got a wall of bubbly behind me. So not like I won't have something to drink, just going to only have 2 coffees. So, because that's normally in my day, I pretty much only do a couple of coffees. All right, Burger says, let me do my hair first. All right, that's fair enough. And Ian says, when I'm done my breakfast, I will come on the stream. Don't want to talk with my mouth full. And I think the audience appreciates that too. That's one of the reasons that I went with the idea of let's just make a bit of a video that I can play while I eat, because then I don't have to eat. The big exception, of course, was on the Hot Ones challenge. Of course, I had to eat because that was kind of what the challenge is all about. But and Bitcoin continues to fall. I'm liking it. I am liking it. This is goodness. So hopefully hopefully if it keeps going, and we'll tell, like, I can usually tell from its behavior. Like right now, it hit a little bit of resistance. We got a little bit of movement back up, but let's bring that down. While that's happening, let's take a look over here and at the market. The TSX is still doing good. Look at this; it's up 0.72%. S&P 500 up 0.87%. NASDAQ up 0.61. Dow Jones, they're kicking butt, up 1.30. Gold is looking a nice full 1% up. Silver is close to getting back into the green. Look at that. There we are. There we are. It's back in the green as we spoke. Oh, now it's back to flat. Now it's back in the red. It's hard to keep a live running commentary, but we try. We try. Oil still well down, and Bitcoin still doing good. But heck, I wouldn't mind seeing that number come down a little bit while I look for the entry point, of course. So all of that fun stuff over on the heat maps. And I'm just going to, once again, we're going to just look at the winners for now. So both railroads looking fantastic. Vic will be happy. Now, I'm sure this is way too early for Vic, but he'll be happy because Constellation Software is up 1.06%. And we know he is screaming for 5,000. We got a little ways to go. We're sitting at 43.95. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to hit 5,000 this year, but you never know. You never know. Sometimes stranger things can happen. All right, switching over to the U.S., and I've only got the winners turned on right now. As you can see, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, tech is having a pretty good day. NVIDIA, and what's this? Broadcom. So yeah, they're doing good. They're doing good. We got a lot of, even Amazon is up 1%. So that is not too shabby. So not too shabby. Ferrari says, in theater, don't they say one should imagine the audience naked to combat the nerves? It's funny. If I was imagining the audience naked, I would probably be giggling. I don't know if that would help with my nerves too much, but plus I would probably want to hire extra cleaning crew for the seats because a lot of naked people. Those seats aren't going to be. They're not going to be ready. They're not going to be fit. Ian says, I hit my portfolio goal on Blossom this morning. Expected some confetti or something. Kind of underwhelming. Really? I will have to. The next time they come to us and start asking for our input, I will mention they should have something there. Something. Maybe tell them to crank it up over there. Just a suggestion. I agree. There definitely needs to be something, some sort of, even a congratulations or something, a little thing or something. What would be good is like a little congratulations that you could then share so that you could put it out as a post to say, hey, I hit my portfolio goal. That'd be kind of a good idea. All right. Burger says, bought some ASML for $8.86. All right. ASML. Another one of them tech stocks, and I'll bring it up here for you guys. Since we got the screen, ASML, here we go. All right. So ASMN Holdings, 888. And what did you get it at? 886. All right, so it's up a little bit. It's up a little bit, not too shabby. All right, now let's just take a gander at them. So basically, yeah. So they have, of course, lithography systems. So basically semiconductors, but tech nonetheless. So not too shabby at all. I think chips are always going to be a safe bet because no matter what happens. So even if we get a pullback, like we've had a little bit of a pullback on chips lately. They're always going to rebound. They're always going to be in demand. Most of our world is run on chips. Pretty much, you can almost name any modern technological device, and it probably has chips in it. So there's always going to be a demand, and those who are innovating with their chips. So, for example, NVIDIA, they're going to do good. A Home Depot ad popped up. Hopefully they don't sue me for copyright infringement because of it. I just laugh. Ever since the Paris Grand Slam hit me with a copyright thing on one of my previous lives, I'm like, oh, seriously? Seriously? But oh well, it happens. It does happen. So what can I say? All right, let's get back to the market here. Oh, look at this. Bitcoin is still coming down. It's coming down. That's what we want to see, folks. That's what we want to see. Bring it lower. Bring it lower. But we're getting closer to where I'm sort of thinking, okay, maybe. Now, like I said, I'd like to see it at least down to, and let's put a line in. Let's actually we'll add a line. All right. So what I'm looking for is I want to see it below this line. And we'll just stretch this over a bit. So I want to see it below this line for sure. And the way I will play it, for example, is if it goes below this line. Doesn't mean I'm going to buy at this line. But if it goes down, I will keep playing it. I might adjust this line. But if it starts to rebound and hits this line, I will definitely buy it then to prevent it from going back up. But that's why I'll adjust this line down. So that way there, I can just sort of see what's going on, what we can actually do to, to try to make a little bit of money here. But right now we got a little bit of buying pressure here. But I'm going to be confident. I'm going to be confident that Bitcoin's going to have a bad morning. Come on, Bitcoin, have a bad morning, please. All right. Now, the opposite of a bad morning is Enid's good morning. Hello, Enid. Good to see you. Ian says, invest in old Dutch chips. Oh, interesting. Jordan says, I'll come up in a short while. Just taking care of an errand. Awesome. Awesome, Jordan. Jordan, long-time viewer for sure. Muhammad says, Meet Kevin is a bit bearish for the next few months. Yes, he is. He is. He's kind of taken the stance that markets are going to be, in his words, they're going to be weenie babies until the U.S. election. I think he tends to be. This is the thing with Meet Kevin. I mean, he knows a lot of stuff. He does. He is a good resource, but you got to take some of his predictions with a little bit of salt because he does tend to be, especially on the bearish ones, he does tend to be a little overboard. I would love to be able to go back and sort of, and see every bearish prediction he's made and how many have not happened. There's a good number. There is a good number. But, you could say that he's being overly conservative. And sometimes that's not a bad way because if you plan for a bad event to happen and you take precautions and it doesn't happen, usually you're not worse for wear. You may have, maybe you lost a little bit of opportunity that could have been profit, but, there's nothing wrong with defensive investing. And sometimes you got to go with your gut. And so, because sometimes you're going to be right, sometimes, but not always. And I tend to be a little more tempered. I like to see data. I like to see stuff happening in the charts. So that way there I can make a call to say, okay, yeah, guys, it's time. Let's start cashing out and moving things into cash. But it's not. It is not time. And I will tell you guys, if I see something bad coming, I'm not going to keep it to myself. But I'm going to analyze the banana bread right out of it before I get into it with you guys. Well, backup camera's still working. So there we go. I thought that was funny. Yeah, two cameras. What's going on in this world? What's going on? Enid says, so happy to see the green background. I know. It is fantastic to have the green up there right now. So I am looking forward to that. I'm pretty confident. Like I said, before the day even began, I've been confident that I'm not probably going to have to change that today. I am expecting a green day today. Oh, that's good. So you know what they say? Oh, I should do something for Mary here. Just give me 1 second. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. All right. So if we were having a red day, this is my like message. If we were having a red day, here we go. Watching the 4,000 subs celebration open to close live stream. Thank you all for your support. And before we get back to the show, please hit that like button as it really does help the channel. But we're not having a red day, so we don't have to worry about it. Of course, any of you who have not yet hit the like, that was your cue. If you were waiting for a sign from the heavens, well, that was a sign from the Candace, but maybe not the same, but still. Just something to sort of throw up there. Prairie says, bad morning is what I was hoping for CNR. Was looking to pick up a few more today to average down. Oh, gosh, yeah. But no, CNR is doing well. CNR is doing well. And oh, look at Bitcoin, folks. You can see my... let me pull it up so you can see Bitcoin. It's getting close. Well, all right, it was. Now you can see it almost wicked down to my line. So I'm looking forward to just to get a little bit past here. And then we'll go into... we're going to buy this soon enough. Now, I'm just going to pull this up here. And I'm going to refresh it. This thing has like about a, about a 15 seconds. All right, I'll just log me back in here while it's slowly doing its thing. All right, here we go. There we go. We're back in. And I need to move this over here like that. Perfect. All right. Now I can set this up and have this sitting here and see. So we're looking. All right, so let's put in a buy here. All right, so BTC C.B. All right, and we were playing with what, 750? Yeah, that's what we were playing with. So now we're down to 1324. Oh, look at that. It crossed my line. It crossed my line. Oh, this is fantastic. All right, I'm going to get my limit order in here. So let's take a look. All right, so 1323, I'm going to put in 1323. I'm happy at that number, but I'm still going to pay attention because remember what I said. If it keeps going, right, I don't want to grab it here if I can grab it down here a little bit. So 1323, that's going to be my upper limit on that. So I'm hoping to see this drop lower than that. So we'll pay attention to that as we go a little bit. So that's kind of that idea. So if it starts to go back up at that point, yeah, we're going to get back in. But right now, so far, it's not. So far, oh, look at that. It's continuing to go down. This is awesome. Oh, we got JJ in the house. All right, I'm going to go to big screen now for the moment. And guys, let me introduce to you JJ. Hello, JJ. How are you doing?
Testing my mic. Can you hear me?
You got your mute on, JJ.
What about now?
We're not hearing you. I'm not. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have my mute on. Let me take a look here.
Because I mean, my mic should be.
I'm not hearing you, but I think everybody else is hearing JJ. So give me a second to figure out why I cannot hear JJ.
Yeah, apparently burgers can hear you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that it's me. I can't hear JJ, but you guys can hear JJ. All right.
It might be the
just talk a lot, JJ, while I figure this out here.
It might be your output. Because maybe you don't have your output speaker defined properly, so that might be the issue.
Let's see here. Yeah, I can see that everybody else can hear JJ. I just can't hear a thing, and I don't know why. I wonder if I might need to put.
Oh, Mohammed. So responding to your
let me try this.
I'm actually using pretty basic Razer Siren Mini mic. I actually don't think it's probably the best mic out there. I actually have this on the boom arm because
if there's something going on here.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, going back to Mohammed's question, I'm using the Razer
That's
Siren
weird.
Mini
This
mic
should be working.
for
This should be
gaming.
working.
So, but I'm actually thinking about upgrading my microphone to something
Okay.
even better, specifically for podcasts.
Is
So I'm actually working on creating my own YouTube channel eventually. So I will actually be having my own, my own studio eventually, and potentially collaborating with Candice as soon as she can work and hear me out. Oh, um, that's the funniest part. Candice, your mic is off, I think. This is the funniest part. Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, so awesome.
there we go. How about now?
Yes, Candice, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah, I can hear you now. Awesome.
Woohoo! We fixed it.
Minor
Okay.
technical issues, but nothing.
Welcome
Nothing
to
too
live
major.
TV. Well, live streaming. It's the same thing.
Live streaming, yeah. Hell yeah.
How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How's you? How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, it's it's one of these things. It's like it's really cool to actually start meeting some of you guys. So now you had one thing I wanted to mention. You had a chance to meet Vineet. How was that?
I did. So it was actually pretty awesome. So funniest part, this was totally unplanned at the beginning. So I originally was scheduled to go down to Toronto. So I'm from Montreal. So I originally scheduled to go down to Toronto for the Toronto Pride Parade
Mhm.
weekend. And so the day before I left with my partner, Vineet pretty much just casually messaged me and was like, "Hey, what's going on? Like you're the first person to actually like Vineet said he wanted to reach out to me and be like, oh, he was like, oh, you're the first person I want to reach out to you because like your whole story and everything was like, I feel like we had a great vibe going on." And the funniest part, he was telling me about options trading, and I had a minor red flag going on. Like, okay,
All
very
right.
very interesting.
Just give me
And
1 second. There is a lawnmower going by outside my window.
no worries.
All right, there we go. I was
I'm
like,
actually yeah, so I'm actually gonna link because Mohammed in the chat was asking what microphone I'm using. Well, keep in mind
okay,
I can't
sure.
actually hear my own microphone, but just gonna link the Amazon website for him if he ever wants to check it out later.
Absolutely.
I
See
mean,
if it lets you.
I think it's a pretty good like starter mic for like gaming and everything. But I did want to upgrade it to like a
Mhm.
proper podcast mic.
Yeah,
Eventually, maybe the best one, the Shure SM7, but it's like, oh my god,
yeah.
it's like super expensive.
If it doesn't let you link it, then drop it in private chat, and I'll just copy paste it over.
Yeah, I'm gonna see this is gonna work.
Oh, there we
Can
go.
you?
We got something. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So going back to the Vineet story, he was like, oh, so I saw your profile, like your portfolio, and it was casually asking how much you're making a month, and I gave him a very, I guess, low baller amount. And he was like, okay, interesting. So he then told me that he was looking at the basics, option trading, everything. I was like, hey, if you're down in Toronto and stuff, because that's where I'm from, like, let's meet up. And so I was like, interesting. I was like, okay, cool, because we did eventually have some good chats. So I gave him my phone number and we decided to chat. And then we met up in one of like the biggest malls in uptown Toronto. I'm not
Mhm.
sure if you're familiar with Markham and everything. So that's where we met up.
Okay.
And yeah, did some backstories. He was very interested in how many income streams and everything I have, how I built this. I would say a pretty decently sized portfolio given my age, and so everything. Yeah, So
Yeah.
that's how it went. We had a pretty good chat for 2 hours. And
Mhm.
at the same time, he had to go to the Apple store that was there because there was something wrong with his phone. So
Oh, fun.
yeah. So that's a little bit about that. And we've kept in contact since then. And I actually told Vineet, like, we should collab on a YouTube channel, because I had an idea to, ask like regular individuals, no matter if you're American or Canadian, on just your view, like your financial viewpoints from a typical average person.
Mhm.
And I wanted to basically get me to like hop on the channel as well and as do it as a practice run.
Okay,
Well,
very cool.
so
Very
we'll
good.
see if he eventually shows up or not. But yeah.
So that's your general idea with your channel, because I know that you're planning to have a channel.
Mhm.
So is it going to be more like a viewpoint channel, or is it going to be more commentary, or what are you sort of aiming at?
I wanted to play into the YouTube algorithm a little bit, be like a be a financial based channel. Obviously. But I was thinking like my first video on this one would be like how I built this pretty big 6-figure portfolio in my early 20s and get that as a launching point, hopefully. And then it would be more tailored towards I want to put more towards podcast style. So doing like budgeting, financial auditing in a way, kind of play it off of. I don't know if you're familiar with Caleb Hammer, who runs like the biggest financial audit YouTube channel in the U.S. He pretty much
Okay.
blew up, and his style is very geared towards like millennial Gen Z in the States. How obviously the vast majority of them have no financial awareness, spending beyond their means, and yada yada yada. And he makes this
Mm.
huge, ridiculous thumbnails to get all the clicks. And he pretty much blew up a lot. He's like over like 1.5 million subscribers now, just like in past 2 years,
Wow.
basically doing like these overreactions. So I kind of like wanted to be like, oh, this could be something interesting that we could do for the Canadian space, since I don't think there's very a lot of a lot of YouTubers that doing this more on our side. So that's just something I wanted to look at, and just asking average people in like medium to high income making incomes, and like asking their like their viewpoints, their advice for the newer generations and how to go about. So that's something I want to work on. And at the same time, I want to look at also, because I'm very I guess like my background is obviously in academia and science, so I also
Mhm.
wanted to do like animation style towards like showing like stories on focusing on research. So everything going to like working on genetics, working with parasites, animation style. Obviously, I'm not a very good animator, so that might be outsourced, but something like to tell stories to get more people more aware on that side as well. So
That makes
that's still
sense.
something. It's a work in progress. It's a huge work in progress. So still thinking about that pretty much.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, Now, having that science background, what
Yeah.
got you interested in finance, especially at such a young age?
Uh, First, quick side note. Ian says he does watch Financial Audit. I'm like, yeah, I'm a huge fan of him, but I used to watch him a lot. But but the thing is, with Caleb Hammer, he has a lot of like his when he does like financial audits and budgeting of like the younger 20-year-olds. So like basically my generation. It's super exaggerated, but then again, it's also like it's kind of needed, giving them that cold dose of reality. Be like, oh, if you don't fix your shit, if you don't fix your if you don't fix your financial situation now, like just look at the people in the 30s and 40s, and it's like you basically save nothing for retirement. So I definitely I'm a huge fan of his, but it's like it's a little bit over the top for the most part. So now going to back to your other question, my parents are first generation immigrants. So and my mom is a small business owner, and she owns basically two dépanneaux. So growing up, dépanneaux being like those convenience stores. So growing up, she basically taught me the patterns of saving, opening up credit at a young age, but not obviously not spending more than what you have. So that was pretty much drilled into my brain at a young, very young age. And Skiz, I know I caught myself with the S word. I caught myself. I'm sorry, Candace. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, you can be number two. You'll be the second.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So going back to that, but when it comes to like Chinese immigrants, they're very huge proponents of buying real estate, and so where the whole concept in investing for them is you either buy real estate like housing, like residential apartments, commercial whatever you can get your hands on. And so looking at the Canadian market, like obviously that's not never gonna happen for us. So in terms of like investing in general, I pretty much got started during the pandemic, early pandemic, and there was nothing to do. I was still doing my undergrad in lab, but because of restrictions, we could not go in. It was pretty much restricted to. It was restricted to like basically all like pretty much mandatory personnel. So everybody who actually needed to be there, but for us, like we could not go in. So we were stuck at home doing nothing. I was so bored out of my mind. So I started reading a lot of books and doing Uber Eats and DoorDash for a bit because I was bored out of my mind. I had to go out and do for a bit because that's when I believe that's when they decided you're allowed to order, you're allowed to do food delivery on a bike. So that's how I got started. And then casually, I think my first ever investing experience was, I believe it was, I don't think it was Brandon, but there was someone, Brandon Beavis. There was someone before him that I just got very interested in the whole investing space. So I can't remember the YouTuber's name again, but Brandon was definitely the second one. And then Adrian and Tisha was the third one. So I pretty much binged all of their beginner to investing series. And that's how I went.
Courses?
Sorry?
Did you take their courses?
No. So I binged all of their YouTube playlists.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I read a bunch of books, including most of the Rich Dad Poor Dad books. Retire as a Millionaire. I think Simple Path to Investing by J.L. Collins, and then I think a bunch of self-help books as well. So and I bought my first stock in pretty late, I would say, because I didn't start investing. So I first started to know about investing since since June of 2020. So after everything crashed already, and I didn't buy my first stock until April of 2021, after pretty much half a year and stuff. Because keep in mind that none of my peers, none of my parents, they know much about investing. So pretty much doing it alone. And so I bought my first stock. It was Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have it anymore. I don't have it anymore, unfortunately. I kind of sold all of it. I was bored out of my mind.
Yeah.
The gains were too low. So I held it for a couple of months, and I think it did pretty well for when I did held it. But then I moved on to other stuff pretty much. So that's how I got started. And yeah.
Awesome.
I hope the audio quality through all of this was like decent, so it's not too bad.
It sounded fine. I mean, I hear it in my ear, of course, the lawnmower out there, because they picked today of all days to mow the lawn. I'm like, seriously?
Well, I mean, I can't really hear it, so it's not too bad.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, the mic I'm using, it's supposed to be directional, so it's supposed to ignore more of the sounds off to the side. But it depends. Sometimes it picks up things that I don't want it to, but that's fine. That's fine. Now here's a question. So
Mhm.
being familiar with sort of the American side as well as the U.S. or sorry, as well as the Canadian side when it comes to finance YouTubing, what do you think that they have down there that we kind of have a big hole in Canada when it comes to our finance YouTubers?
That's a tough question. That's a pretty tough question. I would say, you mean in terms of like knowledge or in terms of like reach or
Whether it be
what are you?
knowledge presentation, general topics covered type
Mhm.
thing. Because I know myself when I look at, for example, if you look at Meet Kevin in the
Mhm.
US, there really isn't a Canadian version.
Yeah.
So there's definitely areas like that that are sort of not covered in our market opposed to the US
Yeah.
market. And as you were mentioning with that financial audit, that's kind of like that vein that you're trying to cover.
Yeah.
But are there any other areas that you've seen? Maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's fine, but it's kind of like just to go on a small tangent. When I decided to
Mhm.
make this channel, one of the things I looked at is I looked at a lot of the current Canadian. I'm like, it's all pretty bland. There's a lot of blandness on our side. Not to say it's bad. It's just bland. There's just not a lot of
Yeah.
really fun personality type people out there. So I was just like, that's what I want to bring. With the holy banana bread, the Mr.
Yeah.
Math, and all of that fun stuff. I'm just like, let's just try to make it a little more fun and come in with a bigger personality, and let's see how it goes from that. So that's kind of what I saw as being something that was lacking, and that's kind of the hole that I'm filling.
Mhm. Hmm. Well, I guess the big part is the US stock market is usually much more volatile. It's just much bigger, and it covers way more sectors that the Canadian market in
Mm.
general. Like let's face it, like Canadian market, it literally just the only things that are doing well in the Canadian market are like financials, energy, oil, and like pipelines, like telecommunication, and that's
Mhm.
pretty much it. And for the most part, they are pretty cyclical sectors. So like they come up and down. Like it's the patterns are pretty much overall pretty predictable. Whereas in the U.S., the heavy focus in technology and healthcare, they're much more volatile, especially during in times of panic, and it makes for great news. In terms of the Canadian market, there's not too much, those overreactions, those like those super clickbaity thumbnails, and so I guess that's part of the reason why Canadian YouTubers in general are much more like grounded in a sense,
Mhm.
unless people who invest in the U.S. stock market, then it's a little bit different. So I guess that's that. I can't say too much. I don't have too much of a I don't have too much more of an opinion to express in terms of this space. So what do
Yeah.
you think?
Well, I like what Skiz actually says here. The U.S. market, so many U.S. YouTubers exist because the market is so much
Mhm.
bigger. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And there's a lot more Americans than Canadians
Mhm.
as well, but definitely. Now, I will tell you this. This is something I've noticed that whenever I do a video with predominantly U.S. content in it,
Mhm.
it tanks. It absolutely tanks. It's like, you know, it's like that deep dive I did on NVIDIA. Even when NVIDIA was hot, it didn't do that great. It's just because a lot of my audience is like, we're here for the Canadian content. Even my American audience that comes in here, they're like, we're not coming here for US content. We're coming here for your Canadian stuff.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
We
Like
have we have one more person who wants to join us.
awesome.
This is Jordan. So you guys will probably remember Jordan. He's in the audience a lot. So let's bring in Jordan or the usual guy. Hello, Jordan. How are you doing?
Good morning, you two. I am doing very well. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic. JJ?
I'm doing pretty well. I woke up super early in the morning because I left the window open and was freezing my ass off for once, freezing my butt off. And honestly, the weather in Montreal is so unpredictable. Like the past week, it was super humid, and yesterday it was really rainy. It was really cold yesterday, actually, and then this morning was like with the wind and stuff, it was like 5 degrees. So I like woke up with a huge chill, and then I went back to sleep for a bit, and then I realized, oh, Candace's live stream is on, so I better get up and get ready.
Yeah, right on.
Absolutely. And it's a long one. It's we're like what, an hour 40 in. We're still beginning. We're still in the beginning. That's funny.
Yeah.
Ian
So,
wants to know what YouTubers we watch. Let's start with
none of my YouTubers that I watch are really relevant to anything financial. So,
okay.
I really don't have anything to chime. I mean, I used to watch High Rye, but he's no longer doing it. So, Freakin has now completely changed formats. So, can't really bring him. But yeah.
For me, I don't watch Canadian YouTubers that much. Like I did at the beginning. It was mostly a mix of both Canadian and US, just for like the content. But for right now, I still do follow Beavis Wealth for the most part, and just you basically. I don't really follow everybody else. Like most of my content is definitely in the US, so I guess that's where most of the action is. And so, I do follow. I can't remember the YouTube channel's name, but I do watch Gabriel Talks Money because she is an accountant. So I really like the taxation side. And there's another one called Living in Canada. So those two, basically they just like the overall Canadian experience and how the Canadian dream that immigrants were sold on. Obviously, a huge lie. And so there's that. And most of my content I do watch are more focused on the US. There's financial audit for the most part. I do watch the Money Guys a lot because they're on financial planning, estate planning, retirement planning, fire, all of that is what piques me the most. And I do watch. I Will Teach You to Be Rich. So Ramit Sethi. So he does a lot of podcasts with couples specifically, and gearing that towards that your past, your psychological past, your social upbringings. They do form a lot of your financial and psychological behaviors now that towards couples. So that is where most of my binging experience comes from.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I guess in my case, obviously I do watch Beavis Wealth and Banana Bread in a T-shirt. That's his new channel name. So I also like Daniel Pronk, and there's definitely some others out there that I like to watch, and there's definitely some US ones. I probably watch more Meet Kevin than I should, just because sometimes I just want to see where he's going. Like a lot of times he brings good data in. I just don't always agree with his interpretations of the data. But I don't mind looking at the data because it is pretty good. And that's probably the most. Every so often, I also will look. One of the things I like to do as well is I like to find new people who are new to the, new to the community. So, for example, when you start your channel, I will definitely watch and I will do my best to promo because that's what I do. Because I look at it this way. Those of you who don't know, when I first started, I had a couple of big channels that were promoting me a little bit. Like the High Rye channel was throwing people my way. Ryan was just because we were part of that community, and I got involved in his live streams and things like that. So that was fantastic, and I always try to sort of pass that on to new people. So when they come along, it's like, all right, come on. So I'm always open to that. I mean, and if any of you out there, if you have a new YouTube channel and you're in that finance niche, talk to me. I will have no problem promoting you and checking things out, and try to give you a little bit of an initial push, because it can be difficult in that
Yeah.
first year where you're trying to get 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours to get monetized. But once you get there, no
That's
looking back.
that's the hardest part, is your first
Yes.
1,000. And sometimes it's even your first 100. I found that so difficult, but I stream on a different platform.
Right.
So like I found my first 100. I got to 75 so quick. It took like a week. And then that other 25, oh Lord, it just took forever. And then now it's just,
Mhm.
subs almost every time I go live, or not subs, excuse me, follows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the way it was with me. It's like my first goal, of course, back then is you needed 500 subs to get your community channel. So that was my first big goal. And when I was around 400 subs, I dropped my first canoe video, and it did well. And I went from, like, basically in less than a week, I went from 400 to 600 subs. It was just like from that one video alone. I was just like, okay, cool. We got the community channel or the community tab. And then from then it was pretty steady after that. And it does take less time. So I actually have some stats here. Just give me a second. I'm going to pull it up here.
How long did it take you to build your first 1,000? Like 6 months?
That's exactly what I'm going to say right here in a second. Give me 1 second. Oh,
And I'll be honest, I still haven't reached 1,000. So
so my first 1,000, I hit that at day 355. So it took
Wow.
355 days to get that
wow.
first 1,000. So
10
that's
days
just
short
shy
of
of a
a
year.
year.
But apparently the average on YouTube is a year. Now, to get the second 1,000, it took 254 days. To get the third 1,000, 247 days. And to get this one, the 1,000 we just passed, 157 days.
Hey,
So
that's where the exponential growth kicked in.
Exactly. So right now, if I get my next 1,000 at the same rate I got the last 1,000, that would put 5,000 at December 19th. So I tend to track all this stuff because I'm very much into tracking. But
I think
speaking of tracking, silver down, platinum down, gold up.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
too happy with the silver.
But you know what? Silver has had a really good run, so it's not surprising. Yes. It is not surprising.
I'm gonna like if we do hit a bit of a low. I do plan on making a purchase here sometime soon. I am kind of waiting on a low, so it looks like we may have one coming up. I mean, it's down 45% right now. Mm-hmm. And that's just per the TD precious metal site. That's usually what I go by because that's where I buy. And then platinum also down 36%. Ouch.
Yikes. So. Yeah. It's not good. It's not the best.
No. Gonna be one of them days.
Jordan, did you buy a lot of precious metals? Is that
yes, that's that's what I do when it comes to finances. Gold, silver, platinum is just too expensive for me to even think about getting into. But gold and silver, I deal with a lot of glass blowers since I am myself. Mm-hmm. So I will buy and wait for it to go up and resell to other glass blowers that are in need of the precious metals for fuming.
Yeah. Now, Mohammed mentions U.S. REITs are doing great, unlike my Canadian REITs, even with our rate cuts. So one thing I just wanted to address on that very quickly, Mohammed, is that you have to remember with those U.S. REITs, any of the properties they bought during the pandemic at the really low rates, those have been locked in. Those mortgages locked in for like 30 years. So they're not facing the whole high interest rate that Canadian REITs are. So when we start cutting rates up here, and we have started, it takes a little while for it to filter in, but that's really going to help the Canadian REITs. The U.S. REITs are fine. They do not have to worry about those high rates because, like I said, they locked in a lot of those mortgages when when the pandemic rates were near zero, and they're happy. They're happy for the next probably another 24 years or so. All right. All right. Paul was saying I also watch YouTube Invest Answers, which is mainly Bitcoin. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot, like Bitcoin has its own community. I find that Bitcoin streamers tend to be a lot more animated, and some of their thumbnails are a lot more clickbaity in my exposure to them. Now, do you guys watch any Bitcoin content?
Do I? No. No, I am not into crypto whatsoever. I still don't trust it. Seeing what happened to Freakin', it really made an impact on me to see someone lose so much so easily. It really, I guess, put a shadow in my mind when it came to anything crypto.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like some of there are coins that you don't have as much risk with, but Freakin' definitely was in some of the more riskier assets, where you can make a lot, but you can also lose a lot. And unfortunately, well, we know how that all went.
No, I was talking about his Bitcoin that got stolen.
Oh, really? I had not heard about that.
We're talking like 13, 14 Bitcoin.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
He had it with some sort of new wallet, I think, or something along those lines. One of those things wherever you transfer your money, and the person that owned it, like the developer, took off with everybody's Bitcoin. So he wasn't the only victim. There was many victims.
Yeah, and that's a lesson, I think, in having your own custodianship, having a hardware wallet. It's if you have a lot of Bitcoin, like a significant amount, that's what you want. You want a hardware wallet, because I get that. That's a question I get asked a lot. Like, is it safe to hold it on an exchange? Well, once you get to a certain amount, I usually say
exchange. That's what it was.
It's time to move it to hardware.
Yeah.
All right. I love this. Perry says your down to earth personality to investing is what drew me to this channel. Oh, thank you. And it's kind of, I think my whole approach, is just that I want to be down to earth. I want to treat my audience like they're guests in my house, and we'll sit back, we'll have a tea, maybe we'll have some. Well, we probably wouldn't have crumpets. I've never owned a crumpet, but it sounds like that would be fun to have. So we'll it's a good time. It's a good time for sure. All right. Let's see here.
I gotta go grab a coffee. I will be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian says, I found Canoe here. It's been good for me. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. So yeah, Canoe has just been one of these. So Canoe EIT, so EIT.UN. They've been a big draw for my channel. Like every time I do a Canoe video, it gets good hits. People like it. And it's kind of funny, even now when there's now a lot of other income related stocks and ETFs out there, like a lot of the covered call explosion. Because when we were initially back in the day, Canoe was pretty much one of the highest ones out there. There wasn't a lot of other options, but now people still love the Canoe videos, and I get a lot of requests. It's like, when's your next Canoe video? And I'm like, all right, well, soon. I probably will do one before the end of the summer, but it still has to go through the voting process. So, but that's a given. If I put Canoe in the pool, I throw them up in any poll, they win. It's I don't even have to count the votes. I really don't. It's just that there's a lot of Canoe fans here.
Yeah, I'll just add that my first video was also on your canoe video, and I really love the deep dives and everything because I've been a huge canoe fan for a while,
Mhm.
and in terms of total return, it's like one of the best because it brings I would say it brings the best of like both the Canadian and U.S. stock market, and I think my first exposure to your channel specifically was I believe Brandon did this whole. Bring together of most of the Canadian influencers, and
Okay.
I believe you were on there because you were on one of the live streams with
Yes, I was.
Adriano from Passive Income, and then I think there was also Shay and Kaz and all of them. You were all together.
Mhm.
And yeah, I really liked your personality from there. And
Oh,
then
thank you.
I pretty much binged through all of your videos. And
Nice.
now it's been like a year.
Yeah, see, and that was a surreal event for me. When one day, like, because it happened basically one day, I was just sitting downstairs. My studio used
Mhm.
to be downstairs, and I got an email from Brandon Beavis out of the blue. I'm like, what? What's this? At first, I thought I'm being scammed. I'm probably being scammed here. But but you know, I was just like, well, okay, I'm going to reach out, but I'm being very cautious. And you know, it turned out, and it was like, you know, he's like, ah, let's set up a time, and we'll talk. I was like, okay. So it was kind of weird, because you know he was kind of like, sort of like YouTube royalty for Canada, and
Oh yeah,
it was neat because
for
he was
sure.
basically putting together his team for Blossom, and I was like, at that point, I was under 2,000 subs at that point. And I was just like, you realize my channel, I don't even have 2,000 subs. He was like, no, but I love your personality and I love your content. So I was like, okay, this is cool. Brandon Beavis has watched my content. What's going on? So,
That's
you know,
I
cool.
believe, Candice, I believe you mentioned that you're thinking of making your own investing course at one point. Like,
yes,
is that what you're working on? And do you mind telling us like how the progress on that is going? Like a
it
little
isn't,
spiel.
we're not there. We're not close yet for a launch.
Okay.
It's still a lot in the thought process, but it's going to be for me. It's going to be my big priority for 2025. So I tend to have big priorities each year. 2024 is turning into more of the live stream priority. So I've been putting a lot of effort into like all of the extra live streams and things this year because
Mhm.
I used to only do one live stream a year. That was it. But you know, it has changed quite a bit. All right, I just noticed we got somebody else sitting in the wings waiting to come on. Somebody by the name
Exciting.
of Larry.
Awesome.
Hello, Larry. How are you?
Doing good today.
Awesome, awesome. So everybody, Larry, it's really good. Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm finally starting to put a few faces to names. I find that a lot of fun. Oh my God. So what's up where you are today, Larry?
Pretty good. We're up 4% today. Bought more DJ Code today, Daily Journal, and of course, like I said, ASML. So we're pretty happy today.
Nice, nice. Very, very good. Of course, while I was talking, I'll just show you guys here for a second. Uh, I completely missed my buy-in. I completely missed it. It was down. I should have grabbed it. So now I'm just sort of sitting back and hoping it comes back down. But just pointing that out. I missed my point, but I was so excited. What can I say? All right. Kevin Kaz is mentioning that the channel won him over with the HMM.A. Yeah, that's been an interesting ride. I think I first highlighted that almost, well, pretty much a year ago or so before a lot of the big movement on it. So a lot of people made some good money with HMM.A. Are either of you guys invested in Hammond at all?
No.
Nope. Nope. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm US focused, so I'm not too interested in like holding or swing trading the Canadian stocks for the most part.
Right. So
But
you,
it was definitely on my radar for a bit. It was just like, I missed the chances. Oh well.
yeah.
But I loved your video on it. So
And
that's
you
all.
know me, quadruple 9 silver, quadruple 9 gold, only Canadian. So, And physical holding, none of this they can store it for me stuff. I don't know why I don't trust that either. You know, if I can't hold it in my hand, I really don't feel the need to put money into it.
So yeah, you're very much a physical holder then of your commodities, of your silver, gold, platinum.
Yes. Yep.
Now, how do you store it? Do you actually have do you have a safe, or how are you storing it at home?
Several safes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
We have one main large one that bolts down right into the foundation of the apartment. We had to get permission for that.
Oh wow.
So when we move out, so that it doesn't leave holes, the safe stays here. It's programmable, so you know the new tenant can program their own code or whatever into it. And then we have for transporting a few other small briefcase style safes that and one that's like a lockbox style, and they're all fireproof and waterproof, or I should say fire resistant and water resistant, not proof.
Right, absolutely.
So now I need to let everyone know it's a good thing if you are storing your metals physically at home. Keep them in separate safes. So your gold in one safe, your silver in another, because if there ever is a fire, even though it's a fire safe, you're going to open that safe up to a blob of basically what looks like a puddle of hardened metal. So unless you're looking to make white gold, keep your metals separate.
That makes sense. And you probably alloyed a lot of fears with that. There was my pun of the day. Now this portable safe, please tell me it's like a handcuffed briefcase, because that would be cool.
I have been known to handcuff myself to the safe. It has been known, like if I'm doing large amounts, we're talking kilograms. At that point, I will, if I think it's worth it, I will hire an officer for the hour. If we're talking like large amounts. For medium amounts, I just handcuff it to myself, and I always have somebody with me in the vehicle that comes with me into the store or into the bank to pick it up. And I always have a tail vehicle that follows me to make sure I get from point A to point B.
Oh, nice.
And that's, like I say, for large amounts. For, you know, an ounce here or there, it's like, whatever, I'll just, to be honest, the safe handcuffed to you, or even the safe itself, is a red flag for anyone that is looking to steal.
I mean, as soon as you see
small
somebody
amounts, it's just as easy to put it in your pocket and nobody knows any the wiser.
True enough. Yeah, I've lived, I mean, there's been places I've lived where I would almost not want to have anything that looked like I had money going outside. It's like, wear old ratty clothes, otherwise you're likely to run into some difficulty.
I have a lot of people that are like nervous around me in our apartment building because I will keep some of the booyah in pistol cases or rifle cases for display and easy transport. You know, you can throw a lock on them. They're hard cased, they're foam lined, and they make for a nice display. So you get some eyeballs, I should say, when those come out of the vehicle that get brought into the building, or, you know, or into like the gold exchange or silver exchange building. You know, people's eyes get very wide. And you got to just kind of, it's not what you think it is.
Yeah. Now, let's see here. Skiz is asking, aren't Mt. Gox people still waiting on their Bitcoin? So my understanding is that Mt. Gox has been paying back the Bitcoin. But here's the funny thing. one of the things that people were expecting is they were expecting a lot of these users who are starting to get their Bitcoin back to start liquidating it to get their money. But that hasn't happened. A lot of the people who've been getting paid back by Mt. Gox have actually been holding their Bitcoin, and so it didn't impact the market as much as it was expected to. Not as much as Germany. Now, I did mention about Germany getting rid of a whole bunch of Bitcoin. Now, the Bitcoin, they actually seized that. That was Bitcoin they seized. But I saw an article the other day that the money that they earned from that Bitcoin, or the money they could have earned if they had held onto it, was up to like 120 million or something. So just a little bit of craziness going on out there.
Wow.
All right. Paul says his TFSA has just broken even. Not too shabby. All right. And there's another person who found this channel from the Brandon live video. Holy banana bread. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Broke even. How long have you been investing? If over 2 years, what should just migrate to broad-based ETFs? Okay. So let's start with, I think we already kind of know with JJ, but how long have you been investing, JJ?
Sorry, just realized my microphone are still muted.
No
So
worries.
it's been about coming up to 3 about 3 years now, approximately.
Okay. What about you, Larry? I think
There's probably some technical issues, so you just said 1 second.
yeah, I think so. I think there's all right. Well, we'll get back to Larry. We'll circle back to Larry. George. Oh, never mind. I think he's okay. Are you good, Larry?
Yeah, I just had to reset it. High school, 2007. Was in finance classes. Bought my first stock, Apple, at $22.
Wow, nice.
Wow.
Do you still hold that stock?
Yeah, I've been debating getting out of it, but it's been just a hold stock for me. So I still own 15. It's no longer 15 shares because it splits, but still own 15 shares from 2007.
No, that's not too shabby at all. I like that. What about you, Jordan? How long have you been buying metal for?
In Canada, I've been doing it for roughly 17 years, and I did it for about 3 years in the United States.
Okay. Well, you were originally from the United States. Am I correct on that?
No, born and raised here in Ontario, but I moved to the States at a young age, and then returned in my early 20s.
Ah, very, very cool.
Yeah, education down there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Jonathan. A mountain finance trading course would be super interesting. The other nice thing too, this is kind of where my mindset is when it comes to a course. I'm looking at sort of like I don't want to do like a monthly thing where people have to pay every month. I'm thinking more of just a one-time flat fee. You get into the course and you have like lifetime access. But anyway, I've still got a long way before I sort of get there, but that could be cool. That could be cool. JJ is back. He got bounced off of the stream for some reason.
Yeah, I was trying to upload a couple of virtual backgrounds just to play with the background setting, and then it'd be like, oh, you have to log in. So I click the login, and then it just kicked me out for a second. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, I used to do that on the Danter Banter. So when they had Crypto Night in Canada, I was a regular guest, and every week I would just have a different background. So at one week I was sitting there, and somebody was all of a sudden like, "Are you in Al Bundy's house?" Because I had the Bundy background, the couch, and everything. So I used to have a lot of fun with that. It is fun. It definitely is for sure. Ian says if we get enough people in the stream, we can look like the Brady Bunch. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Who will play Alice in the Middle?
That'd be, I don't know. That's right. There's like what, 9 in the, yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know if we'll get that many folks, but you never know. You never know. Um, yeah, it's definitely cool. The Brady Bunch. All right. This one's for Larry. So Skiz says, I'm playing that long con game with Intel. They got 6 billion invested. Create a chip foundry 10-year hold game. I'm not sure what the question is, but what's your thoughts on that, Larry?
Well, like I said in the comments, I'm on Nvidia 2 splits ago at 500. So, and I got TSMC at 90, and I forget what this company is. They make all of the entire process is done by them. The actual manufacturing, all the robots are actually manufactured by one company, and the not the sand, but what are the chips made out of? I forget what the
Silica.
the
Silicon?
silica. Yeah,
Silicon?
they mine all of this. It's like 86% of the silica is made by them.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't see any point in buying Intel when the company's I think their market cap's 30 billion and they make 120 a year. So I thought that was better than the Japanese, most importantly. So I just
That's
didn't
really
see.
neat.
Hmm?
I said that's really neat. I have a little bit of a stake in Silica too, not in the sense that I hold any stock or anything in it, but I use borosilicate glass for blowing glass. So yeah, that's neat.
Let me see what the company's called. I don't remember. Oh, Shinetsu Chemical.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's see where they are. What is the market cap now? I haven't looked at it for a while.
Now this might be a good question for Candace. Do you know if there's any holdings for boron? Because that would be the other main ingredient in the glass.
I don't know any off the top of my head, but I can see, yeah, I can see that would be interesting. I'll have to look now. Now I'm thinking to myself, boron. I haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
All right. Ian saying that I put a lot of faith in Wealth Simple. Hope they don't get hacked. I can't hold stocks physically like with gold or silver. Yeah. I think Wealth Simple in Canada is probably one of your safest bets. I don't see them as, they might be a target of hackers, but I think they're the type of company that, well, one, they have insurance, so that's good. Two, they also have a reputation that's really important to them. So even if there was a minor hack, I think they might even cover it. I think they would. But obviously, I don't work at Wealthsimple, so I can't make that definitive call. But I have no worries about Wealthsimple. Like now, I would be more worried about you take a newer company like a Moomoo. I would have no faith in Moomoo protecting my money long term. Whereas Wealthsimple, I'm okay with. I'm pretty good on that.
I was actually going to ask you, Candace, on your thoughts on Moomoo, because I've seen there's like so many influencers in, especially in the US. They are basically telling their viewers that they are getting sponsorships from Moomoo. So I wanted your like critical and realistic opinion on them and how good they are, basically, because since they are pretty new in the Canadian space.
I have had quite literally, almost every week I get a message from Moomoo asking to sponsor me, and I've said no every single time. Now, it's not that, well, one, they are newer on the Canadian game. Two, they you have commissions involved, and I know my audience. I know you guys don't want to pay commissions on your trades. So I'm never going to come in here and start all of a sudden saying Moomoo's the greatest thing ever. Yes, you're paying commissions, but it's worth it because it's a great service. Please, please move all your stuff to Moomoo with my affiliate link. I'm not going to do that. I just won't. To me, it's just integrity. It comes down to, I'm just not I'm not sold on their service. And I think right now there's a lot of free options like commission-free trading, whether it be Wealth Simple, National Bank, even Desjardins has a commission-free brokerage as well. So I think we've got a lot of good options right now. Bringing in another option just because you have a little bit of flashy lights, that's fantastic. But you're charging a commission. I don't think we have room for a new commission broker in Canada. And I've adamantly said that when it comes to sponsorships for this channel, I'm not going to take something unless I believe in it. I don't believe in I just don't believe in them. I don't think they're worth it. I think there's really good options. So that's my stance on Moomoo. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Ian says, before I went to Colombia, I bought a bunch of stocks, thought if I get my phone hacked or my card stolen, it would slow them down. Can't sell stocks at 1 a.m. on a Saturday. That is true. That is true. But I mean, here's the thing. I think a lot of hackers or a lot of people who, I don't think they're going after something like that. They're looking for something more liquid. They would be more apt to steal your Bitcoin than to try to steal your stocks. Because I think with your stocks, the paper trail. So if somebody went and stole, let's say for example, you had a bunch of Apple. If somebody went and hacked your system, stole your Apple stocks, that paper trail would be so clear, the police would have no problem catching them, like none. Even with Bitcoin, I mean, the blockchain still, maintains a pretty good track record. So they would have a good shot at least figuring out where. It's not quite like with a stock. It's got your name and everything on the stock. So I think you'd be fine. To be honest. All right. Ian says, "Oh, go ahead." Okay, I thought I interrupted somebody. Oh dear. Ian says, I build custom cars. I would like to make a real fancy one with custom blown tail lights.
Ooh, have I got the guy for you? I know the perfect glass blower. He's a furnace worker, so he works with soft glass, but he could make the shapes, virtually any shape you wanted for your tail lights.
Ah, cool. See, yeah, you were the perfect guy to answer that question because I was going to be like, I don't know anything. All right.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. The glass blowers were a nice close knit community, and if we have this thing where if I can't make it, I probably know the person that can, and I have no problem passing the business on.
Awesome. Well, our dream, or at least the audience's dream of becoming the Brady Bunch, is getting one square closer as we got Prairie Investor here.
Nice.
Hello, how are you, Prairie?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Awesome.
So tell us a little bit about yourself for those people who just know you by your name.
Well, I trained as an architectural CAD technologist. Started with an architectural firm back in 1985 and worked my way up to a second firm, and I'm now IT manager for another architectural firm.
Nice.
I've been investing pretty much since I started working, mostly in mutual funds. But it wasn't until January of last year that one of my coworkers, who was an avid investor, he had been hounding me for a number of years, saying, hey, it's time you start doing some real investing instead of just investing in mutual funds. And I had been looking at Wealth Simple for probably for about 2 years. and then started watching a number of YouTube videos, yours included, and looked a little deeper into Wealthsimple, and actually set up my account in December of 22, but didn't actually start investing in Wealthsimple until January of 23.
Okay. How have you done since you've started?
Up until 2 weeks ago, I was in the red.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I was down about 5%.
Okay.
But as of today, I'm back in the black, up 3%, and so
Nice.
I'm excited. I'm excited what the future holds.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you also picked probably, the tail end of a bear market. It's like not the best place to start, but there's actually a saying in investing that the best time to start investing is yesterday. Second best time is today.
True enough. And like I've said on the stream a couple of times, it's better late than never.
Mm-hmm.
While I would have liked to have heeded the advice that I was given back in 2020, it would have been a better time to start, I guess. But no, I'm looking forward to seeing the market go up second half of this year.
Yeah.
Is it
Absolutely.
me or was Prairie's microphone cutting off a little bit?
I heard a little bit of.
Yeah, the video's stuttering too a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It happens. It happens. What can you say?
Welcome to the interwebs.
Oh yeah, always technical issues. No matter where you go.
Oh yeah. Oh well. When I turned my my second camera on earlier
Buster.
for the first time, just before the stream started, it started to make this unearthly howling sound. I'm like, what the heck? It was some kind of a feedback loop I got caught into, so I had to mute it. But and that means if I bring up the second one, it gets us a little bit closer to the Brady Bunch, but still, it's fun. It's fun. All right. So,
Candice, can you give us a little tour of your studio space? I'm interested of your whole streaming setup and everything because it looks pretty cool.
And I noticed, is this something? I just sorry to interrupt. Candice, is this something new this stream? The red and black tiles being gone, or is that?
Yes, I got rid of the red and black because, well, when I initially put the so the tiles are for soundproofing. Okay. So when I initially put them up, I didn't know I was getting a neon sign. So I went with, I thought, let's go with red, black, and white and gray, and it looked really cool. And I liked it. But now when we, sure, I just noticed Ian saying, do you want me to join now? Yeah, absolutely. Come on whenever you want to. If you're ready now, definitely. I'll see you.
You can fit up to 10, correct? You pay for StreamYards?
Yes, I think I can do up to 10.
Yeah.
I've never had any issues, but
so we can do the Brady Bunch, yay!
we can be the Brady Bunch. But yeah, so the tiles. Then Jill bought the thing, and I was like, okay, a sign. Then it arrived, and it was like, that's bigger than I thought. I thought it was going to be this little tiny sign. But the problem is I found that by going with the red and green, as I like to do, that sometimes it still looked a little red, even if it wasn't red because of the red underneath of it. So, Jill was just like, I hate those black tiles and the red tiles. They got to go. So I was like, yeah. So I ordered a few more white and gray, and then, I had to take the sign down and everything to put them back up. Because I had to to put the sign up, I actually had to drill holes through the tiles.
Oh.
All right.
Damn.
I'm going to add Ian here. Let's pull Ian in. Hello, Ian. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, man. Who invited this guy?
There. Yeah, I didn't think there's going to be this many people. I just wanted to say, congratulations on the 4,000. And
thank you.
Yeah, good. Thanks for all the good information over the years, or the year, I guess. How long have you been doing this, Candice? I don't even know.
Well, I've been streaming since the 7th of October, 2021.
Oh
I was
yeah,
going to say 1921. It's like, yes, I'm a vampire. No,
yeah.
2021.
I don't know how long I've been following you guys, but yeah, I started buying stocks like back in 2020. So I haven't been doing this forever. Just trying to pick a good spot to hang out here.
Mm-hmm.
Hang out with
Yeah,
the
I
kids.
know. And before this, I mean, I used to be in the background a little bit for High Rise, so I used to make his thumbnails for him and a few things like that. So you know, but that was kind of the thing. Like when I started thinking about doing this, I was like, let's make myself valuable for somebody who's already doing it, so that I have somebody I can, I can sort of get info from and sort of get a feel for what I should be doing. So, and the person who I started doing that with was Hi Rai, who's no longer doing YouTube, but so I started doing that, and then he reached out to me one day and said, "Hey, can you start doing these things for me? I'll pay you," type thing. I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, sure, absolutely." And that made it easy. It was sort of like a soft launch, which was great. But no, and I haven't really looked back. And back when we were both running, a couple of times we had a couple crossovers as well. And those are people who have never met Hi Rai, for example. If you're curious, there's actually I think there's at least a couple of live streams early on where it was just me and him. So yeah. Anyway, that was kind of the olden days. But now, out of all of the streamers that were sort of in the core group that I started with, I'm all that's left. The only one who seems to have who've managed the test of time, so per se. Oh, other than well, the Friggin, who was the Friggin Oracle, he's still around, but he kind of pivoted completely and went to, left the finance zone pretty much completely.
So I know you do this all the time, Candace. Like this, but everybody else here, are they retired or what? Like,
Yeah, I think so. Well, there used to be
No.
there was there was Hi Ryan. He at one point just stopped making videos. Not a lot of, well, I don't know. I think there was personal stuff going on there. So, that he kind of disappeared. There was the Dancers who used to host the Crypto Night in Canada every week. They just kind of, they got busy with real life stuff and they really don't do it anymore.
I met like the people on the stream today, not.
Oh, you meant like what? The people today?
Yeah.
No, I'm still working.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to retire in maybe 2-3 years.
Yeah.
So, I'm only 58. I'm only 58 right now, but I'd like to stop working at 60.
That makes sense.
I am working from home right now, so I'm technically writing documents while at the same time doing streaming. So I'm in my early 20s, so hopefully I'll stop working in the next 15 years. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah.
Nice. What about you, Larry?
Oh, I was part of the Tesla layoff, so they gave me a nice chunk of money to leave. So I've just been chilling on unemployment. I just look at my companies that I'm doing, but as long as I don't draw profit from it, I can just keep chilling on unemployment till November, and then I'll see what happens then.
Okay. That's yeah. What was it like working at Tesla? Just out of curiosity.
It was nice when there were less people working there. I started at the factory in Texas when there were only 300 people, and now there's like 23,000. And there's some stuff I can't talk about because of the NDA.
Yeah.
So I was a manager of a department, but it's a lot. It's more exciting the first year working there, but after you do it for 3 or 4 years, it's things are not what you think. Even though it's high tech and it's a tech company and all that, but there's a lot of what's a nice way of saying it? It's a lot of make it up as you go because all the machines are bigger than any other factory. So it's a lot of making it up as you go, and they're still new to making cars. So they're not. It's like Elon is how he's just making up new things all the time and going with it. That's how the whole company's ran.
Okay, okay. Last question about Tesla. Did you ever get a chance to meet Elon?
Yeah, we had a bar thing where it was they invited everybody to a bar. This is when there's only 300, 400 people, and I met him there. They're having buses go from the factory to the bar, and we bring you back. You just pass out at the factory, so it was unlimited drinks. So I met him then, and yeah, he seems all right. I met him then. I met him once when he was walking around with his kid around the factory for a second time, and I met his brother when he was doing an inspection of paint. So he seems all right, but he's very um, he's thinking about multiple things at the same time. So he's there with you, but he's also off into space thinking about his other companies, and he's a busy guy.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Interesting. So you are probably the only one in the community who's met Elon. So you get that distinction. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right. And Skiz is just saying stock equity alone working for Tesla would be awesome. Did you get stock equity?
I own a lot of options that expire in 10 years in the 170s, 160s. When I originally joined the company, though, the problem is the original shares they gave me, the stock was at 1,200 then. so those are basically worthless. But the past couple of years, I've got in options, I think 4,000, 5,000 shares. So, but I'm not going to touch them anytime soon. I could sell them. The cool part is that since they're 170s, 160s, I can pay that price and not pay any taxes. Or I can sell them and pay taxes. So I'm just going to hold them.
Well, exactly. And I mean, technically, if you needed money, you could always use them as collateral for a loan and then write off the interest on the loan. That's what a lot of people do. So that's not a bad option. Not a bad option at all. Now, over to my current trade. We are still waiting for it to come back down because, as I mentioned, I did miss my little window here. So paying attention to see, I might have to buy it a little higher if we're no longer having downward pressure. But I got my eyes on it on the side. So hopefully we get an opportunity over there eventually. All right. There we go. Cool. Oh, everything is very orderly right now. Okay. Perfect. All right. Let's see. Nice. No taxes on the loan. Yeah, that's a great way. And that's, if you look at a lot of things, so like take art. If you look at art, that's the reason it's so expensive because you can buy it, use it as collateral and, use it as a kind of a loophole to not pay taxes. So definitely a big thing. Definitely a big thing.
Yeah, not my art.
Well, what is your art? I'm just curious. I probably shouldn't have asked that question, but I did. What is your art?
Pipes, mainly pipes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Why not? Why not?
The markets will always be good for just your regular spoon pipe.
Yeah. Well, it's probably better stability than NFTs.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I know how many I sell a week.
NFTs died pretty hard. Did pretty hard.
Oh.
They were the craze for a bit, but they haven't done well. Yeah, I probably should set up a limited buy. I really should. So I don't miss that next entry point. Yeah, I will do that. That is cool. Oh, JJ has a hat.
Sorry.
So yes, Ian
asked everybody what they did, and so I am disabled, and I do the metals and glass blowing as a couple of side hustles.
Nice. What? Just out of curiosity, how much do you normally get for like if you create a pipe? Like how much is that worth?
Retail anywhere from 30 to I've distributed like my pipes go for anywhere from 30 to 90.
Okay.
That's retail. So wholesale would be half that, so 15 to 45. That's if you get 10 or more.
Okay. Now, how long does it take you to make a pipe?
Real basic one, 30 minutes. Real complex one, which is the $90 pipe, an hour.
Okay. That's not too bad. That is not too bad. Now, what would you say your profit is? Like how much of the supplies, like your materials, cost on making a pipe?
For a pipe, the price of the glass is in the cents.
Mhm.
For what I actually use to build a pipe. So it's literally 95% profit, if not 98% profit. Like the $90 pipe literally has maybe, if I use expensive glass, $1 worth of glass.
Okay. So that's not a bad profit margin on that.
No, it's really not.
Now, what is the demand like though? Like, are you getting a lot of orders?
Yes. Right now I am fulfilling an order for 30 pipes for a local dispensary. New to Sarnia here. They have 2 dispensaries here in town, plus 5 more in Chatham and Windsor. So they're going to be spreading my pipes throughout those 7 stores, which is kind of nice, and we'll go from there.
Okay, very, very cool. All right, I got a question for everybody. What is your biggest or favorite? It may not have to be your biggest, but what's your biggest or favorite win that you've had on your investing journey? Let's start with Larry.
Well, crypto or regular?
Both count.
Well, I'd bought Shiba Inu when it was still on the website. It's a long time ago. It was right after the Dogecoin phrase, like 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
I bought that. Biggest in stocks. Long term, I guess, would probably be the Apple shares that I still have. But day trading though, probably DJT 2 years ago. Bought it at 12, sold it for 130.
Nice.
So, it was a day later, so I'm surprised I was able to hold it that long, honestly. It's that, and then the Chinese company that sold 20 million shares they didn't own of I forget what the stock was, but it went from 14 to $3,000 a share.
Oh wow.
This is like 2-3 years ago though. But yeah, that was my biggest ones. Everything else, I've done a lot of like 2, 3, 4x, 5x stuff. But those are probably my favorites or best.
Oh, nice. Let's go to Ian.
Well, my stock I made the most money on, I think, was I bought an oil ETF, like this XLE back. I missed the bottom of that by like 3 days, and then I wrote it up 80%. I should have kept it because it went up like 300% after that. But yeah, I lucked out. I started right at the bottom of the market, really, like March 2020. So it was easy when I started. It's not so easy now, but but overall, I'm happy. I'm switching over to ETFs mostly now, just trying to level it out. Just getting ready I want to retire in 3 years. So
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Prairie.
I hit the absolute bottom on Great West Life and Manulife. So both of them between 50 and 30% up.
Nice. You can't complain about that. What about you, JJ?
Um, I would say the current bull run on Nvidia. So that's the biggest gains so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Biggest losses? Probably I will probably say Algonquin. Like I bought it pretty early on. It was what I think it was like the fourth stock I ever bought in 2021. I held it through when it crashed like 67%, and then a few months ago I was just like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna sell out. There's like, I don't have the patience to like wait to see if it ever rebounds. So, but then it was only like I only had like 35 shares in it. So I mean, worst case scenario, because it's also in my taxable account, so I can always claim the capital losses on it whenever I want to, like on a later year. So I guess it's not that bad. So yeah, Nvidia for the win.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's actually funny. I put a bunch of money into NVIDIA in this other account. I actually think it was one of Jill's accounts. And I went back to look at it, forgetting that I put it there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's up $13,000.
Oh, nice.
You know, that's never bad. Now, one of my favorite, though, and this is not a huge win, but back in the day of High Ride, this was actually before I even started the channel. Everybody was all really bullish on Weed MD because they're like, oh yeah, now that this is legal, it's going to go through the roof. So I bought into the hype a bit, and I bought some, and yeah, it did not do that. Everybody was just complaining it was going down and down and down. Well, one morning I happened to be online looking at my stocks when all of a sudden I saw Weed MD go to the moon. It just flew up. And I'm like, okay, I'm not greedy. So I took profits, and where I took profits ended up actually being right at the top. That was completely by fluke. I just knew I was well in the profits. I'm taking them. And then, of course, after I did that, I went to investigate what's going on. And it turns out Wall Street Bets had decided to pick that one to pump it. And I was like, nice. Everybody's probably lost money on the Wall Street Bets pump, but I just happened, because I didn't know what was going on, I just happened to luck out and I did well. So I was like, that's cool. And I got out of that position. I haven't dabbled anymore because it's one of those weird things. Like when weed was legalized, I'm like, yeah, that's probably something that should make money, but it just never did. So that to me was one of the better ones, just because of the sheer luck that was involved in it. So I was cool. I was cool with that. All right. Skiz is saying that the stock equity from working for Tesla would be awesome. All right, let's see here. And Skiz bought some glassware. And oh yes, this is another stock too. I've been big on bird construction. So it's one of these things every so often and that's one of the nice things I like about fundamental analysis, is that it gives me that opportunity to find some of these stocks that are, in the process of exploding, or have a lot of exploding more to do. Things like your Hammond stocks, things like your bird construction. So absolutely. I am very happy right now with my investment in bird construction. Any of you guys into bird construction by any chance?
I'd love to get into bird construction, except that I've been warned, because I work for an architectural firm, that there could be a conflict of interest.
Oh, yikes.
I was like I was mentioning earlier, there's an avid investor in our office, and I was speaking with him, and I mentioned bird construction, and he turns around and he says, better watch. Boss went and mentioned to me a couple of years ago that you could get audited and get into trouble because of insider trading.
Mm-hmm.
So he warned me to stay away from it. I'd love to, but
well, there's only one way around that, is to find an ETF that's investing in them, and then you can sort of have them that way. But I don't know if they're in any ETFs, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start moving into some with how well they've been doing. Yeah. And yeah, the 13K, yeah, to me that was kind of interesting because it was basically it was our RRSP. Like there was about 20K in there, and I just moved it into I moved it into NVIDIA a while back because I was like, yeah, NVIDIA is going to do well. I can see the writing on the wall. And so I moved, I pretty much went all in. And then, I looked at it, probably what was it, about a month ago, and it was up 13K. I'm like, okay, here we go. This is one of these nice surprises. It's like, yeah, that was a good move. So I did like that. All right. We've now hit lunchtime. So what we're going to do, I basically have a quick video that shows you how to use a stock screener. So I'm going to play that over the lunch break. So you guys are more than welcome. I'll drop the link again after lunch. If you guys want to come back, more than welcome, all of you. So we're going to break here for about, I think the video is just over 20 minutes.
All right.
So
we'll talk to you later, Candace. Thank you for having me up.
No, it was awesome. Like I loved getting to see all of you guys. Like I said, we're back here in 20 minutes. We'll drop that. I'll drop the link again. Yeah, I think it's gonna be cool. Making sure, of course, in the chat, you guys will have to let me know once I get the video up. Make sure that it is working because last thing I want to do is quickly have lunch and find out that you guys couldn't hear a thing. So that's the thing. So all right, I'm gonna drop you guys into I'll just drop you guys into the lobby. You guys can stay there if you want to. I'm gonna drop me into the lobby in a moment as well. So let's do that. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna start boop boop. All right, boop. All right. And boop. Boop. All right, everybody is in the lobby. Let me grab this video here for us. All right, and it's over here. Here we go. And well, what I wanted to do right now, so I actually want to take a bit of time, and well, I want to show you how I put together a list video. So how we're going to do this is, well, right now we're currently, of course, doing the channel members vote. So that is ongoing. So if you are a channel member and you have yet to vote on which video you want me to do, get over there to the community tab and definitely vote. One of the options is small cap stocks. So let's do this. Let me show you how I will go about finding the stocks to put in that video. And you guys have seen me use screeners before, and this is no different. But let's go through that. So first of all, let me whoops. I have to bring up the screen. I thought it was already up, but technical difficulties, and it closed on me, but that's fine. Just give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and here we go. Here's the screen. So we're going to use TradingView this time around. I love their stock screener. It's actually really, really good. So, well, first of all, we're looking for Canadian stocks. So the first thing we're going to do over here is you'll see this little button that says Market US. We're going to knock that down to Canada. So here we go. That's giving us Canadian stocks. Now, the whole topic is small cap. So we're going to go over to market cap. And we're going to put small cap in there right away. So right here, small cap, basically from $300 million to $2 billion. That's considered a small cap. All right. So we've now got small cap stocks down here. And we got a lot. You can see, holy banana bread. Look at all of these stocks. Obviously, and I don't even know about the total. Can I get to the bottom? No, I can't. There's a lot. Let's just say there's a lot. So we obviously want to sort of say, okay, what are we looking for with these small cap stocks? I'm thinking that we're probably looking for total return stocks. So the first thing we're going to do is, if you have a higher dividend on a small cap stock, it's not really going to give you a high total return generally. So we're looking for basically probably moderate dividends with a good amount of returns. So let's, first of all, let's actually look at returns first. So we're going to go to performance right here. So up here, we've got it set to year to date. We could change that range if we wanted. So we could do 5 years, 10 years, all time, 6 months, 3 months. We'll do year to date. I like that. All right. So what are we looking for? 30% and above, 20%, 10%. At this point, let's just go with 5% and above for now. For now, we can modify this as we start to narrow these down a little bit. All right. So we still got a lot of companies. Now I can, of course, come over here to performance tab and we can sort this. So one of the things I always do is I typically sort my my stocks by year to date total return. So we're going to go to the performance and let's do this. All right. So here we go. So we're starting all the way up at the top. We got G Mining Ventures all the way up there at 368% year to date. That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. But you know, it's also a little alarming because it is so high. But we'll look at that. We'll look at that. And this, as you can see, we start going down, 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 down. There's a lot of really lower ones. Now you'll notice we got some in the red, and you might be thinking, wait a minute, didn't we say 5% or better? But that's year to date, right? This here is performance. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the 6 months. My bad. Oh dear. So even though this part right here, this is the part when I'm actually having lunch in your world. In my world, it's yesterday. So you guys are tomorrow. And so it's still live, though. I'm filming this live. There's going to be no editing, warts and all. You're going to get everything. All right. So I actually sorted the 6 month return. Not too shabby, but let's go to the year to date return. We'll do the same thing. And you can see, there we go. So 519% year to date. It's still G Mining Ventures. So that's going to be interesting. All right. So we're going to take a look down here. All right. So that's fine. Now, one of the things I want to sort of say, because we're not putting this in a video, I want the stock to be, what's the word for it? A little bit more stable. So I love, and you guys know this, I love my return on equity. So if I go 0% and above right now, we'll do that initially. That means the company has to be profitable. And lo and behold, look who's gone. Our big 500%er's gone. That takes us down to CES Energy Solutions. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. So we are starting to get, and you'll notice too, I got 2 here for CES. I got 2 here for Heroes DevTech, 2 for Jaguar Mining. So obviously, as we do this, we're only going to take one of them. We're not going to, have number 1 and number 2 both be CES Energy. So, but, are we happy with what we have? So let me just see here. What if we actually said, let's go with 15% and above, just to see what we get. Well, CES is still there. Then we got Propel Holdings, Drax, so ADF Group, of course. Now they're on a bit of a slide, so oh boy. Mineros and TerraVest Industries and Bird Construction down there as well. So these are some really good companies. Like, as you guys know, I'm very bullish on Bird Construction as well as Drax. Even though Drax is going down, Bird Construction is doing fantastic. So we already got a couple of good ones in here. Let's see, Tascale Mines, Medical Facilities, Fiera Capital, Valura Energy, Silvercrest Metals. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. I did sort of say I want a little bit of dividends in there because people like it when there's dividends. So let's just say, for example, 2% and above. That sounds pretty reasonable. Now you'll notice, holy banana bread. some of those ones up at the top, they were more pure growth. So as a result, we've already lost some companies. And now we got Mineros at the top, year to date, 81%. And then we go to medical facilities. Fiera, Sleep Country is in there. Nice. I don't think Sleep Country has ever shown up on a list. This could be the first. This could be a first for them. And we got Sprott. Sprott is right there as well. That's not too bad. Not too shabby. So we got some good companies in here. I like it. Now I will, in the video part where I actually say the qualifications, I'm going to say that they needed to have at least a 2% dividend yield or better in this case. I could have chose, I could have gone, you know, well, here's 0 to 2%. So what I can do as well is I can do a manual setup here as well. So I can say, okay, so right now this is the trailing 12 months, quarterly, annual. We'll just leave the trailing 12 months. That's fine. I want it above. And right now it says 2%. I could change that to 1% if I want, or even a 1.5%. Apply that. And here we go. We got Propel Holdings. Yeah, we said Bird Construction's in there. So we still got a lot of good companies in here with Sleep Country in there and Sprott. So I'm liking what I'm seeing thus far. So those are a couple of initial looks. Great. I can, let's see here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to add to this list. I could, if I really wanted to, I could add something like the analyst ratings, like a sell, a sell. We want at least a buy or a strong buy. I could, but to me, that's not that important. What's important for me is just looking at and making sure that we have some pretty good companies to start with. All right, let's go in and start pulling a few of these in. All right, so let's take a look here. I'm just going to list. So this BBC right here, this is it's just a placeholder that actually stands for Banana Bread Company. These prices are meaningless, to be honest. They actually belong to another stock, but I just use that as a holder so I don't have to re-enter my formulas. Because if you look here, for example, at the ROI, you can see the formula is up here. So B3 minus C3, all being divided by C3. So, you know, I don't want to have to do that every time. And that's kind of cool. All right, so let's take a look at some of these ones we have. So we have PRL. So there's Propel. All right, we'll put in the MSA. You know, it doesn't mean that they're all going to make it. BDT, we know Bird Construction will make it. I'm in love with Bird Construction, so they definitely. And you notice we got MSA again, so we're not going to do them twice. We'll put in DR, Fiera Capital FSZ. All right, and ZZZ. I've never covered them before, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to put in a couple more here because we're going to narrow this down to 5. I'll put in SII, and let's see, and maybe we'll put in the PHX as well. All right, so that gives us basically a starting point. We have some companies to sort of take a gander at right now. All right, the next thing I'm going to do here is let's switch over to, all right, we're going to go over to TMX Money, and we're going to look at these companies one by one. So right now, I got the spreadsheet on the other side, although I suppose I could, give me a second, I could do this, and I could slide the spreadsheet in there, and let's shrink it up a little bit. Yeah, I could do this. You know, there we go. There we can see a bit of each. All right, so we'll start with the PRL. We're going to put it in here. We got our Propel Holdings. All right, let's come in here. Let's go. We're going to go straight to the 3-year on this. So 24.41 is their current price. 24.41. Let's see, 3 years ago. Well, almost 3 years ago, because you can sort of see they started just before. So they're not quite 3 years, but they're close. They opened at 10.16. So we'll put that 10.16 in here. That means their return on investment, 140.26%. That's not too shabby. I do appreciate that. All right, let's grab the 1 year. Their 1 year, they opened at 828. So this is actually going to be bigger. 828. We'll drop this down. We got 194.81%. But that's because, well, they struggled initially. They're moving in the right direction now, but I also need the year to date. So we'll come in here and we'll get the first day of the year is the 2nd of the 2nd of January was the first day of the trading year. And they opened at 1294. So we're going to put that in there, 1294. Now keep in mind, guys, this is the one that potentially is our top stock. So 88.64%. Now we have to look, and we're going to come in here. Whoops, let's give me a second here. I have to use the drop down because when I shrank it, my whole menu disappeared on me. So we're going to go over here to key data. All right, we're going to pull things in here, and we're going to take a look here at a couple of things. So their debt to equity, it's pretty high, 191. So that's something to sort of think, can I live with that high of a debt to equity? Maybe. I do like the return on equity. I do like the return on assets. So I think that's probably manageable. All right, so we got their dividends here. Let's see here. So they're a quarterly dividend payer. So we're going to come over here and we'll just sort of highlight the last one. All right, so right now, this here is a June 5th, March. So they had 2 so far this year. So a 13 and a 12. All right, we'll put that in there. So that is our year to date. So when we come up over here to the year to date, we're going to put that 25 in there. All right, 0.25. And then we'll have a new calculation for their total return, which is a little higher. So 90.57. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. All right. Now, let's come on back. We've also got, and here, I'm going to drag these ones over. All right, so I'll have 2 more on this one right here. So 0.105 and 0.10. And that's going to give us 45.5 cents for their 1 year. So we'll come in here and we're going to put that in 0.455, bang. And that gives us a total return of 200.30. So 200.30. It's a funny. Sometimes I will say that. I've caught myself doing it where I'll go like 200.30. It's really not. It's 200.30. There's no 30 in there. So that's math. That's math for you. All right. We'll put these here over. Now, with this one here, okay, I got one more of these ones. We've got some 0.095. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 of those. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I have 2 more in there. They only had 1 because remember what I said about them not being completely 3 years. So we end up with we only end up with 11 dividends, but nonetheless, it's $1 and $1.12.5 cents. So we'll put that in over here. 1.125. Done. Bang. We have a total return. So we have a potential first one. They've got some really good, strong numbers. And look at that, 90.57%. That's not too shabby. So that will probably be number 1 in this list. So we would keep doing this for each and every one. Now, quite honestly, if I did the whole list right now, it would take probably about an hour. It would probably take an hour. Well, it wouldn't really. We've done most of the work. So, like for example, right now, the next one up is MSA. So we just go, ooh, MSA. This part is actually a little bit faster. So right away, look at this, $1.18. That's kind of low. So a lot of times on these challenges, I don't like to look at value that's under $5. So MSA, I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna be like, nope, I'm not gonna include them because they're gonna be under my traditional $5 one. So even though, and this is kind of the thing, I mean, if you look at them, you can sort of see that, well, no, they did spend most of the year as a penny stock. They've only recently, so they're still penny adjacent. So that's how, that's why I grab more than just the 5, because as you can see, remember, don't count that BBC. We've got one, but now we've already lost one. We got Bird Construction here. They're going to do fine. We already know that. BDT. So this one, I love this company. They're in no matter what. They're in no matter what. To 25.45. There we go. We go to their 3-year. All right. And they opened at 8.48. So 8.48, bang. Here we go. Total return, 200.1, sorry, not total return. Return on investment, 200.12%. We go to their 1 year. Here we go. 920. All right. And we have a return on investment of 176.63%. I like to see these numbers get lower. So you can sort of see here with PRL, it got higher. I don't like that as much because that means that there was some down period between here and here. That's the only way you're going to get that happening. But when these get lower as you move from 3-year to 1 year to year to date, then you've got an overall healthy movement in that stock. And I find that fantastic. Their year to date, let's get here, right here, 1444. Let's put that in here. And you will see, once again, we have completed it. It's a lower number again. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to show you something here. When I'm doing my dividend calculation for this one, well, here's the problem. Well, I'll show you the problem. The problem is right down here, they have a monthly dividend. So that complicates things again. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go to Yahoo Finance, and I'll show you why. All right, let's go back, and we'll put in BDT. All right, let's just type Bird Construction. All right, there we are, BDT.to, bang. So what I will do, because with a quarterly, I don't mind moving a little bit of numbers over. But when we're talking about a monthly, well, you're looking at a potential of 36 dividend payments just on this one here. And if they change a lot, that's too much work, So I just go over here to historical data. I go dividends only. All right. And I want 3 years. So, right now it's, whoops. Right now it's from 2024. You take 3 years away from that and it's 2021. So there we go. I will click on the done and apply. And these are all of their dividends in that period. So I'll then just click on the download. All right. And give me a second. I will pull this up. It will pop up right here. And this gives me all of the data I need. So let's start with this year. So this year, 2024, there we go. We got those. We'll come over. We'll just drop that. All right. Now that's 6. So I got another 6 in here for, so oops, let's go here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I always take a look. So July 28th. Yes, that makes sense. That does make sense. Because this one here is the June 28th as their last one. So they actually haven't included their recent one because I believe the 28th. No, it hasn't come out yet, has it? Okay, never mind. But it is coming out pretty darn soon. All right, so Command C, and I'll come over here. Now, the way these paste though, This is the oldest. This is the newest. It goes backwards. So if I was looking at a trend on whether or not the dividend's increasing, I would be looking this way. So I would be looking here as the newest, and that's fine. All right, now for the last one, and I always double check. Yep, that is the right date. The reason I check that date is if there was a missed dividend in there, then that date's going to be off. But the fact that that date is correct is fantastic. All right. And then I will drop it in here. So we've got my numbers. All right. So on the 3-year, they came in with $1.28. And bang. There we go. 215.21%. Over here, 0.476. And that brings that up to 181.80. And year to date, 26 cents. And that brings our total return to 78.05 cents. So that is absolutely fantastic. And I would keep doing this to get the rest of this list. Like I said, we're not going to do the whole hour on this right now because I'm sure the me that was downstairs eating is probably done and is probably watching this part of the video, waiting for me to shut up so that I can take over. Something like that. So that is, well, that's what it's all about. And, you know, we know there's going to be a little bit of a downside on the DR, but there's probably still going to make it, to be honest. So this is going to be a nice little list. It does look like Sleep Country will probably make it. I love that. So yeah, this will either be, like I said, this will either be the next video if the channel members voted for the next video, or if not, it'll be it should be the week after, I believe, because I think the next video is channel members, then 0 to 100K, and then small cap if the channel members vote for it. Anyway, thank you for letting me share. Well, thank you for letting past me share a 20 minutes here with you or so, or 25 minutes. But anyway, let's take it back to future me or present me for you guys. All right. Whew. And actually, I'll make this large screen. Oh, by the way, before I let me take back over, you'll notice I got the green behind me. I am just being optimistic that the market will be green tomorrow, or well, year today. So hopefully it is. If it's red, it'll be really kind of weird. It's like we're going from the red scene, all of a sudden, bang, we're into the green scene. So anyway, that's kind of cool. Anyway, me, hello, take over. Let me go, please. Bye. Oops. Bye. Okay. Okay. First of all, let's see. Control. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. All right. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Let me know if you can hear me. I got feedback coming over here, so give me a second. All right, there we go. So I should be now on to, yeah, I should be on the back one. And yeah, I got some terrible feedback. So I have to I got to troubleshoot the one camera. It's being a little temperamental. So I went to start it and I was like, I've only got a minute left. It's not working. So I have to reboot it to get it to work. So that's fine. We are on the laptop at the moment. So you can see me, different angle. I'm kind of hiding the sign, all of that fun stuff. But whew, we are back. Now, I saw something in there about a an issue with that video I was playing. Was it bad quality? Were you guys all getting bad quality? I mean, it looked fine from where I was looking, but if there was an issue with it, definitely let me know. So that, yeah, that's the fun thing. I think, do I still have access to this? I'm looking. Do I still have access? Well, what I wanted to do right now, so I actually wanted. That is the video. Never mind. I thought that was something else. It needs to go away. Let me see here. Actually, I think I have to do that on the main screen. Let's see. Remove from studio. And let's see here. Oh, no, this is me. This is me right here. Okay. Holy banana bread. Whew. Now, Ski says I couldn't read the numbers or text in the spreadsheet. Yeah, okay. And that's a thing. A lot of times if I'm showing like a spreadsheet or something like that, especially if you're using it on your phone, it's going to be really, really, really difficult. But okay. Now let me ask you guys this question. When I do it live, are you better able to see? Are you better able to see spreadsheets and things like that? Because to me, that makes a big difference. That definitely makes a big difference. All right. As we're doing this, I am going to try to I'm going to try to sort of on the side, I'm doing something. I'm trying to get the other phone, get the phone to register, and power is a bit of an issue. So I have right here, I got a power bank. I'm going to plug a power bank into it. That way here, hopefully it'll give it enough juice to stay powered. I looked it up on the internet, like how do you keep your phone camera working? And it said, plug it into a power source. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Plug it into a power source. Bang. Perfect. So we got a 46% charge right now. We should be good. I just have to get it to register. And right now it has not done that. So I have a series of things that I tend to do when it doesn't register. And one of them is I just reboot the phone. Simple as that. Reboot the phone. That usually 90% of the time gets it to work. So there we go. Phone is off. Phone should be coming back up. I got to pop out for a minute. Oh, you got to pop out. Okay, Ian, that's fine. All right, guys. Let's get this. Come on. Come back on, phone. We may end the stream with me buying a new phone. All right. No problem. It's working. It's working. It's slowly booting its way back up. And once it's done that, I'm going to put it in the cradle over here. All right. So hopefully we can get this working here pretty darn fast. I was looking over at Bitcoin. It's still moving a little bit to the upside, more than I want. So I meant to put that limit buy in as Skids had mentioned, and I didn't. It's because the chat. It was great to be talking to you guys. So it certainly did not. It certainly helped. It certainly helped. Okay. Now let's see. Come on. It still could not find the camera. Just give me a second here. I'm going to try. Let's do that. Let's get this thing going. Come on. Show me my camera. Show me my camera. Okay, still nothing. Oh, I love it when a plan doesn't come together. Okay. I have this really weird thing. When that doesn't work, my next step in troubleshooting is I open up FaceTime. Then I click on a new FaceTime to see if that will get it to work. And bang, it is working. I'm going to go silent here for a second because if I don't put the mute on this one, we're going to get that epic feedback again. So, all right, give me a second here. Control, mute. There we go. You shouldn't be able to hear me. Now, let's start this camera here. This one here, you should be able to see me. I gotta put things back up. There we go. A little over this way. Perfect. All right, let's get rid of other me. Goodbye, other me. Whoa. All right, this one. No, I want this one here. This one can go away. Okay. I think we got it fixed. I think we have it fixed. Holy banana bread. That's quite the adventure. Quite the adventure. All right, we're back. Everything is now working. Well, I'm glad I don't do open to closes every day. Well, if I did, I would probably find a better way to do it than this. So, yay, we are back. All right. Well, the first thing I want to do is we have not looked at the charts for a bit. Let's see midday how everything is shaking out. All right. We have the TSX doing well. It's up to 0.86%. So it has jumped back up. That's not too shabby. S&P 500 up 1.35%. NASDAQ 1.27. Dow Jones 1.71. Gold is almost 1% up. Silver has finally gotten into the green. There we go. WTI, oil down 1.37%, and Bitcoin holding at 2.80%. Now, as for trading, I'm looking at this here. Oh, gosh. So I don't think I'm going to get back down to here right now. I'm going to look for a new trading window. I'm probably going to bring it up. Even coming down here, I don't know if I'll get back down. It's like the trend is not my friend today. The trend is not my friend. And here's the problem. When I look at the move on this candle, it's not a big candle, so we're not getting a lot of movement right now. I'll hold it here for now, and we'll just watch. While we watch, let's take a quick look at the heat map. I should bring everybody back. And as you can see, the big winners, of course, the railroads are up there. We got WSP over here. So those of you who do not know them, they are WSP Global. So definitely interesting. So what are they? Because I honestly don't know a lot about them. So they're a professional services company which engage in the provision of solutions to governments, business architects, and planners. Interesting. Look at this. They've had some pretty good movement here. This could be a stock I want to put on my radar. So something to look at for sure. All right, that's WSP in the U.S. That's not the U.S. Those are our ETFs. Our ETFs are looking good. I should probably put this at the end. I should move it. Yeah. But between VEQT and XEQT, I like to pick on them because they're both all equity, of course. VEQT, they're in the lead, 1.27 to 1.22. So that's not too shabby. All right. And the US, it's looking pretty good. Look at this. Microsoft has really come back today, up 2.11. And Meta's doing fantastic, 3.21. NVIDIA has slowed back down. They're back down. They're still in the positive, 1.34. So that's not too shabby. Where's Tesla at today? I do not see Tesla in here. Oh, well. That's where is Tesla? I do not know. I kind of want to see Tesla. They're normally right over in here, but they're not registering. They're definitely not registering. Okay. So Tesla's doing something, but I don't know what. We'll look at it on the, actually, we'll just go over here. I do have, there's YTSL. They're down slightly, so that makes me think Tesla is not doing super great. Where is Tesla? There they are. Oh, they are up a tiny bit, 0.02%. So Tesla's just holding on today. And over to cryptocurrency, it's pretty much a green day right across the board. We got Ethereum in the green. We got Bitcoin in the Bitcoin. There's Bitcoin again. Bitcoin in the green. What can I say? It looks fantastic. All right. I am liking it. I am liking what I'm seeing thus far. All right. So that's pretty good for the market. Do we have any big news stories popping up? Let's, we're going to refresh the news here and we'll take a look. Oh, we got something about Scotiabank. Scotiabank customers report not receiving payroll deposits. Holy banana bread. That's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, I don't know if I like the sounds of that. So let's actually go in here and take a look. See, thousands of Bank of Nova Scotia customers reported problems with their online banking services Friday, with numerous posts on social media, people not receiving their paychecks. If you ever want a way to annoy a customer, the paycheck. Hit them where it counts. It's like, yeah, let's not. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's definitely not a good issue. Hopefully they can get that solved. Lickety split. Let's see here. And nothing else really new showing here. Other than, and this is a tragic story. I mean, the whole Jasper fire thing, disrupting rail service now. Not surprising, not surprising. Hopefully they get that under control. But even if they do, I think at this point, the last thing I heard is that between 30 and 50% of buildings are like burned. I don't know if that means totally burned or slightly burned. I'm not sure what the criteria is on that, but not good. Not good at all. Oh, boy. All right. Let's remove that for the moment. We'll go back here to a big screen. All right. And let's see here. Where were we? Oh, the transcode. Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things. As I said, we probably won't have to do it again. All right, let's see. Another BTC buy for the afternoon. We need more gains. Well, I'm still in the, I'd like a loss so that I can jump back in. So, all right, here we go. Tesla at 220, so down 0.05. Hey, welcome to the stream, Chad. I think this is the first I saw you today. Funny books, Loblaws and bread price fixing. Yes, I remember reading about that. So I think, like in their latest earnings, the earnings were down a little bit because they had to pay. Oh my gosh, how much was it? Was it 500 million? I'm pretty sure there was a story actually over here. Let me just see if we can find it. Rosenberg. Let's see, world's top copper supplier, post-drop protection, U.S. debt. Actually, I think I can search their site. Let's just do a search on Loblaws. Yeah, here we are, 500 million. So yeah, they have settled the bread price fixing case action suits for $500 million. So that's gonna, of course, that's coming out of their cash situation. So that will affect their earnings. But at the same time, I mean, they got record earnings. They're doing well. So I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned. And let's see here. Yeah, they do have a dividend coming out pretty darn soon. All right. Oops. That's our Discord, by the way, folks, if you're interested in Discord. Great place to communicate. Actually, I love it over there. You guys, you know, we have a lot of fun here. But let's pull up DNS here. So Bank of Nova Scotia. And they've actually had not a bad year. So if you look, I mean, we got a little bit of ups and downs, but for the most part, it's not too shabby. And let's see, their ex-dividend date was on July 3rd, and that money's coming out. When's that coming out? Well, I think the 29th. I think Chad said the 29th. So let's see here. So yeah, here we are, July 29th. So that means you probably won't see it in your broker till the 30th, but it's $1.06 a share. $1.06 a share. Now, this is one of the ones that you'll notice here, like we've gone, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 in a row. And you'll notice here, like 1, 2, 3, 4 at $1.03. So normally they do up their dividend, usually once a year. So right now we're a little overdue. So I am expecting at their next earnings call, I would be surprised if they didn't hike their dividend a little bit. So, you know, maybe we'll see like maybe it'll be $1.09 after their next earnings call. So definitely something to keep in mind. All right. Okay, we got a coming back down here on the good old Bitcoin side. And Chad has been, you've been working a lot. Well, you know what? You're making the money. You're making the money. There's nothing wrong with that. Just bread. That's the only place I buy my bread. 4 loaves, $8. Yeah. And it's funny. There's a funny story. Like my uncle used to tell the story about his kids, about my cousin. So my cousin Jamie, when he was a kid, back then you could buy a chocolate bar for like 25 cents. So his father gave all of his kids 25 cents each if they could go buy a chocolate bar, and they all came out with chocolate bars except for Jamie. He came out with a loaf of bread. So you can get bread at 25 cents as well. And his reasoning was, he was looking at the chocolate bars and he was like, they're really small, but look at the size of this loaf of bread. I want something bigger. So he bought a loaf of bread, of all things. But that's Nova Scotia, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I always, whenever I hear of cheap bread, it always sort of reminds me of that story. So we got to say, so I will point out, I did have lunch while we were away. Nice and simple. Actually, it was a bad lunch. It was like a quarter pounder from McDonald's. So it was bad. But, we needed something quick that I could fit into that 20 minutes really fast. And that did it. But yeah. So hopefully tonight I have a really healthy supper. That's the way I look at it. MP wants to know what's going on with Lightspeed. So LSPD. Well, you know what? Let's actually pull them up in here. And I'll show you why. Because if there's something going on, we should... What the heck? Let's see. Lightspeed. Oh, I'm on the indices. Haha, that's why. Here we go. Lightspeed. Here we go. Right down here. Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. See what's going on. Okay. We got a little bit of a dip. So let's see. Well, the first news article, Lightspeed dips more than broader market. What you should know. Let's see what they're saying. Okay. So it ended the recent trading session at 1304. So that was a minus 0.61% swing from the previous close. Okay, so let's see. Prior to today's trading, shares of the company had lost 2.74 over the past month. This has lagged the business sectors, but why? Why? We want to know why. Let's see. The upcoming earnings release of Lightspeed will be of great interest to investors. So that's August 1st is when that's coming out. They're expected to report. So this is what they expect. They're looking for an EPS of 0.06. And then the revenue to be 258.34 million. So that's a big increase, but that's what they're expecting. I wonder if they're not on track. Let's see here. These are more expectations. All right. Let's see. Their research indicates that they're correlated with the near-term stock prices. All right. I don't care about the Zacks ranking system. I want to know what's wrong with the company. That's article. All it's really telling me is expectations. Let's see here. Wall Street expects rises as market takes a dip. Highlighting newest product innovation. I'm not seeing anything really, really bad. So that's not too shabby. But the big thing is going to be to watch their earnings. That is coming up. And for that, actually, I need to open it here. Here we go. Let's go. LSPD. Because sometimes you can see things a little bit easier, I think, when you're looking at overall trends. All right. Let's just go to their 6 month. All right. So this is their 6 month here. So their earnings report is going to be basically in here. So they've had a bit of a jump in here for their earnings. So they could be okay. I think they should be fine. So we will know, of course, on August 1st, what exactly is going on with them. But I'm not seeing anything like there's no news in regards that's kind of that's kind of sketchy on them. So we'll find out soon enough for sure. All right, kind of cool. We got Al in the house. We got a hola from Al. Good to see you. Good to see you. We've been going strong. We're currently now, by the way, guys, we're at 3 hours and 34 minutes and 11 seconds. So this right now is our longest stream to date. So it's the longest, that's for sure. All right. I will drop the link again. If anybody wants to come on, you're more than welcome to. So I am, let's see. I'm going to drop them right now. So yeah, this morning, Al, we had Larry and we had JJ, we had Jordan, we had Prairie Investor, and we had Ian. So we almost had a full. Everybody was calling it the Brady Bunch. We almost had the Brady Bunch, but we didn't. But it was still good. It was still good. All right. Going to get back over here. Oops. Let's get back to, because we also did we did one trade so far today. I'd like to do another. Ooh, look at this. I got a little bit of red. I'm liking that. Right now, I'm not seeing a lot of downward pressure. So I may have to bite the bullet and get in a little higher. And then we'll have some patience and hope we get a nice good pump after that. So give me a second here. Let's pull up. All right, I have this up. I'm just going to relog into the National Bank brokerage because it times out. If you don't do anything in about 15 minutes, it will time out on you. It's one of their security features. So I am okay with that. All right. Come on. All right, here we go. All right, it's loading up. Now, you guys may not be able to see this, actually. No, you can't. But, all right, let's go here. Perfect. That's what I want. We'll put in our order here. So BTCC.B. I think today we're trading with, BTCC.B. Come on. What space? Is there a space at the beginning of here? I've never seen that error before. I think that's the first time I've ever had a space. I think we were trading at about 750. All right. So right now we're sitting at 1331. And I'm just going to pull this over a little further. Let's move this over here just so we can see it nice and clear. So yeah, we're probably not going to get much below this right now. And I have a feeling it's still, I wanted it to crash hard. We had some potential here. We had some potential, but it did not pull it. So let's take a look and see where we're at right now. Do you know what? I want to get in at 1330. I'm just going to put that in. We'll put that in here as a limit order. That way there, if I get distracted, and I will get distracted. Oh, look at that. I did get a partial. So far, I got 700 of 750. So either way, I got to play. It's either a 700 play or a 750 play. I'll just refresh that. See, there we go. I got the whole thing. So I get in at 1330. All right. So now we have, and we're of course going to sell it. Now, for now, I'm just going to set it at 1331 as my sell point. I'm not going to sell it at that. I want more. But that's just sort of a reminder for me that at that point there, we make $7.50. So we want it to be higher than that. But that way there, I don't have to remember where it was at. So let's, and I'm going to put in, you know what, I'll put this in here to sort of show this is roughly where we bought it, the blue line, our little line. And so once it gets back, even if it gets back up in here, that would be fantastic. We could sell it then. So we will take a look. MP says BDT. So Bird Construction seems to still be doing strong. I'm very bullish on them for, well, just overall, like I expect a lot from them. In a way, I'm kind of sad that in the challenge, I think I only have 3 shares. And I was like, why didn't I get more? Because that was before, like I bought those before the last big pump. So, All right. I already answered that question. Hello, Prairie Investor. Yes, Prairie Investor was in the house. Now I still have in my audience in my back room. I still got Larry, Prairie, and JJ. If any of you are coming back when your faces show up, then I'll add you. But if you're happy in the audience, then don't show your faces. I won't put you up. Al says, let's see. I was the exact same way, Prairie. I had all my money in MF, quit my job 7 years ago, played a ton of WoW, felt guilty, decided to start stocks at the start of this year. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We're bringing Larry back. Larry is in the house. Hey, Larry, did you have lunch while I had lunch? Just curious.
I had ice cream.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I had to mute that. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, I had a rainbow sherbet ice cream.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's a lot of fun. And Kevin Gaz is saying, still playing WoW myself. Now, I used to be, let's just move over a little bit. I used to be quite the gold farmer in my days in WoW. So the thing about WoW, for people who don't, who have never played WoW, is it has a massive economy within that game. And one of the fun aspects, like some people play the game because they like to go around smashing monsters or fighting the Horde or the Alliance, depending on which side they are. And some people are in it just to get better gear and to be, doing the best raids and, being godlike. Me, nah. I was in there for gold. I was like running around hoarding gold. I was good at it too. So like right now on my account, I've got like I've got the Long Boy, which is this one mount that has an auction house on it, so you can buy and sell without having to go back to cities. But that was my thing. I used to love doing that, and it's kind of funny when I did move into finance in a stronger way. Part of that was me saying, I can actually get rid of that while we're doing that. Part of that was me basically saying, well, hey, if I could do so well with gold in a game, I wonder what I could do with like real money in the real world. So that became a kind of a big thing. Because, I know back when I played WoW a lot, you could spend a whole day farming to, make a whole bunch of gold so that you could maybe buy a token and get $25 on your account. And I'm like, well, look at that first little trade I made here earlier in the day. We made one swing right away on that Bitcoin ETF that brought in, 60. Actually, it worked out to $67. I did the math on lunch, so $67. Yeah. So if I was if I was still heavy into WoW, I would be like, okay, I'm going to leave the game for a bit and go make a swing trade so that I can then buy a token from the back end. And I think that's what a lot of people do. A lot of people who don't have that time, they just buy tokens. They get their gold that way, which is fantastic for people who are in the game and love gold farming. So just something to put out there. All right. Let's see, at 55. See, gold farming and auctioning is what got me into trading. There you go. Curiosity. Kevin Kaz, what is the most gold you have ever sold anything for in the game? So I'm kind of curious. For me, I sold a Papal Fez once for like, it was almost 700,000 gold, almost. So, but I think I put it up for 900,000. It wasn't selling. I ended up lowering it down to, I think it was either 725 or somewhere in that vicinity, and it sold at that. For those of you who don't play, there are items in the game which are really hard and almost impossible to ever get. That's one of them. So when you do happen to find one of those and you know that it's really, 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 really rare, you can sell it for a lot of gold. So that was one of my things that was fun. And what was actually really interesting is I was on a Twitch stream the streamer was hosting a contest where we were running Alderman, which is the dungeon where that drops. And whoever had the biggest market value at the end of this stream, so, you know, he was doing like a 24-hour stream. Whoever got the biggest item in that whole 24 hours was going to win 1 million gold from him. I got that 1 million gold too. So technically, I got 1.75 million, if you look at it that way. And that pretty much paid for my Brutosaur, so the Longboy, that auction house mount. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, WoW was so addicting. Let's see. Is that Ian at the bottom left corner? Where? Wait a minute. What bottom left corner? I'm looking around. I'm like, can you guys actually see? You guys? No, you guys. I was like, I'm just curious. Like, I'm like, what are you guys seeing? Are you guys seeing my audio, my backstage for some reason? But no, you're not. Okay. Fine. You've been subscribed since vanilla. Holy cow. Al's played on and off for 2 years. Let's see. I started to get more into NFL last year. Then I felt NFL and stocks were kind of the same. And I felt like I could do a bit more with my MF. So I changed them this year. So when you say NFL, are you talking about the National Football League? You may have lost me on that if that acronym is for something else. But I hear NFL, I think football. It's probably football. Yeah. Let's see. I will have to check my TSM, but you have beaten me by a long shot, I think. Let's see. I've been at my computer this entire time working on grants. I'll go grab some food. Yeah, absolutely. Get some food, JJ. Get some food. What is TSM? It's a Trade Skill Master. So it's basically a program that you can use in the game that tracks the prices and value of all the items. So you know what the fair value is to list it for. And it will also help you list things, actually. It makes it a lot easier. Ian says, I just got back. Don't think I'm on video right now. No, you're not in the background. But if you want to come back on, I'll drop the link again. I'll just drop the link again instead of scrolling back. There we go. Al says, I always see your background, JJ. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a real home. Yeah, it was actually interesting. There was one point in the stream, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but JJ moved a little bit, and the software from, I think it's StreamYard software, actually, he completely disappeared for a second, almost like he disappeared out of existence. It was funny. All right. FHS, for current gold, silver, and copper investing, would base metal material ETFs provide good exposure? What are good ETFs for these base ETF? Thanks. All right. We're starting to get the hard questions, Larry. We're starting to get the hard questions. What can I say? What can I say? All right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different good ETFs that will cover base materials. It's almost hard to find one that is just gold. A lot of times they will also be doing silver, maybe a little bit of copper at the same time. Especially company-wise, like it's on the company side. Like you get a gold company, when you start to read the fine details, you usually find, and here's the thing, when you're mining gold, there's oftentimes copper there as well, and sometimes silver. So sometimes, you don't just find gold in a mine. You sometimes find other materials, and as a result, a lot of these companies do process other materials too. So that's not too shabby. I mean, there's a lot of good ETFs for these, and I really should make a video on gold and silver ETFs. I know I did one recently, mostly concentrating on gold, but I think it did touch on silver as well. Let's see. Okay, Ian, then who is the guy on the bottom left corner? What person? I'm not sure. All right, I'm lost with what Al is seeing, but let's see. Funny Book says, I bought NVIDIA CDR, not bad, before the split. Post-split, I'm down by negative 7.89. I'm new. Should I be concerned? Why is this happening? It's not so much the post-split that really did it for the CDR. It's just that NVIDIA has, NVIDIA's fallen a little bit. And let me pull it up here. Let's take a look. Here we go, NVIDIA. NVDA. Perfect. So when we take a look at NVIDIA, all right, let's just go to the 6 month. So, they've had this big rise, but they have moved down quite a bit. So depending on where you got in, if you get in anywhere up here, yeah, you're going to be down a little bit, but don't worry, it is temporary. I fully believe NVIDIA is going to pick up some more strength again. So whatever you do, I would not sell. I would hold on, and your patience will be rewarded. I am full. Now you will find, let me just put this out there. If you travel the YouTubes enough, you're going to find a lot of people who are like, the bubble has popped. NVIDIA is going down. We're going deep into a recession. The market's going to fall. There's a lot of doomsayers out there because, well, doomsaying gets clicks. Simple as that. So what I say is just sort of take it a little bit easier. Look at the data. If somebody is telling you it's going to be, either they're telling you the worst in the world is about to happen or the best in the world is about to happen, I don't usually listen to either of those. So I want to say that goes both ways, because you will get some people out there that will pump things like crazy. I always say, look at the data, look in the middle. If you don't know how to do fundamental analysis, at least get some basics down, because then you can definitely take a look and see what's happening. So always a good thing. Yeah, whoops, here we go. And yeah, Alice, exactly. It's down because NVIDIA is down. All the tech stocks have been down for the last 2 weeks. So hold, yeah, and it's this thing, just hold on. They will come back. But worst case scenario, let's just go worst case scenario. And I'll show you worst case scenario. We'll go to the 10-year right here. Actually, NVIDIA is a bad stock. Let me show you it with, I'm going to show you it with Microsoft. Because NVIDIA, because of the way NVIDIA pumped, you can't really see what I'm trying to demonstrate here. All right, we'll go to the 10 years here on NVIDIA, on Microsoft. And you can see, so Microsoft was doing well, and until they weren't. So as we moved into 2022, we began to enter a bear market. And here's that bear market right here. So let's say, for example, if you had bought CDRs of Microsoft and it did happen to go into that bear market, yikes, all the way down here, you're taking a loss, right? That sucks. That sucks. But if you look at it from here, and if you waited, so in this case here, you're looking at a few years, but a couple of years later, everything is back up again. So it always does return. So that's where you need to ask. So if you're a long-term investor, so if you're looking at, let's say you're looking at returns on the long scale, then you don't even care. You know this is going to happen, and that's fine. And if you're dollar cost averaging, heck, that means you're buying when it's down here too, which means that instead of having to wait till it gets up here, maybe you've averaged down to here, and all of a sudden you're profitable again a little bit earlier. So I wouldn't be super concerned with it. But I will tell you, I do not believe we're heading into another bear market. This may look like a strong bull market, but I don't think it's done. Tech especially, it looks really big, but the rest of the market, it's not quite as pronounced. So we're just getting ramped up. Now, one thing you can say, though, and this is true, when you see how this, starting at November, you kind of got the peak here at December, and then it went into the bull market. The rest of the market, so the S&P 500, non-tech stocks, they started falling about 2 months later. So there was a little bit of a lag. So in this case here, it was kind of neat that tech was almost like the canary in the coal mine. So it's something to keep in mind. Doesn't mean, now keep in mind, this happened between this bear market and this bull market cycle. So that does not mean it's going to be the exact same in the next one. It could be completely different. But I don't see a bear market anytime soon. Larry, what are you thinking?
Well, I think that all you have to do is look into ASML's past 2 annual meetings. They expect $1 trillion in sales by 2030 for chips. So you just have to look into the future. We know that we're going to be using by 2035 2,000 zettabytes of memory for the internet. And 1 zettabyte is a billion terabytes. So we can just knowing from that, there shouldn't be any worry. All the other countries are going to advance from third world to second world. They're going to need chips. They're going to need computers, cell phones. There's going to be more people. They're going to need more tech. So I wouldn't worry about it. Just think about the future. Don't think about today. We're probably going to be alive in 7 years to reap the benefits of these buys that we're having currently.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. All right. FHS is asking, would gold royalties better than ETFs? Thanks. I very much like royalty companies. One of the things I like about royalty companies is that even when the markets start to falter a little bit, they still tend to do a little bit better, only because they don't carry a lot of debt. There's almost no overhead in a royalty company. So when you look at, well, I'll show you. We'll just pick a random royalty company. So I'll just type in royalty, ROYALTY. Here we go. Metalla Royalty and Streaming. No idea who these people are. But I will tell you, and I will be shocked if their debt is significant. So we're going to go into key data. And keep in mind, this is pretty small stock, $3.96. So they probably have some debt, but I would still be shocked. So let's come down. Debt to equity ratio, 5%. That's it. So they have very little overhead. There's no need for them to be taking on a lot of debt. So that does help them. So for example, rate hikes, not a thing, not even a pain for them. However, when they own a royalty, so the gold company that they may own a royalty in, they may have overhead and it may hurt them, and it might sort of knock down how much money is coming back to this royalty. And we can see right now they do have a negative return on equity, and return of assets. So that means that they're not profitable. So right now they're not profitable, but I imagine they're getting better each year. And let's actually take a look and see. We'll go to the last year. Okay, well, they've come down quite a bit. But right now with gold going up, I expect it. And see, but this one here, I would expect this to be a little more steep. So that alone, this part right here, I might be a little hesitant on this one. But like I said, we just randomly picked one. I just wanted to demonstrate the debt picture of a royalty company. So you want to see a little bit of movement up, especially right now where gold has gone up quite a bit. You want to see that reflected into your royalty stock. But they are fantastic. I do like them. The big difference, though, is that with an ETF, you're gaining exposure to more companies. More companies means that you have a better diversification, meaning that there's a little bit more safety in it. So that's just kind of where you would have to weigh them. Okay. How come you guys aren't at... I have a feeling that Al is watching this from the beginning and throwing comments in, because yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's what's happening here. Okay. Jonathan says, I took the day off for this. Didn't want to be... Holy banana bread, John. That's awesome. I think you're the first person who's ever took their day off of work to listen to me speak all day. I don't think that's ever happened before. So that's kind of cool. I think no one is reading the live chat. Well, I think people are reading the live chat. I just think that you might be out of sync here. I'm not... Like, you're confusing me, Al. You're confusing me, but that's fine. Okay, NVIDIA is making me bleed so hard right now. I can understand. You know what? And there's a lot of people. Like, I know even in this community, we have oh, look at that. Look at that. I like that. Larry, save the doubters on semiconductors. Give us some words of wisdom here.
Yeah, EVs use, this is from Toyota's presentation from last year. EVs use 1,000 semiconductors in each car at a minimum. Mm-hmm. I think it's, I wish I could post these. It's on my tablet, so I keep looking at. But, we've got, I think it's what, 500 billion is being invested to create more production facilities for chips. The the thought that they'd invest this much money and demand go down is preposterous. AI is the future, chips are the future, and that's where we're going. Even if you look at the World Economic Forum, that's all they talked about in 2018, 2019. Some people don't like Klaus Schwab, but this is where we're going, and it's at this point, unless there's a giant war or alien invasion, it's inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Black swan events can change everything, but we are a technological society, and there's one of the things I've been hearing on the on YouTube a lot is people saying, well, the AI companies are not making any money. They're, we just can't sustain it. It's all going to come crashing down because of that. To that, I say, I don't subscribe to that. I think I think they're doing well. I know I pay a monthly fee to ChatGPT personally. I think a lot of people do, just because I want as much functionality as I can get. And plus, we're only at the beginning. We're only at the beginning of this. That's what people don't get, is that we're at the beginning. It's not like we've been running at this and like it's old technology. We're at the beginning, and things are just going to get more and more crazy.
ASML sales next year are going from this year. They did 25 billion in sales for their machine that makes microchips. Next year, they're predicting between 60 and 80 billion in sales.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, and Jonathan's pointing out about power. So yes, training a large language model does take a crazy amount of power, but this is where we come full circle, right? One of the things that we've been talking about is what's a sustainable power out there that could provide more energy than we could possibly need. I'll give you a hint. It starts with N and ends with nuclear. So, the options are out there. We just need to make the right choices. And when we get to the point that AI needs more power and needs more from the grid, people will start making the right choices. All right. What about Tesla? All right. Do you have any idea how many chips are in a Tesla? Out of curiosity, or probably similar.
About 1,200.
About 1,200. Okay. There we go.
Yeah. You'd be surprised what companies are linked to Tesla. You'd be very surprised. I had one day. This is when it was a lot of free time, but I went around to the different areas and looked at what companies, who was buying what, like where everything was getting shipped from, and I wish I was able to buy Saudi Arabia's Aramco. The paint for the cars, the carbon for the cars. It's all Aramco and BASF, the oil pipeline company from Germany. A lot of it's from was it BASF or BS? The ones they were partnered with Russia and their pipeline got blown up.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
BAFC or whatever, but they make a lot of stuff comes from them, from Saudi Aramco's SABIC, and then of course TSMC. So, but yeah, it's about 1,200 per car. So I would. And as far as nuclear, Greg Abel from Berkshire Hathaway said that energy is going to be in demand by 2028. 4 times as much energy is going to be needed.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, exactly. And that's also the thing. When you look at the new government in Germany sort of pushing nuclear and decommissioning all of their nuclear plants, it's like crazy. You can't rely on hydrogen. Nuclear is reliable. It's here now. Use it. It's green. All right. We also have, I was just going to say, we have Prairie Investor back. I'm just going to throw him in.
Hey, guys. Thanks.
All right. Larry.
Happy to be here.
I was just going to say, it's the reason we're in TEPCO. It's Tokyo Electric Power Company. They're exceptionally cheap, because of the nuclear disaster. from 2011. You know, they're like a 10 billion market cap. They make 40 billion a year, 90 billion in assets, 70 billion in debt. However, they're actually restarting the other two nuclear power plants that have been shut off since 2011. And they do most of the construction and inspections around the world for nuclear power plants. So
Right.
I mean, we're in it at like $3. It's $5 a share. You know, they haven't done their dividend because obviously nuclear fallout and cleanup is a mighty expense. But by 2040, they should be done, and that's a conservative number. So we're long that just because of the nuclear premise, and they've been buying a lot of natural gas sites in Australia from Woodside Energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when you look at the let's look at the dark side of nuclear, you know, whether it be nuclear fallout, nuclear waste. I mean, the reality is the amount of actual negativity that's produced from a nuclear power plant, it it pales in comparison to all of the crap that we're creating with oil power plants and coal power plants and fossil fuels. So, you know, and even you take a radioactive rods. I mean, they encase those things in cement. Like the actual danger is very minimal, but people are just conditioned to be afraid of nuclear power. You know, all you have to really do is you know, don't build a nuclear power plant on a fault line. Or if your shores are prone to tsunamis, don't build them at the ocean. Take them inland. You know, some simple things like that, and then you're not going to have issues with nuclear power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't understand why they even built it. They built it right on the fault line, which I think is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you know, or even with even with like Fukushima. I mean, you were just too close to the ocean. You know, you get big tsunamis. Take it inland. Take it inland. Problem solved. You know, like I know Ontario, so the province that I'm living in, we're looking at adding more nuclear power, and perfect. We've got a great place that's not prone to a lot of things that could cause issues with it.
I had come across a video recently where there's a firm that's actually researching on recycling those nuclear rods, being able to generate electricity from the recycled rods.
Okay, we're getting a lot of feedback from you, Prairie. I'm not sure why, but there was most of what you just said was pretty broken, just with a lot of you know, I don't know, whatever that type of feedback is, just kind of like weird feedback. Do you have actually I don't know how to fix it, so but maybe it was just isolated, because I know last time before lunch you were able to talk. You had a little bit at the beginning and then everything was fine after that. So hopefully that's the case this time as well.
Is this any better?
Oh, that's a lot better. All right. What were you saying, by the way?
I recently came across a video. There's a startup company that's researching the recycling of the nuclear rods in order to generate electricity from those recycled rods.
Yeah. I've actually, I have seen that. I know there's a couple of different technologies for making nuclear power plants. There's the one that we use in North America, which you can't really recycle, but there is a one that you can do the recycling of the rods, as you were just mentioning. And that's one of I think that's perfect. It's like, let's do that. You know, we can keep our current ones, but our new ones, let's be doing that, because that makes a lot more sense. Then you don't have to worry about burying these rods under the earth. And keep in mind too, I'm just going to put this out here. If you were to take all of the radioactive rods left over from nuclear power plants in North America, it's not as much as you think. You could pretty much put it all in one large cavern underground. It's not a lot. People sort of think that there's a lot more than there actually is.
I think Hollywood overhypes a lot of that too.
Yeah. Well, if you get your science from Hollywood, you probably believe things make loud noises when they explode in space, and you probably think that you'll freeze instantly if you were falling out in a spacesuit. Yeah, there's a lot of bad science that just comes out of Hollywood because when you look at the real science, it's like, oh, that's not exciting enough. Let's change it. That's kind of what I think they do. All right. Now, Skiz says the U.S. is increasingly becoming xenophobic, putting tariffs on everything and everyone. They're also preventing foreign entities from doing business with each other. So ASML and TSMC are, and well, he didn't actually go any further than that, but it's kind of weird. I think just looking at politics in the U.S. alone, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like in the last 10 years, everything has become very polarizing. It's never been that way. But, and we've started to see a little bit of that filtering up into Canada too. But it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Do we think, and maybe Larry's the best person to answer this, do we think once we're finally beyond Trump, so let's say, whether he does 4 years or doesn't, do we think once he's no longer really on the stage, that's going to start to revert back to the way it was, or do we think it's ingrained at this point?
Well, the thing of it is that we have to. People here don't, and this is the same thing with Europe, is that we have a population problem at this point as a result of all the. Personally, I don't like illegal immigrants coming here. However, if I were them, I wouldn't want to live where they live. And we need the population and we need the GDP for more people coming here to compete against China in the future. Their citizens only make 10,000 GDP, like 10,000 per person, and China is made. Soon it'll be 20,000, and they'll outcompete us by double. So we need the population, we need the workers, and there's no other way to get more people here. Unfortunately for Europe and for America, people who don't like other cultures or people, the people who are poor and religious have more kids.
Mm-hmm.
We need them, and this is what it is. They're going to outnumber the people who originally, as far as the United States go here. Not counting natives, but we need these people. We need their money. We need their work, and we need them to pay taxes. We have 35 trillion in debt.
Okay.
It's not going to get better. So it's going to be divisive for at least 50, 60 years until they are the, unparalleled majority.
Right. Okay. Well, here's another question for you as well. So with your need for immigration to sort of help, take care of GDP and things like that, how is the U.S. handling, because I haven't seen a lot of stories on this, how are you handling housing? Are you running into a crisis sort of like we have in Canada, where we just don't have enough homes and it's causing things to go up and rents to go up and all of that fun stuff?
Yeah, I was invested in a company that had a whole bunch of FSRs here, Canadian company, but they were mainly invested in the South of the United States before BlackRock, bought them. They were $7 a share. They bought them for 11. The company's really worth 28, so they got a great deal on it. But the real problem is inflation because of the printing of money. But frankly, most people in the United States don't even have $600. It's like 60-70% can't get $1,000. So they can't afford homes anyway. But yeah, the housing price is a problem, but it's mostly because people waste their money here. And it's not going to change. It's not going to get any better. I bought my first house here for $74,000 in Texas,
Nice.
and I sold it for $150. But that house now is worth $220.
Wow.
I could have bought a house in Austin for. I remember 6 years ago, I thought it was crazy. A house in Austin, $300,000 in the downtown in the city. Now that house is worth $3 million. So it's not going to get any better.
It's not any better up here in Canada either. I bought my house in '86 for $48,000. It's been appraised now for $250,000. And my daughter's wanting to buy a house now, and the cheapest one that she can find that is half decent is $450,000.
Wow. Yeah, no, I mean, and it used to, I mean, it used to be that it was just the big cities where the prices were going up, but now even rural places, the cost of housing has just gone ludicrous. Uh, and this is where Chad normally would come in and say, move to Saskatchewan. It's still cheap here. But that may be one of the few places. I think Saskatchewan, I think Quebec, rural Quebec, you can still get some really good deals. But if you don't speak French, that's probably not the best place to live because there'll be a huge. It's kind of interesting. If you've ever been in Quebec, you'll find that around the big cities, you get a lot of bilingual people. But once you get out into the country, you start getting into a lot of the people who can't speak English at all. So it's very interesting that way. So personally, even if I could get a good deal, I don't know if I'd move into a community where I wouldn't be able to communicate at all. Though, I mean, I could argue, I guess, that I would learn, but or I'll wait until until AI is really good at translating, and it's almost there. So we'll leave it at that. All right. Let's see. Ian says, I got an email asking me to do a background check. They want me to get security clearance for working with nuclear power. Might do it. Why not? I think it's a good industry, Ian. And like I said, I feel like it's really, really safe. So why not? Why not? All right. I'm just sort of getting caught up with the chat. Joe. Hey, Joe, welcome back. Joe says Trump's VP candidate has many, if the same views that Trump has. So Trump and his views are here to stay, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I would love to see, I don't want to call it a documentary, but maybe on sort of the effect that Trump has had overall on Republican views in the U.S. Is it, did he change them or did he just give them license to be a bit more open? That would be my question anyway. And of course now it's, oh God, I watched Stephen Colbert last night and he was making jokes about Vance and him, let's just say, having his way with a couch. And now every time I hear Vance, all I can think about is the couch. I'm like, no, it's like stuck there. So, oh dear. And any of you who are like, what the hell is Candace talking about? You'll probably want to watch, it's on YouTube, Stephen Colbert's opening monologue from last night. So just say, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. JJ says, I'm relying on my first home savings account to do wonders so I can purchase a first-time home, then convert it into a rental property later. That's not a bad idea. The problem is, and I think investors have a leg up in Canada because at least we're building wealth opposed to oh gosh. There's so many people, kind of like what Larry was saying, like, you got a lot of people who can't rub together $600 or $1,000. There's so many people that live paycheck to paycheck, and they're the people who are like, I'd like to buy a house someday. And it's like, well, not if you're living paycheck to paycheck. So, a lot of people I think they really need to embrace a financial education and sort of understand how money works, how to make money. And get off and sort of break themselves out of that paycheck to paycheck status thing. So, oh boy. What do you think, Larry, about let's take financial education in general in the U.S.? Is that something that is very, very lacking? I kind of already know your answer, but I'm asking it anyway.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of my investors are actually from Tesla, and they only heard about stock because these people 25, 30, 35, 40 only heard about stocks because they got some from Tesla when they joined. They don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know anything. They don't know anything about 401. They don't even know about 401ks. 401ks, you get the tax write-off here. They have no clue about anything. But that's why they all have credit card loans and payday loans. They don't have any money. They're all spending and wasting it. But that's still, that's because of Instagram and Facebook and everything else teaching them showing all these people who have tons of money, they think that they can get the equivalent of it, and it's just not possible. But I've got some of the younger people who are in my what do you call it? In my partnership, they understand it because I point at older people. Some people who have this 70 years old, 60 years old, working at Tesla and wiping cars or scrubbing down cars. And I told them, like, see these people, like, they're never going to be able to retire because they didn't do what they're supposed to when they're young. Of course, it's not their fault. They weren't educated properly. But no, it's absolutely nowhere. It's a little better now because the new generation has seen GameStop and all that stuff, but they're still wasting all their money. I know people who make 15,000-20,000 a month. They're broke at the end of the month.
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's the thing. It's kind of funny too. I've noticed that here with a lot of people, like, for example, all of a sudden they get a better job, they get more money. So what do? They get a better car, which means bigger car payments. They buy a lot of fancy stuff. It's like, oh, my 1-year-old phone, it's too old. I'm going to buy a new iPhone or something like that. So people just blow money. And it's that thing that keeps you down is that, because if you just maintain the lifestyle you have and you get a raise, you take that extra money, put it into investing, and then your raise starts to compound. So it's one of those things. I think it's bad everywhere, but holy cow, what can you do about it? It's not great. It's not great at all. Okay, let's see here. All right. Al is still having problems with typing, so we'll leave that be for a second. And Skiz says, "I'm sorry you had to sit through an episode of Stephen Colbert." Let's see. Paul says, the home improvement store I work part-time at is repricing goods to match the corporate prices. Some of the stuff is going up a lot. That's never good. Never good. I've actually heard, and let me hear you guys' opinion on this. I was watching something the other day that says that they're thinking about using personalized pricing via AI. So how that would work is AI would analyze you, like on the web, for example. Let's say you went to Amazon, let's say they were using it, and they would know what you would be willing to pay for something. So even if it was twice as much as what the item is worth, they would then give you a price twice as high because AI would be like, you're likely to actually pay that. So what do you think of this? Have you heard of this, first of all? Like, I have only heard of it once, and I'm like, oh boy, this is a can of worms. So, I mean, it's almost at the point that if this came into effect, I would find somebody who is the cheapest cheapskate in the world and have them buy stuff for me so that they could get the lower prices. Let's start with, we'll start with you, Larry. What do you think of this?
Well, I think right now it's wonderful because I bought Nail, which is a home improvement ETF, a year, 2 years ago for $25. It goes up and down every 2 years from $20, $30 back up to $150. Does this every 2-3 years. So I'm excited about this price loss that's about to happen, so I can rebuy it. And by the time that they figure out that it's a mistake, they'll reverse course, and I'll be able to, profit again. Literally, like, if you look at it, NAIL, it's I think it's a 3x bull ETF. It drops down to $25-$30 and it goes back up to $150, $160 every 2 years. So I'm excited about this mistake.
That is not bad at all. Skiz is asking, is Canada's population the most indebted in the world? Gosh, I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of debt, but I mean, the U.S. has a lot of debt too, and it depends on how you measure it. Now, if you take the country's debt and then divide that amongst the people, then I think the U.S. wins hands down. Like, because we're talking a lot of debt, and I think at this stage we're at a point where it might almost be impossible for the U.S. to ever break that debt cycle. They're just going to keep doing it. They're going to keep raising the debt ceiling over and over again, and that's I mean, eventually they will probably get to a point that things are going to get bad, but as long as they can kick it down the line, nobody I think is ever going to really address it. Canada, not quite so bad, but and we do every so often we do get a government in Canada that gets in, and they do a little bit of good, but I think the American debt is definitely worse than the Canadian debt for sure. What do you think, Larry?
I agree. I don't see how it's even possible. We're going to be at, I think next year, 4 trillion interest, and the United States makes 5 trillion a year, 6 trillion a year in collections. Elon just posted a couple of days ago, 75% of the taxes are going towards debt just for the interest. So I don't think it's going anywhere.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, what do you think? What do you think, Prairie?
Credit card debt is probably the highest. They're making money. They're making Visa, MasterCard. I find that investors are probably the wisest ones when it comes to credit cards, because they realize that they're paying more interest on their credit card than they would be gaining investing that money. But not everybody is an investor. Not everybody thinks that way. Back to your earlier question about the pricing on AI, businesses like Amazon, they'd lose money on me. I certainly wouldn't. My dad taught me from an early age that if there's something that you absolutely need to buy, you don't buy it impulsively. I've taken that upon myself to, if it's something I absolutely need and the price seems to be right, I'll wait, come back to it a month or two later. If it's still there, then I'll buy it. And I've done that with my vehicles a number of times. I don't like the price. I try to get them to drop it. They don't want to drop it. I says, okay, fine. I'll come back later. And if it's still here, maybe I'll buy it. Maybe I won't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's served me well in the years. Sometimes I get it at a better price. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. Like, I look at myself before I got heavy into investing. One of the differences between old me and new me is old me needed to have the latest, greatest gadgets. So, every couple of years I had to have a new phone. Now I'm currently using an iPhone 11, which I think is like 4 years old, but it works fine. That's the thing. As long as it works fine, I'm now at that point where it's like, if it works fine, I'm not buying a new one. And I actually hope that when I do get around to buying a new one, it's still, at least the camera's on, it's working, so that way there I have an extra camera. But that, I think, is one of the biggest difference, because I know I grew up with a lot of people, especially in the world of tech, because I did tech for a while. Everybody was out for the latest, greatest. It's like, I know one guy, a friend of mine, that he has every single iPhone every year. And he buys a brand new one once a year, whether he needs it or not, he's buying it. Apple probably has his picture hanging up in their boardroom because he spends so much at Apple. But yeah, it's kind of that, the mindset of being an investor. I think it really sort of transforms a lot of your life, because you start making better decisions right across the board. Because you get to understand what a dollar's worth. You get to understand a little bit about fluctuations in market and all of that. And I think it really helps build that solid foundation for sure. All right. And then there's this guy that Ian knows who says the stock market is going to zero. Oh boy. There's one way the stock market could go to zero. And it's probably a nuclear war, but I think we're safe on that. But wow. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing I find is, and I always caution this because I know a lot of the viewers of this channel, I'm not the only one you listen to. You probably listen to a whole bunch of others out there. And there's a lot of, as I say, there's a lot of clickbait and there's a lot of fear mongering on the internet. You kind of got to be a little bit careful with it. That's why it's always best to, learn a little bit about how to approach finance, how to approach companies, how to evaluate them better. And that'll save you from falling into some of the traps that are out there for you, for sure. All right, what's Paul saying? Paul says, how many wasting money Starbucks every day and buying a new phone every year? Exactly. Buying a new laptop every year, or new TVs. Still have my 2019 Samsung Note 10 Plus. Just have to change or have to charge later in the day. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's kind of like the thing when I bought my MacBook Pro. Quite literally, just after I bought it, Apple went and announced the next one, and they were like, "Oh, this one's going to have our M chip." And I'm like, "No, I just bought the last one with an Intel chip." I mean, it still meets my needs, so I'm not going to like swap it off unnecessarily. But it is probably going to be good for another couple of years at least. But still, it's just it's kind of that thing with tech, like the latest greatest keeps on coming out, and then you're looking at yours and saying, but mine was so shiny just a month ago. So, and they get you. I mean, the advertising is pretty intense, I think. All right, let's see what we got here in the chat. Al saying, let's see, household debt, which means housing is super high in Canada. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Let's see. Apple has stopped planned obsolescence via updates. All right. JJ says, that's okay, JJ. I'm going to stay backstage for now. I need to focus on work for a bit. I'll be back on the live a bit near the end. Oh, yeah. There's still lots of time left. The market doesn't close for another, 3 hours and 14 minutes. So we got lots of stream left before we get to the end for sure. All right, there we go. Let's see what I can see. All right, perfect. Whew, we finally caught up with the chat, which is fantastic. Over on, just going to pull this up here for a second, guys. Over on my looking to get, looking to find an out on this trade. So far, no go. As you can see, we're a little bit below my buying point, so you gotta be patient. Hopefully, as we get a little bit later in the day, that will move back, and it's already turned green. We just need it to pump a little bit. So come on, Bitcoin. It's funny, and that's funny with a trader. Like you take an asset like this, and you're cheering downs and you're cheering ups. It's like you're confused, but it all makes sense. So not too shabby. And as for the market, look at this. The TSX is almost, can't they make it up to 1% up? They're at 0.91 right now. I have a feeling they might be able to. S&P 500 up 1.26, NASDAQ 1.63, Dow Jones 1.71. Gold still doing good, up 0.78. Silver's fallen back a little bit, down 0.09. Oil, oil's just down there, 1.54 in the hole. And Bitcoin holding steady at 2.43%. Don't know if there's any big stories happening. Well, look, CNR is now up 2.29%. So they managed a little bit. Fairfax is also up 2.4%. So not too shabby. Loblaws is looking good. Alimentation Couche-Tard and Dollarama also looking good. On the U.S. side, Meta has made it up to 3.04%. So they're looking good. NVIDIA is still holding on. They're still 1% up. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. I still don't see Tesla on here, so we're going to assume that they're still hanging out pretty close to the flat line. Let's see here, right here, 0.26% up. So they're up a tiny bit, not that much. And crypto's looking fine. Everything's looking good, except for XRP, which is weird because XRP, well, everything was in the red last week. XRP was in the green. It's almost like they're doing the opposite thing. I'll pull this up here for a second. Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. So this was this big pump last week, and now they're down a little bit, but still, they're still looking healthy in my book. Fantastic. All right. And there we go. We got back through the market. All right. Let's we'll bring back everybody else here. Wonderful. Whew. All right. Here's my question. September. September tends to be that month where people have this, I don't know if I'd call it a misconception, but they have this thought that September tends to be a bad month. What's your thoughts for this September? Are you thinking red market, green market? I will tell you, I am in the green camp right now because I am expecting good things. I think as we move into the year, I'm certainly not following the meat Kevin idea of us going into a deep decline all the way to the election. So I think things are going to maintain their strength. I think as well as we get further away, like right now, we're in a situation where we've had a lot of big stuff happen in the U.S., of course, in like not much more than a week. Everything from the assassination to Mr. Biden stepping down to well, in this case, Kamala surging. I think it's just going to take us another week. That will sort of settle behind us, and it's not really going to be as impactful as it has been. So I'm thinking green. Let's go to Larry first, and then we'll go to Prairie. We'll see what you guys are thinking about this September. Larry, take it away.
Oh, wow. Well, with the energy dropping right now because summer's over and winter hasn't been here yet, I think that the interest number is going to be lower, so we may rally on that. Honestly, I'm not sure. Besides that, I know the companies that I'm in are going to do very well, but they're all 3 to 10 times cheaper than what they're supposed to be. So I'm not really sure about I don't have too many big tech stocks or anything. We're mostly focused on undervalued companies. We have one today is actually rallied up 20%. They're worth less than their cash on hand. They're going for $176 million. They have 200 in cash and 256 million in assets. So what we buy in my partnership, we're not particularly worried about the ups and downs of the market in particular, just because we're focused on 2030. But I think that we're going to rally because I think that the interest rate for the United States is going to be lower.
Mm-hmm. Prairie?
I'm in the same camp as you. I think that we're going to have a green market. With everything that's happened down in the States, one would have thought that the markets would have reacted a lot stronger than they did. And with that, I think they're already taking that into consideration. They're going to move the needle a little bit towards the green going up. The markets that I'm in, I've noticed that when we've got a red day, half my portfolio goes up. When we got a red day, the other half goes up. And so I agree with Skiz. While inflation is still high, Canada is reducing their interest rate. The US is going to be reducing their interest rate. It's bound to go up.
Yeah, it does make sense. I think so. All right. Let's see. Paul transferred my crypto from CoinSquare to Wealthsimple. In the end, Bitcoin plus 10% and Solana plus 22% since then. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all. Here's a funny thing. The US this week got Ethereum spot ETFs. Did anybody notice? From what I've understand, their launch has been underwhelming. There hasn't been a lot in regards to them. Nobody's been excited, but they have launched, by the way. I thought that's kind of interesting. Up next is, I know in Canada, we're looking at a spot Solana ETF that's supposed to come out soon enough. So that'll be interesting. That in itself is definitely interesting. Larry, Skiz wants to know about your partnership. I know you mentioned a little bit about it the other day, but...
Yeah. Can you see the presentation screen on the, I don't know how to...
Oh, I see it. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah, it's hard to find because this company was bought out by Blackstone, but home ownership is increasingly out of reach. This is for the United States. This is from a year ago because I can't find the ones right before the the buyout, and but there's it's way worse now. So I don't see it getting any better. This is why I was invested in them. They had every month they'd have 50,000 calls for apartments.
Oh wow.
50,000 calls. So in their availability rate, like it was 97%, but it stay full at all times. So I just don't see housing doing any better. But that was it. I couldn't find everything I was looking for. You know, like I said, because it got bought out. This is
Right.
Tricon. This is a Canadian company.
Nice.
So, but yeah, I just don't see, you know, it getting any better. This is from I think a year and a half ago. This screen. So I know it's way worse.
Yeah,
But,
no, definitely. But even here, you can sort of see the writing on the wall a little bit. That is interesting. That is, I would love to actually see the current one of these. You know, even if you find it someday, throw it over in the Discord. I would love to see it for sure. That
I
is
gotta
very,
see it somewhere.
yeah, that's very cool. And plus, you know, there's nothing better than a guest who brings a chart. I love charts, so I am pretty happy about that. All right, now Paul mentions the spot ETF launched and ETF went down. Grayscale ETF or Grayscale ETH ETF kept a 2.5% management expense ratio, so there's a huge outflows. Yeah, and that makes sense. And that was the same thing. Like when we launched the Bitcoin ETF, spot ETF in the States, there was a lot of pretty much high feed Bitcoin within Grayscale, and there was a huge outflow until that, you know, that sort of tempered the price of Bitcoin for a while because of that outflow. It's not surprising that the same thing is happening to ETH. So I think if you're a fan of ETH and you've got your spot Bitcoin or your spot ETH ETFs, have some patience. Maybe you'll get some buying opportunity because, as you know, as the pressure is pushed down from from all these outflows, I think that's going to be kind of cool. But yeah, oh, I got a great question for Larry. We won't worry about ETH, but we'll talk about Bitcoin for a moment. How fast do you think public understanding of what Bitcoin is and what it's all about has been growing in the United States? So how well does the typical American understand what Bitcoin is?
Surprisingly, it's growing pretty fast. I've got some of my well, I've got a church, a black church under that I'm managing, and these are all old. They're all 60, 70, and they're all even getting into Bitcoin now. Now they don't understand all the intricate parts of it. A lot of them, they bought at 27,000, 25,000 this last drop, and they just know that it goes up and they make money. So I think the fact that it's reaching people in the older communities now is an interesting sign. Personally, I'm long. Well, I just got out of HUD 8 mining, but another Canadian company. I guess they're in the United States now, but you know, I bought them at 97 cents, the dollar.
Nice.
You know, so during the crash when Bitcoin was 15 grand. But there's a lot more people are into it now, surprisingly. And now Trump's going to the Bitcoin rally. Harris was about to, but I guess she canceled.
Okay.
But you know, that's I think this week.
Yeah, and
so there's a lot of
Nashville
other people are into it now. And my assets under management, total like 1.4. So but a lot of it's just a church. They've got like 1 million with me, and then like regular people 60,000. Like people make 60,000 or less, it's like 300 grand. And they've got a couple accounts that are like individual accounts, 100,000, 200,000. And then I just opened up my first children's account with somebody because they want their kid to have, you know, money for college and all that. So that actually just started this week.
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Now, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but with you managing all of this, are you doing it by like commission, or do you have to make money for you to get paid type thing?
I'm doing a Buffett Munger 0625, 0 fees. After 6%, I get 25%. But for the general fund I have, which is a whole bunch of people's money put together, that's for the I talked about before, the 8,000 a month one. I'm not charging any fees until the account hits $1 million, and then I'm gonna start because it's not worth me taking, fees out of a $300,000 account.
Mhm.
Not really, because it's not going to stack up how I want it, and their money's locked for 10 years. So that one I'm not charging anything. The church one, they get a little lower price because I'm only charging them 0.610. But they had $1 million and they didn't know what to do with it. They're putting it inside of a fund that was giving them $36 a quarter.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that crazy? So I told you can put it in bonds and get more than that. So but they're very happy with what I've done with it, and it's a little harder working with them because I'm already against immoral companies, but it's more so with churches where I have to run more things by them. But yeah, it's in general it's 0.625. The children's account is 0.65 because I don't really want to steal from child's education account.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, I like that model because it gives that incentive for you to do your job well before you get paid. Unlike a lot of financial advisors where they're still getting paid even if you're not making anything and you're going down. So I love that idea a lot. And Skiz mentions tax-free church. Yeah.
Yeah, they're tax free. But this one in particular is financial officer is someone that I know, and they actually do donate a vast majority of their money. It doesn't all go to the pastor or anything like that. He gets paid $50,000 a year, which isn't a lot for how much money they have, And it's in a surprise. I'm surprised they had that much in assets, honestly, because it's from a lower class neighborhood. But most of the money gets redonated back to the lower income members. So it's a little different than most churches. The guy in charge, like I said, he doesn't have a fancy car or anything like that. If they did, I would charge them more, honestly. But yeah, they I'm very happy with what I'm getting, and most of the people who actually knew prior to doing this. A lot of them are from Tesla, so they knew me for several years, making 300-400% for several years, and so everyone's asking me advice. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to open up my own little fund. And luckily, in the United States, you don't have to have a license if it's less than 35 people.
Okay, interesting.
If you have more than 35 people, you just open up another fund.
Oh, so that's your workaround.
It's per partnership. 35 people. If they have less than $1 million per person, you can have 35, not counting staff. And then once you get past the number, you just open up a new fund.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I like that. You have the angles figured. I like that. That's cool. Larry's calling you, Skiz is calling you a man of God.
I wouldn't say that, but I'll take anybody who anybody's money. If they got $1 million, I'm willing to manage it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wow. Yeah, no, that's very, very cool. Holy cow. And Bitcoin's just not, it's not cooperating with me right now. It's still below my line. So come on, guys. Let's put some positive thought towards Bitcoin. See if we can get that to pump a little bit. That would be kind of cool. All right, Al, we will see you. We'll see you in a bit. Oh, that's the fun thing. I got a question here. There's been people here who I have seen. I'm pretty sure I've seen since the beginning of the stream. How many of you have actually been here since the beginning? Throw it in chat. I'm kind of curious. I think Skiz has been here since the beginning. I think the first comment, if I remember correctly, I think the first comment was Skiz. I'm actually scrolling up to verify, but oh boy, there's a lot here. Yeah, Skiz was first, and Prairie. Prairie's been here since the beginning. Whether as a guest or a host. Well, you've never hosted it, but yeah, definitely. There we go. Oh, and Funny Books. Yes, Funny Books was in here early because Funny Books did this. Look at that. Fantastic. I love Funny Books. Love Funny Books. Absolutely. Just got to get back to the live here. All right. Paul's been in and out. Marion's been here all day, and Sandra. Oh, there we go. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. I love this. I love this. Funny Book says, I really want to go for ice cream, but I'm afraid to miss the good stuff. What if I how long will it take you to get ice cream, Funny Books? Because maybe I could promise that we could talk about something really dumb for that amount of time for you. Maybe. And Mary's here. Speaking of Mary, oh boy, you know what that means? That means it's time to hit the like button because Mary is our custodian of the like button. Be sure to slam that button. Let's turn it blue. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So 15 minutes. All right. I just need a horrible topic that Funny Books is not interested in for 15 minutes. All right, run out, Funny Books. Go get your ice cream. I will do everything in my power to be very boring for the next 15 minutes. So let's talk about turnip farming. Prairie, do you or have you ever farmed turnips? Just asking.
No, I haven't.
Have you ever wanted to farm turnips?
Not in my lifetime.
Do you like turnips?
Can't say that I do.
I'm in the same boat. I absolutely hate turnips. I'm just going to put that out there. Funny story. My mom, when I was a kid, she used to always make mashed potatoes. So I was like, I hate potatoes because they tasted awful. Well, it turns out it wasn't the potatoes because I'm okay with mashed potatoes now. I mean, they're not my favorite, but I'm okay with them. She also mashed up turnips and put them in the potatoes. So there'd be some potatoes, some turnips, and a little bit of carrot. And between the carrot and the turnips, that was enough to turn me off. So it was kind of a weird thing. Like when I had to eat them as a kid, and sometimes it'd be like, you're not leaving this table until you've eaten them. I used to use a lot of ketchup. It's like drown it out in ketchup, and that would make it taste a little bit. At least so I couldn't taste the potato part. So just putting that out there. I'm trying to think. Do I have anything else on turnips? Are we timing this 15 minutes? Because I'm going to start losing viewers if we keep talking about turnips. Turnip trivia fact. Did you know that Halloween we used to actually carve turnips opposed to pumpkins? So turnips were the original jack-o'-lanterns, and if my memory serves me correct, there was like I don't know if it was a turnip shortage or they became more expensive. That pumpkins actually became just a cheaper alternative, and they switched to pumpkins. I think it was a bad turnip year or something, and then pumpkins just stayed, and that's how we got the pumpkin as our jack-o'-lantern opposed to turnips. So there we go. Holy cow. Okay. Skiz was about to go on a smoke break, but says, okay, I can't leave. Where's this turnip conversation going? Well, I figure if we talk about it long enough, we'll turn up a new topic. All right. That was my other bad joke of the day. I get a couple. Sandra is asking a question. Can you recommend an app for stock alerts on iPhone? Ooh. The honest answer is no, but I know that there is an Apple stock app. I just don't know if it does alerts or not, but holy cow, that's a good... And that's the thing. I do all my trading, like on my daytime, I am on the computer. So I'm always doing everything on the computer, and I've always got my eyes on it, so I don't really need. And other than I probably could have used an alert while I was trading here today. But just to put it out here, as I said that, look at this. Bitcoin has got back to my line. It's a tiny bit. It's at the line. It's at the line. So there is hope. There is hope that we will get that second trade off. Let's just bring it up here a little bit. So just something to keep in mind. All right, let's bring back our big heads. Okay, let's see here. In case you haven't heard, the NDP finally caved and announced vaccine mandates have been lifted for healthcare workers in British Columbia, just like the BC Conservatives told them to. Yeah, I think we're far enough beyond the pandemic that vaccine mandates really shouldn't be a thing. I think enough of the population, depending on, and honestly, I don't care what side you're on in this argument, but with science, and we'll just use the science on this, once a certain number of people have been vaccinated in a population, that's usually enough to prevent anything from getting too out of control. So I think a vaccine mandate, and you also have to look at this with COVID as well. I mean, a vaccine does not mean you're not getting it. You're still going to get it, even if you get vaccinated. What it does is it just makes it a little bit less severe. So in a case like that, it's like, all right, well, if somebody wants to have a severe version instead of a less severe version, they have every right. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, exactly. And going back to the turnips again, large turnips were used to carve jack-o'-lanterns prior to the pumpkin. Absolutely. Paul says turnips probably need lots of butter and fingers.
Bacon.
Fingers? I don't know what that is.
That's bacon.
Oh, bacon. Yeah, everything can use a little bit of bacon. I see what you did there. Turn up a new conversation. Yeah, I had you. Here we go. Yahoo Finance have alerts. So I don't know if Yahoo Finance has an app, but you can probably, they probably do. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Hold for maximum gains. Well, if you believe it, Biden just caught COVID again. Yeah, he was down. He seems to be fine now, I think. All right. Oh boy, big question. FHS, what tools are essential to manage your portfolio? I'm wondering if ChatGPT would be sufficient as an all-in-one, but came across fast charts to easily see fair value, aiming for affordability. Okay. This is to me is a very investor-specific question, because the tools I like may be completely different than the tools Prairie likes. So for me, for example, the tools that I like to use, I obviously, pulling this up here, I use TradingView a lot. I know I don't even use it to its fullest capacity. Like, for example, it does have alerts, I'm pretty sure. I get a lot of the TA stuff I need, so I can chart stuff. I can do a full technical analysis very easily. So I like it for that reason. I also like that it's just, to me, it's very intuitive to use. So I like that for a lot of different things. Now, I also, another site I use a lot of is, and let's see here. I know I have it up here somewhere. TMX. So TMX, this here is the company that runs the TSX. So they are, once again, another great company. They've got everything from, pretty much everything that you would want. Again, I also love their charts as well. I love their ease of their information. They have a good screener as well. And they also have, for example, if we go into their main page, they do produce as well their list. So you got a top dividend list, top volume, top price performer, undervalued list. So, and I know a lot of people talk about undervalued. So here are some companies that are undervalued. So these are companies that could have some potential. So starting up here with McKinsey Maximum Diversification. This is a company that, let's take a look at them. So here we go. MEE. Let's see here. They have a small dividend quarterly. Let's take a look at their growth. They've definitely been moving in the right direction. So they've had some, actually, that's not bad. Not bad at all. And if we come in here, let's take a look. I don't see a debt to equity ratio on them, but 16% and almost 7% return on assets. That's not looking too shabby either. So this is looking like a company that could be interesting. Now, I'm going to see, I'll show you another site that I like. We don't want to lose Bloomberg. I also like Simply Wall Street. Now, with the free version of Simply sorry, simply wall.st. There we go. With the free version, you can do 4 deep dives with it per month. With the paid version, you get 30. So let me take a look here. Am I? No, I'm still in here. All right. So I want to take a look at MEE. So they were called as undervalued. Let's see how undervalued they are if we have it in here. Here we are, right down here. So it's a fund. That's why it didn't have a debt to equity ratio. And because it's a fund, I'm not going to get much information here as well. So I wasn't, that's me coming in blind. So yeah, if it's a fund. Now, if it's a plain up stock, so let's take, for example, let's take any stock here. We'll go with, well, we keep talking about Bird Construction. Let's go there. So with Bird Construction, you can see, so before you even get into the paid part of the site, or, you know, you do get to look at 4 free, you can already see that it's, you know, this is a company that's trading 68.5% beneath our fair estimate. Their earnings, look at this. These are just fantastic. Their earnings expected to grow 34.33%. Last year, they grew by 57%. No wonder this company has been exploding. All right, I'm going to come down here. I will pay. Well, I'm not technically paying, but I'm using one just to come in and look at this. So when we look, actually, I want to go here, valuation. So here is, so this is using a discounted cash flow model. So this takes a look. So right now, they cost $25. But when you actually plug in all of the math, and if you want to see the math, it's all in here. It gives us an idea of everything that's used for that calculation. That means that they are technically worth about $80.72. So that's fantastic. That, to me, that gives me confidence that, oh, this thing is going to grow. Now, when I come down, let's see, I'm looking for a specific, this is what I'm looking for right here. So these here are what the analysts are projecting for the next year. They're projecting within a year, 27.93. Right now, they're at 25. So that's about a 9.7%. But I will tell you, all right, if you look right here, so this here, back in 2024, they projected it was only going to get up to $15. Look what it's already done. It has crushed that because it's already up here at 25. So they have been consistently beating those expectations. So that's something to keep in mind too. Even though, yeah, we got a little bit of market slow right now, but I still feel that they can beat this in a year. I would not be surprised to see them, I would say maybe $31, $32. I wouldn't be shocked, but the analysts are still calling for $27.93. So that to me is another one I like to use. When it comes to managing dividends, there's lots of different ways you can do it. One of the things I do like is I like Blossom. I do like going in there. Blossom is kind of nice because as I enter my portfolio into Blossom, I can get a good, basically a good capture on when my dividends are coming up. Another alternative to that is if we go back once again to TMX, you can in here, we go into the tools, actually stock lists. Go to stock lists. All right, here we go. That's not what I'm looking for, is it? Eek, why am I not? Some days I just grabbed the wrong thing here. Let's see here. Watch list. There it is. It's under portfolios. If you go to their watch lists, you can, let's see here. Oh, it's because I'm not signed in. That's why it was looking differently. All right. It is a free account. All right. Bang. I'm in. All right. Now if we go to watch lists, you can see you can create watch lists in here, which I like. So I will do different ones, but I'm going to pull up the dividend and risk. We'll pull up this one here. I started to do this because I was going to use this on those 0 to 100K, but I changed my mind, said I'm going to use the Blossom one. But what is nice about this is you can enter in your stocks, and you can, if you go to my shares, you can choose, you can create, basically you can add. So for example, let's say I bought it, we'll go with ALV. I don't have them anymore. But if I was buying more, I could come down here, add a new lot, and I would put in how much does that lot cost me. and it would then calculate that in. So it would give me adjusted cost base and everything else about that. And then, of course, I could then go to the dividend tab, and I got a nice little look on when I should be expecting dividends. So we're here, we got the ex-dividend date and the pay date. So you remember we talked about Bank of Nova Scotia earlier? So you can sort of see ex-dividend date, July 3rd, pay date, July 29th. So that means you'll get it on the July 30th. So I'm going to put that out there. Anyway, those are the ones I like. Let's see what these guys like. What's your favorites? We'll start with Larry. I'm gonna move this away. I think you're on mute, Larry. I think either that or
okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I was Bluetoothing some documents to this computer. I'm not very technical wise on anything.
No worries. I can hear you now. You're good.
Honestly, to find new stocks and new things available, charts and everything, it's for me, it's all random discovery. Honestly, I just happen to be curious about new things and go down rabbit holes. That's really why I like the stock market is 'cause it's always changing. I really don't have any specific go-tos, and honestly, I don't know about everybody else, but I randomly happen upon new companies and new deals and opportunities all the time. I don't really use anything to manage. The portfolio, the main portfolio is, I think it's 59% of it's Regeneron. So it's not even, I don't really use anything to manage percentages. It's just, I go by what I believe in the most and what is going to be the most worthwhile. But I do have other companies that may end up winning in the end, but I just go off what I believe in. I don't really have a set number for anything, honestly.
Perfect. What about you, Prairie?
Generally, my watch lists, I use Google Finance. Got multiple lists. My personal investments are in a list, so I can see at a glance what they're doing. In fact, I'm watching them right now. If I'm going to be taking a position on something, I'll have Yahoo Finance up on the particular stock and my Wealth Simple open so that I'm ready to take my movement.
Mm-hmm.
I like using BNN Bloomberg for ideas. Of course, I watch a YouTube channel called Mountain Finance for some other
I've heard
ideas.
of that one. It's a good one.
But as far as my stocks, my portfolio, I've got an Excel spreadsheet that I've put together myself from various samples that I found online. So I track basically how my stocks are doing, and then I've got a separate Excel spreadsheet that keeps track of all the dividends.
Nice. Oh yes. And it's easy to go overboard with Excel for sure. I've been guilty of that many times. Hopefully, Paul, you don't get COVID. I'm hoping for that. Let's see. The COVID was so mild that there was basically 2 evenings everyone had to make their own dinner. Yeah, I think COVID, at least whatever's left of it, I don't think it's that bad anymore. And Skiz is talking about track your dividend, seeking alpha, Wealthica, fast graphs, and a good spreadsheet that you can manage yourself. I like that. I haven't yet dived in, but I know with Google Sheets, you can put a formula into it where it'll actually pull the stock price for you. So that could be something worth looking into as well if you want to make some of your own sheets. I'm still addicted to Excel, and Excel won't do that. At least it won't in Canada. I don't know if it does it in the US or not, but I know there is some offshoots of Excel in the US that are not yet available in Canada that could be very interesting in the finance area. But
if you're using Microsoft 365 Excel, you can actually pull that data in.
Oh, can you? That's what I'm using. I subscribe to 365.
I'll touch base with you then.
Oh, very
'Cause
cool.
that's how I've got my spreadsheet set up. So it pulls in the stock price. The only thing it doesn't pull in is the dividends. But
Okay.
everything else you can pretty much get in. I mean, it's 15 minutes behind, so I always make sure that I check my spreadsheet. You know,
Yeah.
at our time, I usually check it around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
Right.
just to make
Yeah.
sure that it's up to date.
Ah, that's yeah. See, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad. Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I even asked ChatGPT, "Is there a way I can do this?" And she came back and said no. I'm like, I was like, "Damn you, AI! You're supposed to make my life easier." But that's I like that idea. Holy cow! Holy cow! I like that a lot. All right. Let's see here. Michael saying, "How was OLN earning and couldn't this rebound and still made a profit?" OLN. All right, let's take a look at OLN. All right, now I did get this back up just in case we cross that line. All right, OLN. We might have to look at it a few different places to see if we can figure out what's going on here. All right, so here we go. OLN, Olin Corporation. Let's take a gander here. I want to take a look. We'll look at the 6 months for now. A little bit of a downtrend. You are talking about Oland? Hopefully, I'm in the right place. Let's see here. What do they do? First of all, let's take a look. See what they do. All right. So chemicals and chemical-based products. Okay. All right. That sounds fantastic. Let's take a look at a couple key statistics here. All right, they do have a bit of debt, 143% debt to equity ratio. Return on equity, 15.11, not bad. That's not bad. EPS 2.78, so they're not doing too bad. The debt's high, but it's, it is what it is. It also depends. Just because you see a high debt, it doesn't always mean, because sometimes a company will use debt to finance an expansion. And that can be a good thing overall for a company. But let's go back here and see if we get any pressing news about OLN. All right, OLN, Olin. We'll add them. See, that's why this list keeps getting so long, is I keep adding stuff. Okay, so here we are. So here's that drop, and I think this is what you've been talking about. And let's see here. Why OLN shares are trading lower. Here are other stocks moving in Friday's midday session. Let's see, UBS adjusts Olin price target. Well, that's actually positive, going from $49 to $51. Olin and other big stocks moving lower in Friday's pre-market session. All right, well, here's part of it. And you can see right here, here's the earnings. So they did miss estimates. Yes. Look at this. Here's what I was missing. So here's your earnings call. This was their close the other night. So they started going down, and you got this big gap. So this will happen with an earnings call. And that's the thing. So they missed their earnings, and that certainly, well, that took them all the way down to 43.02 roughly. They have been recovering from that, but their earnings was not, they missed estimates. That will do it. Let's see. 2024 profit of 74.2 million, or 62% down from, okay. So yeah, so the revenues fell 3.5% year over year. That will do it. So yeah, so if you're looking at them, they missed their profits. I mean, they missed their targets. That's not a huge thing. They will recover, and we've already seen them starting to move back up from this. But missing your earnings is one great way to get a gap of this nature. And even as they did, one thing I can say is when a company does miss their target and they start moving back up pretty quickly, that's usually a sign that everything's going to be okay. It's probably got a nice company. here going on. All right, Funny Books is back. Hopefully you've enjoyed your ice cream. Let's see. My 17-year-old daughter is a fan of BTS, so the Korean pop group. She wanted to know how to buy shares in the company HYBE. I used Wealthsimple, but I couldn't figure out why. HYBE. I've honestly never heard of them before, but let me try something here. HYBE. Let's see, HYB. So I think the first thing we need to find out is I probably need to go to Google for this. All right. All right. HYBE. Let's take a gander here. Let's see, HYBE, South Korean Multinational Entertainment. Okay, there we go. So now we know. Looks like they're on the KRX. It's because of where they are. That's going to be more difficult. I have a feeling that they're not going to be available on Wealthsimple. So what you might have to do is, well, let me try something here. I don't know if I can access them on National Bank, but we'll find out. All right. Well, we're not going to sell that right now. Let's just go to buy. All right. Here we go. Whew. This is going to be fun. HYBE. HYBE. Whoa, helps if I type it right. HYBE. Hybrid Energy Holdings. I think that's not the right company. That's a different HYBE. So you're gonna need a broker. The problem is you're probably not going to be able to buy it on Wealthsimple. That's going to be the best answer for you. You would need to have a broker that has access to the Korean market. That's what you're going to need to do. The only other option is if there is, for example, a Korean-based ETF that might have exposure to it, but you wouldn't be getting that stock directly. You'd be getting a tiny fraction of it. There's a possibility, a tiny possibility that an all equity ETF might have some of it in it, like an XEQT. Tiny possibility though, and I'm just because they invest in thousands of different stocks, but you'd want to double check that. But what you would need to look for is if you're trying to invest in it for here, you would have to look at so how can I invest in KORE in the Korean market in Canada? That's the question that you should be asking. So let's see here. Oh boy, this is not a funny answer. It's not a funny answer. South Korean, yeah. So if you want to invest in South Korean stocks directly, you need to obtain an investment registration certificate from the Financial Supervisory Services. And it says Korean exchanges aren't widely supported by Canadian brokers. So the easiest option, once again, this is where I was coming from, is look into ETFs that invest in South Korean stocks. So you can do it, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard. Maybe instead buy her an album, or I guess you don't have albums anymore. Buy her a poster maybe, but I think this would be a little bit difficult. But hey, we went down the rabbit hole for you. That's what we do. That's what we do. Ironically enough, I bet you Larry would have a better chance investing in them than in the US. I have a feeling.
Yeah, I had several companies I tried buying. I had to call Fidelity for when I was trying to invest in India, South Korea as well. There's one company there. They build like 80% of all the natural gas and oil ships for the entire world. So I tried buying them, and it was a problem here. India, Adani and Abani, they had that giant wedding that just happened, that multi-billion-dollar wedding. I tried getting into them. It's the same issue. Qatar, because they have most of the ships for natural gas. I tried getting into that, and of course Saudi Aramco was the same issue. So, United States, I was talking to Fidelity on it, and they just said, well, the problem with Saudi and Qatar is, the whole dictatorship thing. So, but with India, you can actually buy the stocks if you go into the Indian registered markets, which are American and Canadian accessible. But Korea, I've had a problem buying several companies. Even with buying a Samsung, it's even a pain. Even though they do have ADRs for it, it's still quite a problem. Even Japan.
Wow. Yeah, like I said, it can get really dicey investing in other countries. Typically, at least here in Canada, investing in the US, super, super easy. I'm not even sure about the UK and Australia. That's something I actually want to make a video on that. It's actually funny. I had somebody from the UK who was over here one time just getting the lay of the land for Canadian stocks. And, he picked my channel as a way to do that. So I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I think it's just a little bit interesting. But yeah, when you start to get to countries like South Korea, yeah, some of the red tape just to get through to them it makes it problematic at best. And if you think about it, if it's problematic for us, it's probably problematic for even like Wealthsimple. So it might be a situation where they're like, okay, well, for the rare person who does want a South Korean stock, do we want to jump through all of these hoops to make it happen? And they're probably thinking, no, not really. So I think that's kind of the situation that we're in, unfortunately. Oh dear. Oh boy. All right, let's throw another. This is going to be we'll have a good little question here. Speaking of foreign countries, if there was any one country that you would love to have access to their market, which country would it be? And you can't say the U.S. No U.S. Prairie. And we'll go to you first, Prairie. What country would you love to have access to?
I think I have access to it. It's just I'm not investing in it right now. It'd be Europe.
Okay. All right. What do you think? What about you, Larry?
India.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of fraudsters is the problem in that country. But I'm in, for example, right now, I'm in Renew, which is an ADR. They're an electric company. But it's very hard to get into. I'm actually doing some research right now because they have a great gambling problem, like a Robin Hood problem, like the United States had. So there are several companies I'm looking into right now. Manish Pabrai, he's like a Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger disciple, talked about it in one of his speeches. So I'm doing some research into it where I think I can get access, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'd love to get more into India with the growth. I'm in Heineken right now. It's their favorite beer. And I think it's every month, there's like 3 million more people turn 21 there.
Oh, wow.
So it just happens to be very interesting. India, more India. The growth is great. They're going to be number 2 because China's growth rate is stumbling and they're not as preferred. Even with solar panels right now, because of the restriction with solar panels from China, India right now is selling in the United States at 480% markup.
Yeah. No, India is absolutely a really kick-ass market at the moment. Their economy, like they're predicted to, I think it was 7% next year that they were predicted for by the IMF. So yeah, that's fantastic. Ian has just let us know what somebody asked the other day. So Wealthsimple is lowering the interest on their cash account down to 4.5%. So we can now see that the cuts have caught up, at least on this side. So I also expect to see EQ Bank lower theirs a little bit because they raised it as the rates went up. They went up. So we're going to start seeing some of these interest rates go down, which is once again one of the reasons to be looking at investing opposed to looking at a cash account. Now, here will be the big thing, and I honestly don't know this, but some of these cash ETFs, so cash PSA, for example, that are paying around 5%. I wonder if we're going to see some cuts in them. I hope not. But I honestly don't know. I do not know. Something tells me no, because if you look, actually, let's do this. Let's take a look. And I'll tell you, this is my reasoning why it's going to be a no. All right, we'll use cash. All right, so let's go to cash. Of course, it's not going to show up. Let's do it all capitals. There we go. Sometimes case sensitivity matters. All right, so if we look at them, and we'll grab the 10-year, you can see they have maintained their price for a long time. But let's go into that key data. All right, 1919, 2019, 21. So from the looks of it, there hasn't been a lot of real change in the price that they've been paying out. So I'm not seeing, like, if they were being impacted by the rate cuts and the rate hikes, I would expect to see a lot more variation in there to indicate it. And I'm not seeing a clear pattern one way or the other. That's what makes me think that we're not going to see an impact on these. Also, keep in mind what they're using the cash that we're parking in there for is, they're investing in other things or loaning and doing all kinds of stuff with it. And they're definitely pulling in a lot more interest than what they're paying out. So I think we're good. All right. Ian wants to know a good ETF for India. There's always the tried and true ZID. That tends to be one that I like. Or for Larry, it's ZID. All right. We'll pull this up right now. So this here is the India Leaders Index ETF. Let's just pull up the last year. So this is a fantastic ETF. Look at this. India, can you believe that India is growing? Looking at this, you certainly can. This is like that journey my parents used to make to school in the snow every year. It's a long way up. So that's fantastic. Let's go to Larry next. Larry, what about you? Do you have a favorite India ETF?
There's only two available in the United States. I want it just for the exposure to one company, and it's only like 5% of the ETF.
Okay.
I need to find it though. It's just IND, I believe. IND.
IND.
I'll look it up real quick if it can't be found on there.
All right.
Check. But I'll find it.
Yeah, it's not giving me. It's giving me weird stuff.
I'm gonna figure out how to get in. I'm going to get into the country. But I know we have one that's doing fairly well. One moment. Let me find it.
Let's see. Well, there's this one here. There's the Morgan Stanley India investment.
INDA. It's iShares though.
Okay. INDA. Oh, that's not coming up in here for whatever reason. We'll go to Yahoo Finance. Because that's Yahoo. Let's go to Yahoo Finance. All right. Come on. INDA. All right, here we go. iShares India ETF. Perfect. We'll look at we'll go to the 1 year. And you can sort of see right here, once again, nice little trend. It's gone up, in the last year, it's gone up from like in the low 40s up to the high 50s. So that's not too shabby. Al, yeah. Yeah, poo. I did that. I certainly did that. And cash current dividend annualized, yeah, it's less than 5%, so 4.55, something like that. All right. Let's just see here. All right, we're up to here. Let's see. I'm still waiting for my 1% math. Did they not pay you yet? Holy banana bread. And welcome back, Al. Let's see. Ian, do you live in Regina or Saskatoon? Good question. Good question. All right. Well, let me just put this back over here because we're watching to see if this gets back up. It's at the line. I'm really kind of hoping it gets up into here though. Now I'm also being cognizant of the time. So right now it's at 2:44, which means we've got basically an hour and 16 minutes until the market closes, and we get to use the bell for the second time. So that will be cool. I have no idea how much power is left on this camera, by the way. So I did charge a tiny bit while I was on lunch, but if it runs out, we do have the backup. The backup is still here, right here. See, backup. Oops, what was that? Oh, wait a minute. That was not you guys. That was when I hit the backup. I heard extra sound coming out. So when I go to the backup, I have to I have to mute something, and we'll have sound issues if that happens. But I'm hoping we can pull it through to get there for sure. All right. Perfect. I was just taking a look at something here. Whoops. Let's get back here. There we go. All right, we can minimize this for the moment. Oh boy. We've almost made it, folks. We've almost made it to the end. That is so cool. This is going to be a record. We're going to set a record on the time on this video that we're never going to beat. We're never going to beat. Now, I did have early in the day, I had a call from a few people saying, do a 24-hour stream. And I'm like, no, the market's not open. I mean, I could watch Bitcoin all night, but I couldn't take any action on it. So it's never going to happen. All right. Skiz is saying, set a stop loss at the line and not lose any money on that trade. That's a possibility. That is a thing. I'm not going to lose money on the trade. Because here's the thing. Going into the night, a lot of time with Bitcoin, we get a lot of pumping at night. So sometimes I kind of like being left into the asset. Now, last night, I was not in the asset. I had meant to get into the asset, and I just missed it. And look what happened. We had this. I missed out on this because I wasn't in there. So I'm not so worried about a stop loss on here. I will. We'll make a move. We'll make a move sometime before we're done. But it's fun. I mean, I could. So just to sort of point it out, why am I on a buy? I do not know. So I can definitely come in, and I could come in here and put like a stop loss if I wanted to. So right now at 13.29, but here's the problem. I bought in at 13.30. So any stop loss I put in right now has to kind of be above where we're at. So it would actually trigger. It would trigger on me, and I would end up taking a small loss. And I'm not going to take any loss. So we're going to sit here. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. If this were a little higher than a stop loss, yeah, would make sense. And that's what I will often do. So as this, like, let's say it was up in here, I would probably set a stop loss in here. And then every so often, as the asset grows, I'll move the stop loss up. Basically, it's a manual version of a trailing stop loss, which unfortunately National Bank does not have, as it's the only broker I know of. Desjardins has it. Like, I actually thought about switching to the Desjardins brokerage because of the trailing stop loss, but it was it just wasn't good. Everything else about it I thought was cumbersome. Like, I couldn't do fast trades. I had to click on a whole bunch of different options every single trade I made, and that was like, I didn't want to do it. Now look, see, it's just climbed over that line. But just because it's over that line, when we look at this, I need the bid to go up, because when I sell at the bid. When I buy at the ask. And that's just the way it works. So we got that 2-cent spread. So where I bought these at 31, I need bare minimum of 31 to break even, and I kind of need 32 to make a profit, and I'd like a little bit higher because I don't want to just make a $7.50 profit on this trade. I want something. I want more. I want more than that. So I don't mind. I'll sit it here. If we don't get that by the time we're done today, fine. So be it. I'll let it sit overnight, and we'll see what I got tomorrow. I think I'll be fine. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. I need to find it. Where the heck were we? Oh, we were right up here. All right. Al says, I remember when I was like 5 years or maybe less, my parents took me to Moose Jaw. We were walking across a wooden walking bridge, and I was terrified to cross it. We didn't walk over it. Moose Jaw. I think I've been to Moose Jaw. I don't remember it very much. Well, there's two cities that I always got confused. Moose Jaw and Medicine Hat. So I'm trying to think. Medicine Hat, I think, is on the Alberta side. And I think Moose Jaw is on the Saskatchewan side. But I think I could have it backwards. I usually do. Let's see. It was a chicken. Let's see. I did not expect this much smart conversation. I was expecting us to run out of things to talk about. Run out of things to talk about. Look at this. We got a crack crew here. You know, Larry's just got tons of information. It's like, Larry, give us a topic. And out comes something.
Oh, sure. I have some pictures I wanted to show.
It's funny. Okay. Oh, here we go. Medicine is half and half on the west border of Saskatchewan. Okay, so there we go. So that one's Medicine Hat. Okay. Right. And Medicine Hat, if I remember correctly, has a giant teepee in the middle of, or like on a hill or something. There we go. I got it. All right. See, everybody forgets. And I have no idea what you're asking here, Michael. So we won't answer because we don't know. Fine. All right. You know what we should do? Let me just pull this back up. We have not took a peek to see if anything has happened in the world since we started this. Not since, we have a couple of times, but all right. Where is? I may have actually overwritten it. That's fine. We'll just come in. We'll jump over on Bloomberg for a moment and see if we got anything new. Oh, Scotiabank has fixed their issue. So that issue earlier we talked about the paychecks not being deposited, it's now fixed. Fantastic. Oh, apparently the line is unflattering on the breeze through. So Lululemon has stopped selling them. So yeah, that's news for sure. And let's see. And economists are saying that more cuts, and that makes sense. You know, we still, a lot of people have been saying with REITs, like, come on, the price should be coming down. We've had a cut. Now we've had two. It does take a time for them to filter in. And once we get more cuts, it's going to really, really start to ramp up that sector. And in some cases, as I said many, many times before, if we go over to, I'll close that one because this one here is open. All right. If we go over to that new ETF that I'm liking, our good old friend RMAX, it's doing well. Let's pull up the 6 months. So 1745. So it has already, it's already made up that little difference from that tiny little blurb down. So that's not too shabby. And we found out today they have announced their distribution at 9.348%. So not too shabby, 13.5 cents monthly from this ETF. And here's the beautiful thing. So when we talk ETFs, we have that question earlier about US ETFs versus Canadian ETFs and how REITs, US REITs versus Canadian REITs and how the US REITs are doing better. Well, this ETF, 50% of this ETF is US REITs. So it's got the best of both worlds. So 50% American, 50% Canadian, 100% profit. Ooh, I almost should put that on a card. 50% Canadian, 50% American, 100% profit. I love it. I loved it enough to say it twice. So, oh boy. All right, here is good old Jungle. Jungle Eddie. Would NVIDIA be well placed in a TFSA? I like NVIDIA, and I don't think you're asking whether or not I like NVIDIA, but is it a good place to put in a TFSA? It is lower income, so it has very small dividends. So my answer would be this. If you have ample space in your TFSA, then sure, absolutely. Why not? It's going to grow. That grows your TFSA. If you're at a position where, your TFSA is pretty much full, then you probably want to have your NVIDIA maybe sitting in, either your RRSP or perhaps in a personal account where you're still going to have to take those capital gains, but you don't have all of the, you don't have to worry about the dividends so much because they're so small. Whereas that TFSA, the small dividends means you're not getting some good tax-free income from it. So I would say if you have room and it's, not taking away space from a high dividend stock, then sure. But, otherwise, and you could look at it this way too. In some cases, and let's do the whiteboard. I don't know if have we done that. Yes, we have done the whiteboard. All right, we're going to go to free drawing. Free drawing. So, all right. So let's just say, I'm doing it this way so it doesn't make a circle on me. So let's say that's your TFSA, and you're nice, you're young, you got lots of years left, and you might be thinking, okay, let's put NVIDIA in here. And so you stuff NVIDIA in here. Well, NVIDIA explodes, especially if you did it before. If you did it before this whole big explosion, what you're going to do, you're going to make your, there we go. Oh, I didn't want a circle. We get the circle. Darn it. But all right. It grows. So you end up with this bigger TFSA. So then when you are getting closer to retirement, then at that point, well, guess what? You can put more. I'm going to go with green for this. Income stocks. Income stocks, ETFs, the same thing. But you can put more in here because you'd have much bigger space. But what you've done is you've used NVIDIA as a tool to explode the size of your contribution limit. Because keep in mind, after you've exploded it and you withdraw that NVIDIA or that money from the NVIDIA, if you want to or whatever, you still get that space back. So you've created new permanent space. That's fantastic. That is one way that you can make your TFSA bigger. So that way there, when you're pumping in your stock. So it's kind of that thing. Like what I say is, one of the things that you don't want is if you're young and you're growing your stocks, you're probably not best served by having a whole bunch of income stocks, because honestly, what you want is to get from here. To get from here to here, you want total return. Now, total return doesn't necessarily mean that they're only growth / dividend stocks. If a growth stock is doing a huge number that's bigger than to me, that's still total return, right? Because that's what you're looking at. So if you have a growth stock and let's say it's pulling you 125% because it's having absolutely explosive year. Oh, so you could take any of those numbers. You could have a dividend growth stock, so which we typically call a total return stock, that maybe is only making 70%, like a really good one. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Another perfect circle. So you could have that. Which one of these is better? Hello, this one's better right here because it's a higher number and it actually explodes things to a bigger size. And then, of course, once you do get to that point where you have, you're moving into retirement, you want that income. Well, then, And even when I say remove the NVIDIA out of there, more likely what you're going to do is sell NVIDIA. You have the cash in there. Instead of moving new stuff in there, you'll just use the cash outside of that account to buy the NVIDIA that you sold. And you'll take all that cash from NVIDIA there and buy your income stocks. Typically, that's how you would do it. You wouldn't actually say, okay, well, I got to remove NVIDIA out, then move all this cash in. There's no point in doing the two-stepper. But yeah, that's how that works. All right. Let's get back as we keep our eyes. Oh, look at this. We're a little bit above it. We're a little bit above it. What does that mean? Does that mean we have that, that 31 is what we were looking for, right? Or no, 32. We need at least 32 to make a profit. It's currently sitting at, come on, 31. So we're close. We're close. Now, I could put a sell order in there for 32. But at that point, I would be, I would only be making a tiny bit. So I'm going to sit and see. We'll see what this does. See if we can get a small pump as we move towards, well, now we're about to hit into the final hour and we're there. We're in the 3 o'clock. So we'll see what it does over the next hour and we'll go from there. If it gets a little bit higher, I'll then look at probably putting in a stop loss just to make sure we finish the day on the positive, of course. And as you can see, we've already got a little tiny green there. Oh, second I call it green, it turns red. Like, come on. Why would it do that? Why would you do that to me? Yeah, well. Okay. Oh, this is what he was talking about. You just said you were in a stock and said you wasn't going to sell for a loss and something about a profit of 0.5. Ooh, unfortunately, I have no idea what I said. Yeah, I'm too far out of context on that one, but yeah, we'll leave it. We'll leave it be for now. Let's see. Yeah, Jungle. Okay. If you have big purchases left in your life, you want Canadian dividend stocks in your TFSA. Well, there you go. It depends on what you're looking at for big purchases too. All right. Now here's an interesting question. Do you think there could be a definite climb on DJT? So the Trump Truth Social stock leading up to and after when Trump wins. See, this is a really good question. The problem with something like this is that it's very, very subjective. So this is the type of thing where you can't go in, you can't apply fundamental analysis to get an answer. You can't. This pretty much boils down to the psychology of Trump followers and, what they're going to do, how they're going to respond. So for that simple reason, I consider DJT to be a gamble. It may work out. It may not work out. I would not put money into it that you're counting on. I would basically say, if you've got play money that you want to throw on it, then yeah, take the gamble. But there's just not enough fundamentals that I would be remotely comfortable voting on this. Well, about voting, but investing. Now, Larry, you may have a different opinion. I know that Larry has made some money on DJT. Let's take it away, Larry. Let's hear what you got to say on this one.
I don't know if I'd risk it on the day before the election, holding it for the day over, but I've scheduled buys and sells on events. I did it for the debate, the last debate. I made money. I bought it at 25, 26, sold it for 39, 40. Of course, it went to 50, but I was fine with making 30, 40% off of it. And then the bullet thing, assassination, I made money on it because I got lucky. They just happened to buy it on Thursday. So there was another 29 to 37, and I should have held it. I should have held it because it went to 50. So I bought some yesterday at 29 just in case there's a Trump-Harris debate, so it'll climb up during the expectation. I'd sell it the day of. I wouldn't hold it. This is not an investment stock. This is a hype. This is like GameStop, AMC. You can make money off of it, but I wouldn't buy it in the 30s. I don't buy it in the 30s. In the 20s, yeah, you buy a couple of shares, 100 shares, 200 shares. But holding it through the election, I don't know about that. Maybe if you want to buy one option, or two options or something, but I don't know if he's going to win, honestly. I know he's going to win with Biden, but with Harris, a lot of people are excited about race and gender, and she has already have the LGBTQ community as well, and it's a maybe to me at least. I'm not sure who's going to win now. Before I knew it was going to be Biden. I mean, it was going to be Trump over Biden, but now I wouldn't risk too much capital on the day after the election.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I also know the market had at one point priced in Trump winning, but some of the unease we saw in the market this week was the market going, we're not sure anymore if Trump's going to win. So I have one thing I've said all the way early in the year. I said, no matter what happens with this U.S. election, it is going to be an interesting one to watch. And I'm absolutely not wrong on that. Not wrong at all. If anything, I undersold it. I undersold it. What do you think, Prairie? What do you think?
I think Harris is a better choice, to be honest. I wouldn't have had a problem with Biden getting in again. I think he certainly did a better job than the Trump would have. I'm definitely not pro-Trump. I knew he was going to get in the last time. My daughter and I were on opposite polar sides of that. She didn't think he would. I figured he was just going to get in because of his celebrity. This time around, I think he's got to run for his money.
Yeah, there's one thing I was thinking the other day. I know when it comes to Harris picking her vice presidents, one of them's a former astronaut. And I was just looking and I was like, my God, that's the perfect pick. If you bring in a former astronaut, oh boy, I think that'll make you a lot tougher to beat. So we'll have to see when she calls, but I'm all my money's on the astronaut. I think that's a very safe bet. All right, let's see here. So did Ford make a profit or a loss? I don't know. I didn't actually look in on their. They had an earnings call, I believe. Let's find out. I think we can find out. Here we go. Ford right here, and we'll come over here. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm not on Ford. There we go. Oh, that's not looking good. Not looking good. There was a big drop after their earnings report. So let's take a look down here. What Ford needs to do to fix its stock. Electrifying pickup isn't enough to bring Ford to the promised EV land. 3M. Why do 3M shares in there for? Let's see. It's not giving me one directly on their actual earnings, but let me try. All right, we'll pull it up this way here. So they did miss earnings. I forgot I could do that. I just remembered. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Why am I looking? So they did. They missed their earnings by, 31.32%. But their revenue was up. So it was up by 0.03%. So it's a mixed bag, but obviously shareholders were not very happy with them at all. As you can sort of see, we got ourselves a little bit of a drop on poor Ford. Oh dear. Meanwhile, in the world of Bitcoin, we're now starting to make that slow rally. So as you guys remembered, we've been talking a little bit about putting in that stop loss. We might be able to do that right now. Let's take a look and see. That needs to be at least 33 for me to put in that loss. There we go. There's 33. All right, let's put in a stop loss. So we're going to drop it in. So the trigger price. Now, I got to point out, there's this one issue with a stop loss, but we'll put it in anyway. We're going to put in 1332 as our trigger price. Our limit price, in this case here, 1331. So in this case here, at 32, I make a profit. At 31, I don't. So this here makes sure that I don't sell it below what I paid for it as my limit. As it gets higher, we can scale this. We can scale this up so that way there I guarantee that I make a profit. We'll take a look here. Now, I will point out when you're looking at the bid ask, this trigger price does not operate on the bid ask. It operates on this price up here, which is at 13.33. So there is a chance that your bid and ask can fall and this doesn't catch up. And sometimes you can get burnt that way. But I think I'm pretty positive that we're going to get some movement up. So I think I'm safe putting this in. So there we go. We got our stop loss in. Bang. We'll put it here. We'll check on it as we move closer to 4. And if this keeps going up, just give me a second. I'm going to pull this over. If this keeps going up, we'll certainly, oh my gosh, I just did it without actually showing you guys the screen. That's hilarious. All right. Well, let me just open this up to edit. That way there I can show you once again. Come on, there we are. So this is what I had done. I put in a stop loss at 13.32 with a limit price of 13.31. So what that means is that if it moves fast and it doesn't sell everything at 13.32, it can still sell at 13.31, but it will not sell below 13.31. So there is the chance, and this I've seen this happen, where it's flowing through these faster than there were actual shares left to to buy or sell, depending. Well, in this case, sell, and you get below it, in which case you're just holding on to those shares. Simple as that. And these don't trigger from the bid and ask. This is what I was talking about over here. They trigger from the share price up here. So as I said, sometimes the bid and ask can get away. Like you'll look right now, the bid is at 13.32. So that's what I would get to sell, but that's not going to trigger this because only this will trigger it. So I'm safe. So as long as that goes back up and, we should be fine. We should be fine. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we go. Okay. Now back to the crew. Let's see. Google barely missed its earnings report and is getting punished. The last 2.5 days is getting hit too hard. Oh boy. Skiz is feeling lucky. Oh boy. Good luck, Skiz. Good luck. Let's see. How do you trade earnings? When do you enter, exit, evaluate? Other than Tesla, what other stocks do you use as strategy? So, I mean, when I'm trading, I don't know if I would call it trading earnings. Like, I will look at, look in the case of this. I will look at, first of all, I'll look at how much an asset's moving. That will give me a general idea of what I might be able to milk out of it. Another thing I will look at too, and in this case, I'm going to pull this down. In this case here, I don't have a clear TA, but I could change, for example, I could go up to the 4-hour chart, and I could look around and see if I do have anything in here. Right now, I don't. Now, you could say, if I pull this in, and I don't know if I've ever talked about this before, but what we have here is this is a head, this is a shoulder. This could be coming a shoulder. If this is a head and shoulders pattern, that means there is a chance of us coming back down to maybe about here before there's a breakout. So that's a possibility that we have a head and shoulders forming. I don't put a lot of credence in some of these more complicated patterns, but some people do. Some people will go crazy about it. A lot of, especially crypto people, will go crazy and nuts on it, but I'm not so much. Or you can also get like what's called an inverse, which is where they're pointing down basically instead of up. And traditionally a head and shoulders, when it breaks, a lot of times these ones will break to the bottom, inverse will break to the top, and there's a lot of different things when it comes to technical analysis. So I'm not putting a lot of credence in it at the moment. But this is one of the things. So when you're on smaller charts, it's sometimes harder to get your patterns. And that's why you may want to scale out. So that was the 4 hours. Let's go to the 1 day. All right. And once again, I have to, in this case here, I have to boil this down a bit. So once again, on the 1 day, you can see, all right, so this pattern, you can start to see, well, you see the pattern starts to fall apart a little bit. But I'm looking here and I'm really not seeing anything I can play chart wise, but I will look at it. I'll look for patterns. So if I have a chart, for example, I'll put my lines in. This is going to be hard here, but let's try this. I'll put in a line like this. Let's come from about here. So that's a possibility right here, that could be the chart. But I'm doing this very fast, haphazardly. If that's the case, well, this is fantastic. This here almost was a breakout, but it needs to close outside, and it didn't. It sort of just got back up. In this case here, the price is probably going to move up a little bit, and then, you know, it'll either break to the upside or break to the downside at that point. So one of the things is if I have a clear chart and I can see the pattern in it, a lot of times I'm going to try to be selling at the top of this on this line here, and I'm going to be buying on this line. I won't buy exactly on the line because a lot of times it will miss. So, you know, in this case here, like this one here, it didn't quite make it to the line. So I might buy like maybe 5% below the line and maybe sell, sell 5% below the line, buy 5% above, just to make sure that I'm catching these ones that don't quite make it, but make it really close. And by doing something like that, that gives you a general idea. And then when you are doing something like that, here's the beautiful thing. You can take a line. All right. Just going to straighten it out like that. And this will generally give you an idea of how much it's going to. So if it breaks to the downside, it's going to break down to about 59, maybe just break below that 60. If it breaks to the upside, you're looking at a new all-time high. So that's kind of where we're looking at. And my gut tells me that we're probably looking at a break to the downside. I don't think we're ready for an all-time high, but it would be fantastic if I'm holding it. If I'm not holding it and it breaks to the downside, then whoopee, I'm ready to get into a new point here. But it will, nonetheless, I think it is going to break out of this pattern. Well, here we got Wednesday the 31st. So by the end of the month. So keep in mind, this here pattern is on the it's on the daily. So each one of these is a whole day. So by the end of the month, we should be breaking either really high, or we're going to be, we're going to be back down where we've been before. It's the same old thing. Good old patterns. You got to love them. All right. Now let's actually get rid of our, I'm going to just get rid of these. Bang, bang. Hopefully I didn't accidentally delete my line. I may have, but we'll switch back to the 1 hour. And I use the 1 hour only because I'm doing shorter trades. Oh no, there's my line. And we'll bring it all back. And here we go. Bang. It is all good. Actually, we're doing pretty good here. So remember how I said I could justify, or I can move this? So we got a stop loss right now, 132. So let's take a gander at where we're at now. All right. We're up to 134. So I can update this 134. And this way I can say, you know what? Oh, not 134. 133, because I don't want to sell it. So 133, and we'll knock this up to 1332. So no matter what, I'm getting a profit. It's locked in. There's a profit coming. So there we go. It's all set up. If it falls, it's going to sell at least at a profit. And what I would do is, as this is moving up, this is the beautiful thing. And this is why these are very powerful. As this is moving up, no matter what, I'm going to end in a profit on this trade. I can't, well, there are ways I could lose, which means if the price were to drop really, really fast, there is that possibility of it sort of jumping over it. But for now, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. We're in a good position. So we will, of course, if this moves up a bit higher, we will be ready to knock our numbers up a bit more. And then I also have to then decide, as we're moving towards 4 o'clock, am I holding this overnight? Because that's one time. If you're holding it overnight, it's not going to protect you. It won't sell if it drops in the night. So, and Bitcoin can do that. That's that one disadvantage. Hold the BTC ETF over the weekend. Oh, right. It is over a weekend. Yeah, I definitely will hold it, probably. I probably will hold it. I got the stop loss in there, but now look at this. Look at this. Just as we talked, it has started pumping. So once again, you go in here, you can modify it. It still says 1334 though, so I wouldn't change it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that changes. I wouldn't be surprised. So something to think about. Al says anyone is a better choice, but I do think Trump will win. ZS says I'm confused between VFV and ZQQ. How do you view them both? All right. Now let's go over here. Oh, that's the whiteboard. I like the whiteboard. All right. Well, VFV, that is your standard Vanguard. So take a look here and you'll see Vanguard S&P 500. It's basically whatever the S&P does, this is going to do it as well. As you can see, it is nice. It's had good movement on it. Dividend-wise, you're getting slightly around 1% yield. Now, this other one, ZQQ, I can tell you right now, this is going to be a tech. So you're looking at the NASDAQ. So once again, this will be following the NASDAQ very much the same way. So this year, with tech really, got hair on my nose that's itching like crazy. This time of the year, with tech really pumping big, you're going to do better on the ZQQ. No doubt about it. It will beat the S&P 500. So when I look at them this way, like in a way, it's comparing apples to oranges because they are different exchanges. I personally think if you're an ETF investor and you're looking to beef up and get some good diversification in your portfolio, I would go with both, to be honest. That's what I would do. All right. But let's get some opinions here. Larry, S&P 500 or NASDAQ? What do you think?
Always go with the 500. That's what I tell, even I have my people who invested in me, I tell them I have a separate account. Same amount of money you give to me, you put into the 500. Because, the amount of people that actually beat the market is low. And I don't want them to put all their eggs into my delusion basket that I'll win.
That makes sense. What do you think, Prairie?
I'm a gambler right now.
So you're NASDAQ then?
If I were, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just in Canadian stocks right now, and the only ETF that I've got is HCAL.
Makes sense. Okay. All right. Jungle Eddie wants Pete B for Vice. Let's see. Ford down 22.5% in the last month. Yeah, there's been a lot, or well, technically probably the same. Ford has had some difficulties. They've had to. I mean, I think all of EV markets have had a little bit of difficulties lately, but they are the future. They're not going away. So these are the type of things where I look at a company like Ford. Ford's a blue chip company. They can go down, but they're going to come back up. Same idea with, Ford, Volkswagen, Honda, you name it. Even Tesla. Now, Tesla is the interesting thing because Elon keeps reminding us that they're not a car company, that they're an AI company. So I think people will still view them mostly as a car company, but wait till all these Tesla robots come out. Then we might look at it a little bit differently. So Al would not buy a Ford. Ian says, I was thinking about buying MMM. I should have up 21% today. Oh, 3M. Yeah, 3M. They've got a good market. I mean, I would almost call it a monopoly on their market. I mean, how many of you right now do not have a 3M product in your house? And who am I going to call a liar? That's what I'm going to say. Because, I mean, they're everywhere. I got lots of 3M products in my house. I know this. Al says, not sure why 3M has really dropped out of being one of the darling stocks. I would agree with you on that. I would agree. Earnings are crap and crazy debt. Yeah, nonetheless, they'll get that under control. They'll get it under control. Guess they haven't created anything new in a while. Well, maybe. And Al's off to the dentist. Okay. Look at AGNC, which pays a 12-cent dividend each quarter. Okay, AGNC. Let's go there. AGNC. Here we go. Okay, AGNC. Here we are. All right, so AGNC Investment Corp. Let's take a look before we see what they do. Okay, they've moving a little bit sideways at the moment, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's see here. Their earnings per share 95. Their dividend 12 cents USD, which that's a 14.59% yield. Okay, well, the sideways movement could be their model for the most part if they are if they're designed for income mostly. But let's take a look. Now, we may not have as much key data as I like because they're more of a fund, but yeah, next to no debt. But that, you know what, with an income fund, you don't have a lot of overhead. Think of it in a way, we could almost look at Larry as being an income fund in a way. He doesn't have a lot of overhead, same idea. Their return on equity, 9.54%. Return on assets, 0.91%. That's, yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I think it is what it is. I have a feeling you're not going to see a ton of growth from this company, but I think they probably can sustain that dividend for a while, especially with no debt. I think that's what they're designed to do. And, if you're looking for the 12 cents a month dividend, or sorry, 12 cents a quarter, was it a quarter? It probably was. I didn't really pay attention. No, they're saying monthly. It says monthly down here. Let's go to the payment history just to make sure. So, Michael, you may be in luck here. Yeah, they are paying 12 cents a month, not a quarter, my friend. 12 cents a month. So just something to keep in mind. Let's see. GM, I think, beat on earnings, then raised, and trying to understand because on earnings was going up and since has been down. But here's the thing you have to look at. Even though if you have a good earnings, but if you're in a sector that's going down, you're in a sector that's struggling a little bit. And let's be honest, that is a sector that's struggling a little bit. That will, you kind of got two competing things. So in a sense, going sideways is actually not a bad thing in that sector right now. But that sector will definitely pick themselves up. Okay. Let's see. Anyone, which chart was that? I'm not sure. Let's see. Tesla with energy storage and Optimus robots will still do better than Ford and Tesla robo-taxi. If these robo-taxis turn out to be big, that will definitely be huge for Tesla. Let's get some opinions here. Larry, what do you think of the Tesla robo-taxi?
I'm a believer in it, but Toyota's going to win. In the end, they're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They already have their Robo City. Their first AI-controlled city is actually being put together right now. And their EV battery comes out next year, 700 miles to the charge. It takes 5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and they have more cash, 80 billion in cash, 500 billion in assets. I believe in that. And the energy storage, it's all about Berkshire Hathaway.
Mm-hmm.
Berkshire Hathaway is doing the same thing.
I think
that competing against, Berkshire has 1.3 trillion in assets. I find it.
Well, they almost have as much as a small country.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that they're going to lose, and they're building more nuclear facilities right now. Their energy company, Berkshire Energy, is half the price as far as charging for electricity as anybody else. So it's just a matter of going through each state and filing. Like they had a competition recently with Elon for Texas recently, but I think that Berkshire Hathaway and Toyota Motors are the going to be the real winners. But yeah, of course, Tesla's going to do better than Ford, of course. But I am long Ford at 11.10. Actually, I bought today, and I'll sell it at 12. It's hit 11.10, $11 several times over the past year. It's gone back up 60, 70, 80 cents. But yeah, I'm a Toyota Berkshire guy.
Oh, absolutely. Although I do, like I say, I am still bullish on Ford. I am definitely. It's funny. I used to use Ford in one of my classes. I used to tell people when somebody has an internet issue and you're trying to see if it's working, have them go to Ford.ca. And because then they'll come back and say, wait, I'm seeing a truck. And it's like, yeah, your internet's working. So that used to be kind of one of the tools we used to use was Ford.ca because And the reason I used to teach Ford is because most people could spell Ford. And there wouldn't be, you know, if you say go to Ford, people will be like, okay, I know how to spell Ford. You don't have to spell anything out. So that was the reason for Ford. And plus, you always would get that, oh my God, I'm seeing a truck response, because they almost always had a truck, you know, Ford Tough on the front page of their website. So that was always kind of cool. Oh, what do you think, Prairie?
My first car was a Ford Mustang. When I went into my first SUV, I was sold on GM. As far as Tesla is concerned, they're a very diverse company. And as such, they've got a long road ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
I see them succeeding. I'll never step into a robotaxi, but if they can manage to pull it off, I think they'll succeed.
Ah, very cool. All right. So Bitcoin is still pumping. I have updated my my stop loss. So now we're looking good. We're looking good. So now we're at a 1336. Sorry, let's open this up. There we go. So now we're at a 1336 stop loss. Currently, it's sitting at 1337. So that's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So we're definitely getting a profit on this one today. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. Jungle Eddie pulled the trigger. 60 shares of NVIDIA. Nice. Nice. And where NVIDIA's in a little bit of a correction right now. That's not a bad spot. Not a bad spot at all. Excuse me. Have you looked at HELE? And I never seen this under $100 before. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. That's what I love having all these screens. It really makes my job easier. HELE. Here we go. Helen of Troy Limited. This is a company I've never heard of this before. I'm admitting it right here. 58. And you're saying you've never seen it under $100 before? Well, how long? Let's just go back here and see. Okay. So yeah, it's been above 100 for a long time. Then it looks like recently it fell. Okay, interesting. What do they do? Let's take a look at that first. I'm kind of curious. Let's see. A consumer products company with business segments in housewares, health, and home and beauty. Okay. All right. So a lot of hair care accessories, liquid, solid, and powder-based personal care and grooming products. Okay, that makes sense. Helen of Troy, somebody who is apparently really beautiful. That would make sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's take a look over here. I have a feeling that there's going to be an earnings in here as well, but let's take a look. HELE, Helen of Troy. Let's add it. All right, let's come over here and take a look. Come on, let's go to the HELE. Oh, interesting. I do not see a recent. Oh, yeah, here it is right here. The gap and the earnings. Let's click on this earnings and take a look. Oh, boy. Yeah, they absolutely tanked on their earnings for sure. Their earnings were down by 37.83% off expectations. And the revenue was down 6.51% by off their expectations. So, yeah. Bad earnings call. This is the perfect picture. Holy banana bread. They, I hope they had a parachute. That's all I'm saying. Holy cow, that's a long drop. So yeah, wow. All right, FHS. Which is less risky but more profitable? Short-term as well as long-term split or ETF with covered calls. So FTN or bank. Oh gosh. All right. So what's this? Say you wait for hour 6 to start throwing the harder questions. All right. That's fine. Let's take a gander. So the first F is FTN, a split core here. So there's the financial 15 split core. Now, with this, these are designed for income. So I'm not super concerned. Like we can look at their growth. And you can see we got a little tiny bit, but we're not going to get a ton of growth. They're not designed for that. they're designed for this big, massive 17.872% dividend. So that is cool. That's fine. I like that. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually, so that we can just go back and forth nice and easy, I will open up another one. And yeah, the other one was Bank, B-A-N-K. Here we go. No, B-A-N-K. Let's go with the, all right. Are you sure it's not B-A-N-C? All right. The second one, where there is B-N-K, but that's the big bank split core. That, for whatever reason, B-A-N-K. Now I know I'm pretty sure B-A-N-K exists. Give me a second. I think I know where I can find it. There's always more than one way to pet a cat. We'll go with that way here. All right, now give me a second here. We're going to go to our top dividend list because I'm pretty sure that Bank is in here. Right here. Here it is, Bank. All right, we get to it this way. I don't know why it wasn't coming up in my search. So this here is the Evolved Canadian Banks and Life Coast. Now, one thing that's a huge benefit right here for you is that you have not just banks, you've also got your life insurance companies in there as well. So you've got Manulife Financial and companies like that. They also have a huge dividend distribution. When we look at them over the last 1 year, once again, you're not going to see a lot of growth. So these are both designed as income stocks. So as such, that's the way they're going to go. Now, which is safer? In a good market, I think they're both fine. FTN, though, being a split core, they will from time to time suspend dividends as it's part of the structure of the way that split cores work. Sometimes even in bear markets, you can see some major suspensions. And I will show you here when we go to FTN. Right, let's actually close that page. All right, when we go to FTN and we look at their dividend history. All right, so far it looks pretty good, but I'd have to actually sort. I can't see. Some of them you'll actually see blank spaces in here. But for the most part, they have been pretty good. So honestly, I think they're both good companies. If I absolutely had to choose between the two of them, I would probably lean to Bank only because I like Evolve. I like that extra diversification. And I have I would feel a little bit safer with the dividends. So that's kind of my idea between FTN and Bank. So I do like covered calls more than split core for the most part. What about you guys? You guys got any opinions? You may not. You don't have to have an opinion.
I'm a Morgan boy.
There we go.
I would definitely agree with you on Bank. I was just looking at my Great West Life and Manulife. Today, Great West is up 1%, and Manulife is up 0.8%. So having the insurance companies in Bank definitely is a plus in my books.
No, I would agree. I would agree for sure. Absolutely. All right. Now, Larry, didn't you have a little something to show us on Chip's future?
But yeah, just like 3 or 4 slides. It's the reason I went long 2
I'll remove
years
mine
ago.
if you want to put your share up.
Technology.
I know. No worries. Well, you had mentioned it at 3 o'clock in the private chat, and I just noticed there was a thing there. I'm like,
You figure out how to.
Oh, there we go.
Can you
All
see
right.
that?
I do. Here we go.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Yeah. So this is from 2 years ago. Reason why I went long: ASML and SOXL, AVGO, and this is the new systems that the new factories that are being built is actually $380 billion. And this is the future. This is where we're going. There's no this is what built my confidence in it. I don't know how to use all of these. How do I?
Hmm.
There's like 5 or 6 of them.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to show more, just put them up. I'll click them on for you. Whoops. There we go. This one here. Perfect.
Yeah. This is the market that we're going to. 1 trillion, $1.3 trillion in the next, 5 years, 5.5 years?
Mm-hmm.
So the growth is pretty, it should give you faith in holding. 1.3 trillion? And that's by the time the robots are coming in and everything else. I think it's pretty obvious why you should be in it. And
Oh yeah.
this one's from this is from this year. Oh,
okay, let me pull that one up.
Did I do it wrong?
It disappeared as I was pulling it up.
Oh.
Just drop that in again, and all right, there we go.
This is the data that'll be made in the next couple of years. So I think it's pretty substantial. Look at where we are right now, 2025. We're down here. This is where it's going to be in 10 more years. So the AI and chips is where it's going to be at, and that's what the future is. And so, you think it's expensive now, but in the future, all these prices are going to be cheap, exceptionally cheap. It's like buying Berkshire Hathaway A shares when they were $30,000 and now they're $650,000. Everybody thought they were expensive then, but in reality, all this is still cheap and discounted. And then just one more, and then we'll be done with it.
We got one more.
Chip growth. Yeah, this is the last one.
Okay.
This is chip growth size.
There we go.
This is what the chips are going to be. They're going to be far bigger. This is from Apple. This is a screen from Apple. But to deal with EVs and deal with all the green energy, the chip size is actually going to increase, which cuts down energy use, which is why I'm long what do you call it? Silicone producers, because obviously double the size, more profits. You don't have to be a genius to figure it out. But once you see the screens, it's obvious. And this is from ASML's last year's meeting and this year's shareholders meetings. They're like 3 hours long, but it'll give you all the data. These are the only screens you really need to see. Is that double the chip size, 1 trillion market, 1 to 1.3 trillion market, and just the amount of data that's going to need to be stored in the future should give you license to hold your shares of chip companies.
Nice. Okay. All right. Let me just take a look here. All right. Skiz says, I feel like Tesla is actually doing it from FSD and robotaxis, and everyone else is just talking. There are no actual real FSD competitors or affordable electric cars except for BYD. Okay. What's that?
I just want to say, Toyota's last meeting, they said they're not even going to try to compete with BYD.
Yeah, I've heard
bother. Like, they know they can't compete, and they're just going to keep their customers that they currently have that are in the Toyota realm. But Toyota sells 10 million vehicles a year, so
absolutely. All right. Michael says, I've been looking at BITF, and which Bitcoin miners do you all like? I was into Hut 8 for a while, but right now it's kind of funny. Like, I have a feeling that because of the halving, once we get this big pump in Bitcoin, I have a feeling that miners are going to look pretty good. So I haven't really decided on anyone that I want to ride up with that wave. But in my case, a Hut 8 was the one that I used to like. But right now, I don't currently have any in my portfolio. I know that Larry had Hut 8 as well for a while. And I don't know about Prairie. Prairie doesn't look like a Bitcoin miner guy. All right. Let's see. Yeah, and Keith is making a good point. HELE is driven by retail. And retail has had a rough time. But as we get more rate cuts on both sides of the border, that is going to help retail. That will, of course, help, companies like HELE as well. Let's see, long-term contracts, you either win or lose. Retailers open, closing doors, contributors to results. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, another break. Appreciate your thoughts in industrial sectors long-term. Thanks. I like the industrial sector. Kind of like when you think about technology, you think about infrastructure, the industrialization like industrial sector itself, it powers a lot of that. There's a lot comes out of that sector. To me, it's a crucial sector. So I've always been, I'm bullish long-term on industrials for sure. I'm not saying all industrials are going to be great, but I think overall, it's much needed. It's sort of like the, think of it as the greasing and gears of the of technology in a way. Larry, what do you think? Industrial sector.
Oh man, I'm along several of them. BHP from Australia, they control 90% of the copper in the world. I've been long them a couple of years now. I expected, the China. Remember the Great China reawakening and the reopening of China and all that. So I've been long since $48, and it's just been going between 58, 64. But the dividend 17%. So I'm willing to sit around, And then, like I said before, with the Shinetsu, they make 96% of all the PVC in the world. So not just the silicone for chips, but they make the PVC, all the buttons on the cars, windshield wipers, all of them. The clear wrap that's on everything, like everything's encapsulated with, like everything's surrounded by that clear plastic wrap. They make all of it. All the wood pulp that's in food. So I'm in a little bit of industry as well. Besides them, I think, am I in anything else? No, besides that, I was in Caterpillar for a long time for the same reason, for the China reopen. But besides that, BASF from Germany, and Siemens from Germany as well. So I'm in those. But I'm in Siemens though because of the enforcing of the green measures. They have a AI system that's going to be taxing everybody for their pollutant use in the future. So you can trade off, like how they have the new Europe taxes for trading off, your climate, your climate exposure. You'll be able to switch it around using Siemens system. So I'm in a little bit of industry.
Very interesting. Now, as we were talking, we have news on Bitcoin. It's not good news, but it's news nonetheless. So my stop loss was triggered. Amazingly, it must have just wicked down enough to trigger it. I still made profit because, we bought at 631. We sold at 634. So, that's like what? A little over $19 in profit that time. Not huge, but sometimes that will happen with a stop loss. And a lot of times I was kind of hanging a little bit too close. That's one of those things you probably don't want to do with a stop loss, because you can get hit by those retracements, those little tiny micro ones that happen. That's what happened. I got too close, but that's fine. It's still doing good, and it may do really, really good over the weekend. So I doubt I'm going to get another entry point. So now I'm going to hope that our feeling that it's going to do great over the weekend, I'm going to hope it crashes. I will be hoping that Bitcoin has a horrible weekend so that I can get a good entry point on Monday on that one. So that's what happens, folks, sometimes. So sometimes you want to give yourself some ample room. I did not. Partially it's because we're getting closer to the end of the day. So I was trying to, just sort of get in there, and that's fine. So anyway, that's what happened. So it did trigger on us as we were doing our thing. So you've seen a stop loss in action. Isn't that kind of cool? And nicely, it did all trigger at the same price. So it didn't go into that limit at all. It triggered at the 634. All right. Let's see. Wood pulp and food casually mentioned. Now this is fun, guys. I'm going to go big screen here for a second. This is fun because we're now at that point I have to start thinking about the bell because we're 12 minutes away from the bell. This is amazing. This is amazing. I can't believe it. So I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it for sure. You guys got any plans for the weekend? Anything fun? We'll start with Larry. Gonna go see maybe Deadpool Wolverine. I mean, what's up for the weekend?
Oh, I'm gonna be listening to reports. I'm very excited. I've got like 12 companies I gotta listen to. Waste Management,
Okay.
Coca-Cola. Yeah, I'm very excited to start looking into them. I kind of have a problem. I enjoy
You're addicted to
listening and reading.
financials. That's not a bad
Yeah.
problem to have, Larry. Not a bad problem at all. What do you got going on, Prairie?
I'm going to head out to the lake tomorrow. Spend the
Oh.
day out there. And
Do you have a cottage?
yeah,
Nice.
it's about an hour and a quarter north of Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very,
do a little bit of work out there, and maybe enjoy a little bit of the water.
So swim a bit? Yeah. Nice. Tomorrow, for me, I have to make, normally on Friday, I do all of the, I basically do most of the this week stuff, all of the pictures and get the news put together. So now I have to do that tomorrow. And I also have to script a video tomorrow too. So it's going to be a fun day, which actually reminds me, as soon as the stream is over, I have to put up the vote for the community members because the last video of every month, they get to choose what it is. So they're not going to get a lot of time to vote this time around, but we'll get it up. We'll get it up right after the stream is over. So that'll be my, and then Sunday, of course, I have a stream. So I'll be working all weekend. I work most of my weekends. The life of a YouTuber, huh? Ian says, got some dividends coming in next week. Probably buy some of that bank. Oh, there we go. There we go. And Ian says, I'm spending the weekend doing rust repairs on my sister's cars. Not fun, but I like to help. I do not envy your weekend at all, Ian. I just conjure up a painful event of trying to remove rust. Oh, boy. Oh. Well, it looks like it probably would have triggered anyway when we look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has actually started to slip a little bit. So we are coming in towards the end. Let's just take a very quick look at the market. While we're over here, we can close out of this one now because we're not going to make any more trades today. We have, look at this, TSX up 0.89%, S&P 500's up 1%, NASDAQ up 0.79%, not too shabby. Dow Jones 1.58, gold made it to up to 0.8, and silver has made it into the green. Oil lost cause today, negative 2.05, Bitcoin up 3.17. Looking at our heat map for, well, not the last time. We'll take one more gander after the bell. Heat map so far, railroad still holding it nice and strong. Constellation Software also doing well. TD's doing okay. Fairfax Financial. Once again, our ETFs are doing okay. And there's that VFV that I think FHS was talking about earlier. Or it was somebody else. I think it was somebody else. Sometimes I forget who asks which questions. I get a lot of questions. Now, over in the US, once again, look at this. All right, let's turn. I forgot. I turned off the bad ones. Whew. So yeah, we've got NVIDIA. Look at that. They didn't do well today. I mean, they're still up 0.2%, but they have slipped back. Google has slipped below to negative 0.42. Meta still doing okay. Microsoft doing okay. We're talking about Berkshire Hathaway. They're up 0.93%. Now that's Berkshire Hathaway B. So that's their cheaper version if you want to get in on that. Amazon having a great day. Whoops. Visa having a great day. Oh, here's Tesla. Not having a great day. Down 0.31%. And Eli Lilly. I always have fun saying that. They're down 2.02%. Did they have? No, I don't think they had an earnings this week. So something tells me that might have been last week. But oh well. Anyway, that's the American, and of course, great looking day for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Solana 6.22% up. So this is they're up right now to 182.32. So they have mostly made back what they had in this vicinity here before they struggled a little bit in here. So not too shabby, not too shabby for the Solana holders. All right, and some random crypto that I do not know what it is. Let's zoom in a little bit. All right, we'll pick. We picked a green one earlier. Let's pick a red one. Let's pick one that's absolutely losing. Here we go. Neverworld. I do not know what Neverworld is, but they're worth about half a penny, if that. This is a crypto. I don't know what it is. Never heard of it. Never will buy it. It's not gonna be in my portfolio. It just won't. Don't know what they do. Don't care what they do. Actually, I kind of care. I'm kind of curious. I'm thinking something like Neverworld. It sounds like it could be a game. It sounds like it could be a game, but I don't know what it is. Maybe one of you guys will know. I don't know. We'll just leave it at that. So once again, one of the cryptos I'll never own. Woohoo! This edition was brought to you by the internet. I don't know. I just thought that would be funny. We'll just leave it at that. Whew, banana bread. All right. Now let's get back. We're about 5 minutes out from the bell. And we'll just we'll go up here to big screen for our last little bit as we move towards the bell. And we got time for a couple of these comments. Skiz says, I burn a weekend vacation so I could get 5 Fridays off and have long weekends every weekend for the next 5 weeks. You know, that's not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea. Some places won't let you do it. But if you can get away with it, I would rather that than 5 days off in a row, personally. Let's see. That's actually how I'm able to participate all day today. Woohoo! We're Skiz's vacation day, folks. This is awesome. I love it. CC says, I'm really getting sick of these all-day flat periods for BTC. Routinely kills all my morning gains. Oh, yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, Bitcoin hasn't been moving as much as I would like to see for sure. So I'm hoping we finally get out of these doldrums and start. Let's actually show what Bitcoin can do. That's what I'd like to see. But not this weekend because I'm currently out. So this weekend you can crash Bitcoin. But next week, let's fly. Let's go to the moon. Spotify is down. Uh-oh. I'm like the backup for Spotify. Does that mean I have to sing? Because that wouldn't go over well. We would lose viewers really, really fast. Michael says, can you do this week like on Monday and other days, which this way we can help each other? Oh, can you do this next? Okay, I thought you meant this week as in my Sunday stream. Can you do this next week like on Monday and other days, which is the way we can help each other? Oh, gosh. Could you imagine if I did an open to close every day? Oh, boy. That'd be a lot of streaming. That would be a lot of streaming, a lot of talking. But I am looking at doing the occasional market open. So it'd be like the beginning part where we actually go in and look at the futures, look at Europe, look at Asia, sort of get ourselves going for the day. So I do have that as something. I actually put it up as a vote one day, and everybody said, no, we want the close. We want the close. So they got the close. I was disappointed because I really wanted to do a morning show. I wanted to do a morning. Vineet says, how did you manage the full day stream? How are you? I am funkity dunkity banana bready something. I don't know. I'm good. I'm actually good. No, it actually wasn't that bad. It was like having a day job where you have to sit there for 8 hours. I even got that lunch break with the little video at the end while I went down and scarfed down some quick lunch. I didn't drink as much as I thought I was going to. I actually actually have a can of Coke Zero here that I was like, I was gonna have that when the coffee runs out. Well, the coffee just ran out, so it's next to be cracked, but we're getting really, really close. So we've got, guys, we're at the last like 17 minutes of the stream. This is this is fun. But I mean, you know, keep the questions going. Maybe I'll lose track of the time. You just don't know. Let's see. Skiss's Eli Lilly Company is pronounced Eli Lilly. And I try to say it that way. See, or is it Eli Lilly? Is it Eli instead of Eli? See, it's probably Eli Lilly. I think that, there we go. Eli Lilly. Okay, I got it. That's okay. I mean, you should have seen. I made a video on Aritzia, and I think I can't even say how I pronounced it. That's how foreign it was. But I had a whole bunch of people. Actually, Vineet sent me a voice message on Facebook with how to pronounce it, and I was just like, "Oh, it's Aritzia." I think I was calling it Arizitia, something like that. It was way off, and I was just like, "Oh, I can't believe it." There's been a couple. There's also Pemina. So Pemina Pipelines, I was calling them Pembina, but apparently the B is silent. And somebody let me know. They let me know in the comments, that B is silent. I phoned the company and listened, and it's silent. And I'm like, okay. So now whenever I say Pemina, I'm very careful to try not to let the B slip out. So, the way companies are pronounced. Let's see. Deadpool was good, not great. Keep expectations less than the popular endgame comparisons. Okay. And that's the thing I find. I hate when a movie gets hyped to the point that you're almost guaranteed to be disappointed because, we're there. The live version. Whoa, I can't stop. Guys, the market is closed. And the funny thing is, normally I see a prompt in the chat telling me, Candace, you're missing it. This time it was Larry. Larry was up there with the, oops. And I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta do it. Holy canal. That was supposed to be a holy banana bread, but apparently holy canal works as well. We actually have a canal here, the Rideau Canal. So, it's share price. Oh. That's hilarious. Spotify is down, and I thought he meant it wasn't working. I didn't realize you meant the share price. You can tell it's been a long day. But that's funny. I don't know why. Michael says, can you look at LW and EW, which both has good fundamentals, and drop and recover a little like HELE? Well, let's look at LW. We'll look at that one. Give me a second here. There we go. LW. Here we go. So that is your Lamb Weston Holdings. And we'll pull this up here. Let's go with look at just the last 6 months. So okay. I see. They had a half decent drop there, didn't they? All right. And you said they're similar? So let's see here. Let's see. They're the second largest producer of branded and private label frozen potato products. So French fries, sweet potatoes, tater tots, mashed potatoes, hash browns, chips. Well, that's kind of good. Yeah. You would almost think that this would not, that the downside on retail, you would still expect people to be buying some of these frozen products. I would really expect people to be buying them still. But let's take a look and see what their earnings looked like. So once again, this was LW. Let's get back to, all right, here we go. LW. Here we go. Let's take a look and see. Let's see what happened to their, here it is right here. Oh, yeah. So the typical earnings call, and so let's see. Oh my gosh, their earnings, they were down 38.01%. Their revenue was down 5.31%. Now, when I say down, I'm talking about compared to their expectations. So yeah, that's definitely a drop as well. So that's interesting. That's interesting. These are products that I would not guess that people would stop buying them, just because they tend to be staples. I mean, even this week, I know frozen potato. Well, not really. Yeah, we've had French fries once, I think. So they were frozen. I doubt they were from here, because this is Canada. They're more likely from Prince Edward Island than anywhere else. But that is interesting. The other one you said was EW. Oh, let's just go to EW from here and see if we got the exact same thing happening with them. Edwards Life Sciences. That's interesting. All right, let's go to EW. Once again, earnings report. Yeah, look at that. They fell short as well. Let's see. They fell short on their earnings 38.01%. They fell short on their revenue by 5.31%. So yeah, this and it's interesting too. Like, they've been pretty flat since then, so they haven't had as much recovery. I do like to see a little bit more recovery after that fall, because that to me is much more healthy. But still, I mean, and I don't know what these guys make, but let's find out. Let's find out, because now I'm curious. You got me curious. EW. All right. Here we go. Edwards Life Science. So let's see. What are life scientists making these days? All right. Patent-focused medical innovations, structural heart disease, as well as critical care and surgical monitoring. This is a sector that I wouldn't expect to be having a downside to him. So that's interesting. I definitely think that's interesting. Yeah, especially in the U.S., because you got to remember that healthcare in the U.S. is for profit. So, yeah, that's interesting. I don't have an answer for you, but that one surprises me the most. That one definitely surprises me the most. Did you get more than the $20 super sticker, or just the one? No, it's just the one. It was just the one. It was fantastic, though. All right. I'm getting ready for the Disney strike. 99% of employees are supposed to participate. Are they really going to strike, Larry? When is this due to start?
Supposedly next week. So it's already dropped down from 100 to 89. If it goes down to 80, I'll buy.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you 100%. Yeah, that would be a good buy. And keep in mind, I mean, you can also get this one through the CDRs up in Canada as well. So if you're looking to do it that way, that is another option as well. All right. And yes, we've noticed that earlier. So we're going to expect this as the rates come down. We're going to see these come down. We're going to probably see EQ Bank as well. Let's see. People do this every day, but you can take breaks. But let the streaming keep going, and maybe we can do better in the markets. Yeah, absolutely. It comes down to, I mean, eventually, if we look at the channel long term, eventually I'd like to do a lot more live stuff. And it really boils down to, as the channel grows, I'll be afforded to be able to do a bit more of what I do. So my goal is eventually, if I'm making enough on the channel to survive, then I won't have to do as much trading on the side, which means I can do a lot more content. So that would be kind of fantastic. I don't know if I'll ever get to the point where, like with me, Kevin, he's pretty much, I think he's like lives on a camera almost, but it would be nice. It would definitely be nice. Yes, I did. Thanks for the shout out. Let's see. Bell. Yes, we did the bell. The bell happened. Synovus Energy earning call is coming up. What do you think? Synovus. Let's take a gander here. Let's Oh, here we go. Oh, I have to I have to share it before we can actually look at it. Synovus. Okay. There we go. CVE. All right. I'm going to look at the 6 months, because the 6 months is going to tell us something. All right. So this quarter is coming in here. So we got a little bit of growth. We got a little bit of sideways at the same time in here. But here's the thing. Overall, it's pretty close. Like, I think with that last little side, I think they're either going to meet expectations, or if they do miss, I don't think they're going to miss by much. So it's not one that I would clear cut, for example, bet a lot of money on. So I'm thinking, yeah, I would say it's probably not going to be a huge deal. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. So we'll have to see. But right now, just looking at that growth, and that's just looking at the growth. Like there could be other factors that I'm not seeing because I haven't done like a full-on deep dive on them. I do like some of these numbers. I like the debt to equity is pretty good. So 34%. But like I said, an oil company right now, after some of the years that they've had, they shouldn't have a lot of debt. They really shouldn't. Return on assets 8.51. So I do like these. So you know what? After looking at these, I will say they probably, I'll say they'll meet expectations. I don't think they're going to like blow us away, but they'll probably just meet. All right. How much did you make today? Yeah, that's exactly right. But keep in mind, when I'm not streaming for an entire day, I'm a lot more focused. So there were a couple of trades I missed that I wouldn't have missed if I had been paying attention to the market for sure. So, you know, that's just a small, it's a small day. It's a small day, but this day was all about the stream. So we'll put that there. Let's see. Wealthsimple seems to stay 1% below the Bank of Canada rate. That's, yeah, in a way, I guess. And as the rates come down further, that's also going to come down a little bit. But keep in mind, this is going to happen with regular banks. Even the banks with crappy low interest rates, their crappy low interest rates will become crappier low interest rates. So that is kind of the way it works. All right. Michael says, people must eat food like CAG and KHC and HRL foods, which the CAO is the past was on Kramer and was trading around $50, which sells a lot of spam. In the back of my head, the spam, Monty Python spam song just started. But yeah, I mean, it's the thing. If you are in an industry where, you know, your food is essential, like your food or your product is essential, you know, it doesn't matter how bad the economy is, people are still going to need to eat. So we're going to have to, we'll have to keep on going with food. Let's see. I love INC between 31 and 32, or okay, KHC, there we go. Since I told you about HELE is up $1 more. Nice. And we got a super sticker. Kevin and Gaz comes in with a $2 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you very much. And, well, he's saying thank you for the live stream today. Yeah, no problem. No problem. This was a fun one. A long one, but a fun one. Cece says, no Disney strike deal reached Wednesday. It's video game voice actors that have voted to strike. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Have you heard about this, Larry?
No, I'd mentioned it because I just remembered it. I haven't looked. In the past couple of days. I knew about it a week ago, but I haven't looked into it since.
Very well. All right, let's take our last look at the market, guys. All right. So, let's get to the market part. So yeah, everything in the green, not too shabby. TSX up 0.91%, S&P 500 1.11%, NASDAQ up 0.85%, Dow Jones up 164. We got gold up 0.86%, silver up 0.26%. Oil still in the hole, negative 1.92%, and Bitcoin up 3.07%. Give them that. Got the extra one in there just at the last second. The market looks pretty much the way it is, the way it has been. It's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. I do like to see this, though. I like to see Canadian Tire making a little bit of ground. They've had a rough time. They have absolutely had a rough time. And not to say that the rate cuts we've had so far are going to help them big time, but they won't hurt them. They won't hurt them, that's for sure. All right. We'll skip right over to the U.S. markets. Not bad day for tech. We got to bounce back. And perhaps let's see if we can keep that momentum going. And our goal is to keep the momentum going long enough for Meet Kevin to change his tune. That'll be our goal. But no, it's looking pretty good. Visa, MasterCard are both up. Well, they're getting a good interest, so of course they're up. Here's a cat. I don't know why. I've always thought Caterpillar is a great company, but they're doing good today as well, pulling that up over in crypto land. Once again, big red day, or sorry, big green day, big green day. Couple of small little red pieces in here. Like, I don't know what this here is. What is this? Unis said Leo. What the heck? This one's up near the top, and I've never heard of it. I can barely say it. Oh my gosh. One of them, 14,000. What can I say? So yeah, we've had a fantastic day. This is great. So now our focus needs to move towards 5,000 subs. What the banana bread are we going to do? I don't know. It's coming pretty fast. And yeah, I have to come up with an idea. We'll figure out what it's going to be. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And Michael is, oh, there we go. Michael is right. People must eat and feed their families. Absolutely. It's kind of the thing. So, you know, food stores will always do well when times are poor, and so will the police, because they'll have more people stealing food. Unfortunately, it's kind of one of those sad realizations or sad things about the real world. All right, one amazing thing has happened, and that the camera has made it through the stream. I don't know what the percentage left on that camera is, but I have a feeling we're on fumes, but we made it. We made it. We made it to the 4:15. We're in overtime. We're 15 seconds into overtime, so that's not too shabby at all. I want to thank everybody who has shown up on the stream. So Larry and Prairie and JJ and Ian, and I know somebody else is there. Somebody else is there. And the other person, whoever you are. That's what happens when I stream this long. I'm like, I forget. No, there was somebody else here too. I don't know who it was, but oh, Jordan was here. Duh. You know what it is? I could picture faces, right? I was picturing your faces, and because Jordan didn't show his face, I had nothing to pull up. So that's why Jordan got missed. But he didn't. I figured it out. I was like, why am I not remembering another face? And then I'm like, of course, it was Jordan. Yep. Michael wants to know if anybody owns Ford. Yeah, I know Larry said he bought some. So that is fantastic. So anyway, everybody, we're at the end. Let's close this first. It has been a fantastic trip. A 7-hour live stream. Holy banana bread. And those of you who have been here since the beginning, oh boy, you guys rock. You guys are rock stars. And of course, my guests, absolute rock stars. You made this stream a lot easier. You gave me little tiny breaks and not having to talk for 7 hours straight. So that's fantastic. All right, everybody. JJ, yeah, you just made it at the time. Thank you, JJ, for dropping in on the stream at the beginning. That was fantastic. All right, everybody. This was kind of cool. And yeah, we'll see you at the next event. We'll, of course, see you on Sunday as well. We do have our normal stream then.